Raven Varte, a low-ranking noble, who is framed for the sin of starting a rebellion against the Empire, even though he and his family had done absolutely nothing. And after being convicted in order to get amnesty, which is a grant of pardon, he was sent to fight demons with the demon operational force, where many said that people couldn't survive for even a year in that place. But somehow Raven, with great determination, or perhaps great hatred, managed to survive for 10 years, and there at the end he ends up meeting the successor of House Pendragon, who seemed completely harmless. But the one protecting him was a great white dragon. And when amnesty was finally, right before Raven's eyes, on the last battlefield, where he had waited for 10 years, he met his end. But something unexpected happened. But before that, don't forget to leave a like on this video and subscribe to the channel to help us reach 80,000 subscribers. And also stop by my secondary channel. I'm posting videos there every week. And if you want to support the channel financially, just click join down below. You even get access to exclusive videos every week. And that's about it, everyone. Now let's get to the story. The story begins with a man in combat against a giant bird, and with his sword he slices its head in half. And this scene reveals that he didn't defeat just that one creature, but also several other monsters. And one of those monsters, muttering that for one person to defeat so many demons alone, he must be the immortal crow. Avenge, and Raven immediately gives that monster a cold stare. With a single slash of his sword, he cuts off its head, and he remarks that he's finally made it here. There are only 15 days left. If he can just manage to survive, he'll finally win back his freedom and be able to leave this place and rebuild his family's household. After that, he returns to the camp of the demonic task force, where he finds all sorts of people, prisoners, warriors, many of them drunk, and he reflects on the last 10 years, thinking about how truly hellish these days have been. In the demonic task force, those who are sent there are destined to fight demons for eternity. It's the worst fate anyone can receive in the Empire. The members of the force are almost all criminals and slaves, only the worst of the worst, people who don't care about their own lives and couldn't care less about tomorrow. 2 soldiers comment that he killed all of his subordinates and returned alone. Again, and he's even admired for being so tough, despite his noble background. And on his way, he runs into an old man who remarks on his arrival and asks why he's being ignored. But our boy just grinds his teeth and replies that the old man must have a death wish. This makes the old man furious, but in that very moment, Raven lands a kick right in the old man's stomach and points his sword at the other man's neck, leaving a small cut. And after that, he approaches the third man, grabs him by the head and smashes it into the ground, creating a large crater around his head. While the old man lies there defeated, he places his sword right at the old man's neck and says that if he wants to die before being eaten by the demons, he can always count on him. And the old man, watching him leave, promises that he'll remember this. Meanwhile, Raven reflects on the rumors circulating among his comrades. They say he's a former royal noble who fell from grace and wasn't expected to survive a single year, but ended up becoming a monster who held on for 10 years. Although they're just rumors, those stories aren't wrong. House Varte, though it wasn't of great prestige, existed within the Empire. But it all came crashing down and they lost everything. And Raven remembers that day about 10 years ago, when he saw his home in flames and a man declaring that House Varte had rebelled against the Empire. According to him, the consequence for such a foolish act should be death, while a desperate Raven screamed that they hadn't done anything. He was imprisoned anyway. And that man said he was a fool for not acknowledging his own mistakes, as Raven tried to explain that it was all just a misunderstanding, that the other houses were behind everything, and they had just been dragged into the situation. But that man places a hand on Raven's head and says that his father and mother had already been purified. He suggests that he could turn him to ash, along with the others, but he would offer him an option. If he fights against demons for 10 years, into the demonic operational forces, he could stay alive. And Raven just overhears the nobles whispering about him. They were saying that this is the worst group in the Empire, the one that's full of barbarians and criminals. For a member of the royal family to be thrown into a place like that, this is the end of House Varte. But our determined boy asks, if he really fights demons for 10 years, can he live? And that guy says that if he can do it, after all that, he'll be free to do whatever he wants. And so Raven says he understands, and that he will definitely survive. And after that, he will rebuild House Varte. Definitely, he will succeed. And interrupting his memories, he declares that the days of disgrace are about to end, remembering how ever since he was thrown in there, he fought against demons with no training or experience. And yet he survived. And from a poor, fragile child, he became a demon hunter over the last 10 years. And he concludes that the next large-scale extermination will be his last battle. Just one more step separates him from freedom and rebuilding his house. And then the scene changes to the territory of House Pendragon. It's the Anchor Forest. Blonde boy is standing before a white dragon, and the dragon declares, "My knight, the time to fulfill our oath is drawing near." This is said as that boy looks at that great dragon, clearly astonished. And so, the story tells that these dragons are beings stronger than any type of demon, perhaps even the most powerful life forms, to have ever set foot on this earth. And only one house is capable of using them as familiars, the Pendragon Duchy. Thanks to their ability to tame dragons, this house holds great influence within the Empire, being one of its most prominent. And so, the scene goes back to a few days before Raven receives his amnesty. And at this moment, he's heading toward the commander's tent. Upon arriving, he announces his return and that he has once again practically come back alone. He is known as the God of Death. The old man asks for the mission report, and Raven, very seriously, explains that there is a large number of demons on the front line, and if they were to encounter the main forces, chances of victory would be nearly zero. The old man then replies that, although Raven is saying he can't defeat them alone, tomorrow House Pendragon will come to their aid, and on top of that, they will bring their most powerful weapon, a great dragon. Raven is stunned and asks if such a terrifying creature will really fight alongside them. The old man confirms, saying that for generations, the Pendragons have tamed dragons and that the white dragon will face the demons for them. And so Raven reflects on House Pendragon, recognizing them as the most influential family in the Empire, with Imperial blood running through their veins. In disbelief, he wonders, could this story actually be true, or is it just a legend? After all, who would be capable of using a dragon as a mere familiar? Raven, who spent his last few years fighting demons, has never seen a dragon in his life, and he finds it hard to believe that Balta, who is usually a skeptic, would get carried away by a fairy tale. He even wonders if the old man has finally gone crazy. However, Raven heard that the head of House Pendragon died, which caused the family to lose a great deal of influence in recent years. Because of that, he admits it's hard to trust this information. But Balta then asserts to Raven that he has no right to refuse, because it's an order. And besides, he won't have to go to the battlefield. The next day, a surprised Raven asks what Balta is talking about, and the old man explains that with a dragon by their side, it will take care of the demons. So Raven will only have to deal with the Pendragon brat. And Raven, who's clearly irritated, says that's enough. But Balta, smiling at him, just tells him to never leave the kid's side. And so Raven just says he understands and will do as he's told. And so Balta starts to say that now he'll have to present himself to the future Duke and that he's counting on him tomorrow. And so our boy makes his way to the Pendragon tent. And looking at that dragon emblem, he thinks that he really came. But he doesn't understand why a royal would bother coming to a shithole like this. But Balta called him a brat. So he wonders if he's going to have to take care of some spoiled child, but he says whatever. It doesn't matter if he loses or wins tomorrow, as long as he can survive. He'll finally be free. And so he opens the tent. Folks, sorry for the interruption, but at that moment, a mysterious voice asks who he is, and he's already shaking in his boots, wondering what in the world kind of voice that is. It doesn't sound like a human voice. But still he kneels and says he's very sorry for disturbing him, without any prior notice, and asks if he's speaking with the young lord of the house, Pendragon. And just like that, the voice says that certainly he is a Pendragon, and now it asks him to state his name and his intentions. And our silver-haired guy says that he is Raven Vault, commander of the 12th Squadron of the Demonic Operational Forces, and he received an order to protect the young lord in tomorrow's battle. So he came here to present himself to His Excellency. And that voice says that's not necessary, and just tells him to be prepared and go rest. While Raven is just thinking about this, that voice asks if he has anything else to say. And this boy of ours asks if he didn't bring his dragon. The firepower that a dragon brings is necessary for tomorrow's battle. And the voice tells him to calm down. The dragon will most certainly be there to help tomorrow. So it asks that he please leave. And Raven says he understands, and goes on his way, wondering if he's really just a child, for a high-ranking noble, to come to a place like this alone. It's something he's never heard of, but he thinks it doesn't matter. It's not like he's going to see that guy again. The day after tomorrow. And so, on the following day, Baltai announces that the young Lord Pendragon will appear at any moment, but he doesn't show up. And so Baltai calls him once more, but then the tent is completely destroyed. And everyone is astonished, not knowing why the tent was destroyed, but when they look, they see a gigantic eye watching them, and Raven, completely shocked, realizes that it's a magnificent white dragon that was hidden inside the tent. And finally, the young Lord Pendragon appears before them and introduces himself as Aaron Pendragon and says that without further ado, he declares that the demon subjugation will begin now. And after Aaron's appearance, our boy reflects that according to the demonic operational forces, the large-scale demon subjugation will have the help of House Pendragon, aided by the great white dragon, and he declares that the demons will be defeated in a blink of an eye. Then the scene changes to the Lobation Prairie, the demon subjugation field, where our protagonist asks the young lord to avoid acting on his own, because he's not used to fighting. While protecting someone and wielding his sword, he plans to face the demons on land, while the white dragon deals with those in the sky. And looking directly at those wolves, he calls them dogs and tells them to bring it on, and he starts killing the wolves one by one. And looking at the sky, he sees the dragon, defeating them, various monsters with powerful blue flames that easily burn the demons. And watching from a distance, he comments that the dragon is truly terrifying, confirming to himself the existence of a great white dragon. And he tells Eren that no matter what kind of demon it is, none of them are a match for a dragon. He always thought it was just a rumor, but it seems to be true. And when he looks, there are many demons back there. However, that single dragon managed to defeat most of them. As he watches this scene of all the demons burning in the blue fire of the white dragon, he thinks that the battle was way too easy, thanks to the dragon, and their victory is almost certain. He's so lucky that his last task turned out to be this easy. But then that dragon lands behind Eren, and our boy asks the young lord if he's hurt anywhere. And Eren says no, that he's fine, still with that kind of strange voice. So, our boy says the battle will be over in an instant. But when he realizes it, they're being surrounded by several flying demons. He says, damn it, they're the last ones left. And so, he tells the young lord to command the dragon to attack those demons. But when he realizes it, Eren is speaking in a language he doesn't understand with the dragon. And so the two of them close their eyes, confirming each other's intentions. And our boy is trying to protect Eren. He just thinks that there are so many of them, and begs that please, that white dragon would just finish them off. And so the dragon raises its head towards those demons. But at that moment, it simply closes its eyes, and those demons start attacking it, basically eating its flesh alive. While Ravi can't understand what's happening, he can't believe that those tiny demons are actually managing to injure the dragon. And he starts to scream, asking why the dragon isn't fighting back, while Eren remains silent. So our boy grabs Eren by the neck and asks the young lord, what the hell is going on? But at that very moment, a huge explosion goes off. And when he realizes it, several more demons are running right for them. Our boy says that the demons should have been almost all dead by now. So why are there so many left? And just like that, those demons start attacking Eren and our boy as well. But he manages to defend himself. And after that huge battle, all he can think is that dragons really are the strongest beings in existence. It doesn't matter what kind of demon it is, it's no match for a dragon. He remembers what he thought just minutes ago, that as long as he was by a dragon's side, they would win. But the blame was his for believing in such an illusion and letting his guard down. He can only regret being such an idiot, and so he's completely exhausted from fighting those demons. And when he looks over, the dragon has 2 stakes driven into its body, and it's bleeding all over. He just says that this is a huge mess afterwards. After that, he sees this scene of several demons eating the dead humans, and when he realizes there are 3 goblins running after him, and when they come to attack him, he manages to cut them in half again. But he's losing a lot of blood, even though he managed to defeat most of those monsters. And so, tired, he just thinks that he's really out of strength, and he has a very deep wound, and if he falls now, he'll never be able to get up again. But then he looks towards the dragon and says that they were both idiots. And he heads toward the white dragon and asks if it's really dead. And the dragon remains silent, apparently truly dead. And just like that, he realizes that Eren is still alive, spitting blood. And he looks directly at him, who is clearly at the end of his life. But our boy looks at him and tells him to speak before they die. Why did the dragon stop its attack midway? And at that moment, he saw that he had ordered the dragon to do something. He asks what he did. But Eren remains silent. But then he starts to scream, saying that they would have won if the dragon had stopped the attack sooner, and he tells him to hurry up and say why he did it. But at that moment, he's hit right in his back, and he starts to spit blood, and when he falls to the ground, someone says that although his heart was pierced, he still hasn't died. And he really lived up to his name, the immortal Raven Varte. And when he realizes who is behind him attacking him, it's Baltai, and he asks why he's doing this. And Baltai starts gloating that it's finally going to end, and he orders the army to begin the attack. And when he looks, it is the Imperial army. He wonders why Baltai is leading them, and Baltai is laughing. He just tells him not to be so surprised. All of this was planned from the very beginning, and he immediately points his weapon at Eren's neck, finishing by saying that some idiots refuse to give up, and Eren just stares at him. And as he closes his eyes, Baltai starts to laugh, and he simply cuts off Eren's head, right in front of Raven. And Raven truly doesn't understand what is happening. And Baltai, still laughing in his face, says it's a shame, but that boy's death was decided a long time ago. And also, your death. And then he starts kicking Raven, and he starts mocking him, saying that he was so close. Weren't you, Raven? Just a little bit more and you would have gotten it. Finally, your freedom. and he grabs him by the hair and asks if it wasn't all so painful.
Your physical abilities are extraordinary.
And your healing ability is abnormal. Which leaves Raven completely surprised to hear him say that. Realizing so, he knew. Baltai says he pretended not to know just for the sake of this day. However, even with such a powerful healing ability, if I cut your neck, you'll still end up dead. Won't you? He asks, laughing. He says it's a shame he'll die here, without ever achieving his long-awaited freedom. Raven grinds his teeth, thinking that to become free and rebuild his house, for the sake of that goal he had been fighting for 10 years. But even so, this isn't the same as what happened back then, and he remembers 10 years ago, when that guy humiliated him, in front of everyone, and he thinks that the weak and powerless are the ones who have to endure such humiliations, and the ones who have to die in places like this, and he becomes desperate thinking that he was so close. And this Umbal calls him by his name, and says he's going to tell him a little secret. Actually, the rebellion the Varte family had to deal with for the last 10 years, your entry into the demonic special forces, and your death, as well as that of the Pendragon brat, it was all planned. And Raven is stunned at this moment and asks what the hell he's talking about. And the man even starts kicking him again and says that the only thing they didn't expect was for the dragon to be so weak, but it's all part of someone's plan. Laughing, he just says, "See you later, little crow." And when Raven realizes it, that weapon is already coming toward his neck. And just like that, his head is chopped off. And after that whole battle, the dragon that was apparently dead finally opens its eyes. It pulls the stakes from its body, and it looks at the heads of both Eren and Raven. And so it says that all the conditions have been met, and the blood of all those dead begins to be absorbed. And the dragon flying over that pool of blood in the air says the blood of 1,000 humans, the blood of 1,000 demons, royal blood and dragon blood, and the meeting of the sun and the moon. He will now fulfill his oath. And just like that, that horn in the middle of his head begins to glow, and all of that light starts to spread across the entire desert. And then Raven's head starts to disappear, and a dragon looks at the moon and says that everything will be in his hands, the Dragon Knight. And then that head is also decapitated. And after the dragon makes its oath and says that everything will be in the hands of the Dragon Knight, Raven, who was apparently dead, wonders if he really is dead. But he realizes he isn't. This feeling of being torn in half, he still remembers it. It's the same feeling he gets when he regenerates. So that means he's still alive, but then he opens his eyes and he wonders where he is. And it also seems like there's something on his hands. But when he gets up, he doesn't understand anything. And the maid calls him young master. She starts running, saying this is terrible, and dashes out screaming that the young master has woken up. And he wonders what that was all about. And what is this extravagant room? He's never seen anything like it before. And he wonders where the hell he is. But just then the butler enters, surprised to see the young master awake. He immediately asks if he is all right, and if he remembers him. The boy asks who those people are, and why they're calling him young master. The butler says that they are in Castle Corinth of the Pendragon family, and that he is young master Eren Pendragon. And upon hearing that name, Raven is perplexed, not understanding why he's suddenly, it's Eren Pendragon. So he quickly goes to a basin of water to look at his reflection, confirming that he has really become the young master, Eren. And this servant comments that maybe he has forgotten his own appearance and might be confused after a long sleep. And so she asks him not to overexert himself. Then the butler explains that he was unconscious for 3 years since his last battle. And our Raven, or Eren, thinks this is impossible because he clearly remembers being decapitated. And if he's a semi-immortal, why instead of simply reviving, did he end up becoming a Pendragon? Just then a blonde woman enters the room, exclaiming that he is her son and has finally woken up. And both the butler and the maid are overjoyed by Lady Elena's arrival, and she immediately runs to hug Eren. The boy, still not understanding, notices that a lady who had been there from the start seems to momentarily disappear. He wonders who she is, but she just winks at him and asks him not to say anything. And then Lady Elena, Eren's mother, relieved, asks if he remembers her. And Raven, who is now Eren, thinks that he doesn't remember anything and wonders if this is all a dream. And then that mysterious lady points to the window where he sees the white dragon, and just by looking at it, he calls it Soldrake. The dragon reacts to its name, and with a roar, it shatters his bedroom window and charges towards him. And Raven wonders how he knows the dragon's name, and wonders if he hadn't died along with Eren, or if by some chance he was revived. But no, he was probably still alive in that state, so now he doesn't understand absolutely anything that could have happened. But then his mother intervenes, telling Suitor not to hurt her son, and the dragon observes her, while a desperate Lady Helena doesn't know what to do. Then that mysterious old lady starts approaching the dragon and calmly trying to touch it. Eren screams for her to get away from there, but his mother doesn't understand who he's talking to, while that old lady pets the dragon and winks at him again, which makes him even more scared. His worried mother asks him to sit down. Then he thinks that this lady must be some kind of ghost, because it seems like only he can see her. And at that moment, he watches the lady talking to the dragon, in the same language that Eric was speaking to him in. At that moment, Subra closes its eyes and leaves, and she just says goodbye and dissolves, leaving him without understanding a thing, leaving him completely surprised. And the head butler asks Lady Helena if everything is all right, and she answers yes, calling his name, Melbourne. And after that, she says there's something more important, and she goes toward Eren and asks if he's okay, and he doesn't really know what to say to that. He reflects on this extravagant castle, the servants who attend to him, and the name of the white dragon that popped into his mind. And he becomes convinced that he has truly become Eren, Pendragon. Then his mother asks what happened, but Eren just reassures her, saying that everything's fine. And so his mother and Marlborough are relieved. He gets up and says there's no reason to stay so confused. He needs to gather information to understand things better. And as he ties his hair, he says that he's not like Eren, so he has to make sure he isn't discovered. So now he must begin gathering information. And after that, our boy starts to reflect on the demonic special forces, a unit composed of people with practically no human rights, where the worst of the worst were thrown. They say that surviving 1 year in that place is impossible. However, he survived for 10 years, honing both his combat skills and his abnormal regeneration ability, becoming a warrior, unparalleled among demons and humans. And at the Levation Bakery, in his final battle before being freed, young Master Pendragon and he were betrayed and lost their lives on that battlefield, or at least they should have, because he was reborn in the body of young Master Eren, going back in time to 7 years before that battle. And his days were once filled with only blood and filth, but now those days have completely changed. Now he's even being fed by a maid, which makes him really irritated while he keeps asking him to say trying to feed him. And he thinks that he's really being treated like a baby. He remarks that a few days have already passed since he woke up, and he can already eat by himself. But the maid insists that he can't, and that he should just be quiet, since those are the doctor's orders. She asks him to open his mouth and eat again, while he thinks that her name is Lindsay, and that she used to take care of Eren's daily tasks before he went into a coma. He thinks that she's way too overprotective, considering the way she's treating him. And so he opens his mouth, thinking that since he's Eren now, he needs to keep up the act, even though he's really embarrassed by it. And after eating, she thanks him, saying he did a great job, and asks him to wait, while the medicine is being prepared. She says she's going to help him get dressed, but he insists that he doesn't need help, and that he can do it himself. He just wants to wash his face first. He asks her to bring some clothes and a hair tie. While he does that, but Lindsay gets worried and quickly steps in front of him, saying that he can't walk yet, because his body could get injured again. She asks him to leave his clothes and his hair to her, and begs that he just rest. Eren agrees and asks her to calm down. Then she starts to dress him, and he thinks that even though he wanted to be alone, he realizes that in this life everyone does everything for him, which makes him very uncomfortable. The maid, seeing him standing there, asks if he's finished changing and what's wrong. He says it's nothing. She's relieved to hear that, asking if he needs anything else, to which he replies that that's enough, that he's going to lie down now. But at that moment someone opens the door, calling him brother, and asking how he is. Model. And just like that, 2 girls who look a lot like him enter the room, and the maid introduces them as Lady Eren and Lady Mia. But our boy gets really annoyed, because these things always happen at the worst possible time. But then Mia starts running towards him, and Eren tells her to stop, but she just grabs his leg and looks up at his face all happy, and he just gives her this completely fake smile. And so Eren says she's very sorry, and asks if he can walk normally yet. He says that yes he can, as long as it's just walking. Then the maid pulls out a chair for Eren to sit down, and she thanks her and worries about her brother, asking if they're bothering him. And he, looking completely uncomfortable, says no, it's fine. Then she says that's great. They were so happy to hear that he had woken up. And by the way, the flowers in the garden have finally started to bloom. And as soon as he's able to leave his room, she asks if they can go see them together. Even the little bush he planted is about to bloom too. And she asks if he remembers it, because he planted it right before he went into a coma. And he, feeling uncomfortable, just thinks there she goes again. Ever since he pretended to have lost his memories, this sister of his has been talking nonstop. But thanks to her, he's managed to get a lot of information. And she told him how chaotic Eren was. Instead of learning how to use a sword, he focused on reading and painting, a person who preferred things like gardening, instead of fights, but that's enough. However, Eren was a coward, who would lock himself in his room, to avoid having contact with other people. And because of that, not only were his sword skills bad, but so were his combat skills. So, rumors began to spread to the other houses, the successor of the Duke's house became a laughingstock, in secret. He thinks to himself that it's no surprise that Pedro House fell into such disgrace. But now time has been reversed. He has become him. His body is that of a 17-year-old, about 10 years younger than when he entered the battlefield. According to the castle servants, he fell into a coma when he was 14 years old and woke up 3 years later. And there must have been a reason for him to have taken possession of this body while he was in a coma. But no, that's not what's important right now. What matters is that he's still alive and went back 7 years in time. And feeling happy, he just thinks that he has a chance to redo everything. And since he was sent to the demonic special forces, he lost his family's honor. And now he's got a second chance to achieve what he couldn't back then. He keeps thinking there's no other way. He has to start now. And he thinks about what Balthazar had said before, about how his family's dishonor from the rebellion 10 years ago, his entry into the demonic forces and his death. Today they are all related. And he thinks that in order to understand what he had said, both in Pendragon and in Varte, he's going to fight again, and he gets all excited just thinking about it. But his sister interrupts his thoughts, saying that Lady Luna, but then she realizes he wasn't even listening to her, and asks if he heard what she said, but he apologizes saying he didn't hear. And so she continues, saying that Lady Luna is coming to see him, and he asks who this Lady Luna is. Worried, she says that she's very sorry, since her brother has lost his memories. But then she says that Lady Luna is part of the Pendragon cavalry, and is the adopted daughter of Count Sirius, and also, she is his fiancée. This leaves him completely stunned on the spot. Paralyzed, he asks what the hell she's talking about. The scene changes to several knights heading towards the Pendragon house, and one of them starts saying that they'll soon arrive at Conrad Castle, and just asks her to wait a little longer. And inside the carriage is Lady Luna, Aaron's supposed fiancée. And so that knight continues, saying that after 3 years, she will finally meet her fiancé. And he asks her if she would please tell him how she's feeling right now. This is the knight from the house of Count Sirott, Joseph Brandon. And she just sighs and asks why she should tell that to someone like him. She just tells him to ignore it and continue doing his job. And she looks to the side and thinks about Aaron Pendragon, a weak and pathetic human, a man whose gender seemed so ambiguous. That was the old Aaron Pendragon. It's really quite ambiguous. And she keeps thinking that even if she goes to see him, he'll probably be hiding in the shadows, making it impossible to talk with her. And she got engaged to him because it was beneficial for her family. But all of that ends today. Her father, Count Serge, has finally decided to end this engagement. And the power of Duke Pendragon has diminished significantly, and there's no longer any benefit for her to marry into the declining house. And from the very beginning, she never acknowledged such a weak person as her fiancé. And honestly, she feels relieved when her father tells her, break it off with him. And that night keeps bothering her, talking about there being a purpose, even though their purpose in going there is to inform him about the breakup, while offering their apologies. He's still wondering how much the young Master Aaron has grown, and she just says that this isn't something he should be worried about, and she's the one who will talk to him, so he just needs to stand still, without agitating their knights. But he starts to laugh, saying that regardless of anything, whether that boy know the young master has awakened or not, the glory of the past will never be recovered by House Pendragon. In other words, the young master, Aaron, failed to form a pact with a dragon once, and he's sure that the House of Pendragon will only go into decline from now on. But then he starts showing his true colors to her, saying that with everything, if it's him, he'd be able to bring more glory than House Pendragon, and a Pendragon who doesn't even possess a dragon. He alone is enough to... But at that moment, she interrupts him, telling Sir Brandon that he's being unpleasant, and to please leave. He just says, very well, and apologizes for his rudeness. Meanwhile, she's thinking to herself, if there are any respectable men in either of the houses, Pendragon or Serge. And so she says they're either weak or arrogant, and she doesn't like either of those types. And so they arrive at Conrad Castle. And when she arrives, our boy, his sisters, and his mother are there to welcome them. And so she greets everyone from the Pendragon Duchy, and says it's been a long time since she last visited. All the while our boy just stares at her, looking completely uncomfortable. And Aaron immediately starts running in her direction, saying that she looks more beautiful than ever today, and that she's so lovely. And Luna says that it's been a long time since she's seen her. And so Aaron's mother thanks her for traveling all this way, and says that everyone was looking forward to her arrival. And so she asks Aaron to go ahead and lead her to her room, which makes him very uncomfortable. And she just thinks that he's truly pathetic, and that he can't even give her a proper welcome without his mother by his side, even though he's already an adult. But then he looks at her, and coming closer he says it's been a while, and that he'll take her to her room now, and asks her to follow him. This makes her very surprised, because he spoke to her something he's never done before, and he asks if it's all right for her knight to stay in a separate room, but she hasn't answered him at all yet. He asks if she's listening to him, and she, looking quite surprised, just apologizes and says it's fine for her knight to stay in another room. Meanwhile, Aaron thinks that this Luna has such a quiet and calm personality, and her attitude is very strange, so cold towards her partner, whom she hasn't seen in 3 years. He wonders if this is what they call a marriage of convenience, and so the two of them arrive at the room, and the maid asks them to please come in. As soon as they enter, the maid asks if she should prepare some tea, and he just turns and says he'll leave that to her. She says she understands, but then he looks at Luna and tells her not to just stand there. How about finding a place you like to sit down? She's left wondering what is happening, since before he couldn't even look her in the eyes, and now he communicates with her and the servants without any problem. And so she says, "You've changed a lot, haven't you?" She says she heard he doesn't remember anything from the past, but asks if he remembers her. He sits down and says he doesn't remember anything from before he woke up. He says he's sorry. As she sits down, she thinks that this means he's lost all of his memories. Now he has a completely different personality. But even so, he's become a good man. All while she's looking at him with this incredibly dissatisfied expression. And she just thinks that he's nothing compared to his former self. Even with this new personality of his, even the declining House Pendragon can... But in that moment, he looks at her. He starts thinking about his current circumstances, where he doesn't have a lot of information about the house, about House Pendragon and the neighboring houses, and he's not sure what kind of impact there would be if he caused trouble with House Seward. But this woman? Just looking at her, it seems like she's hiding something from the moment they first saw each other. But then he gives a little smirk and says that it can't be helped. He has to ask her a few questions, and so he says that it seems he's really different from the old Aaron and his family. The maid said the same thing. This might be unfair to her, but since the current him isn't to her liking, perhaps they can discuss it with the Count. But at that moment she says no, and she apologizes for it, which makes him quite surprised, and she thinks that she doesn't know what she's doing right now. The decision to cancel has already been made by her father, and she wonders if that isn't why she came here today, to inform them of the decision. But no matter how much a person has changed, there's no way the declining House Pendragon can be restored. She just keeps looking at him, and thinks that's why if she doesn't hurry and tell him. But just as she was about to start speaking with him, the maid arrives and says she's sorry for coming back, before preparing the tea. And our boy here asks her if something is wrong, and she says yes. It's a message from the Duchess, and she has requested that the young master please come to the audience chamber with Miss Surge. Immediately he asks why, and she just says that it seems the knight who traveled here with the young lady caused a bit of a commotion, and so he looks directly at her, and she immediately gets very worried, thinking that this is the worst possible time, although she's already said that up to this point. But anyway, he tells her that she's making a face, like she's hiding some kind of secret, ever since she arrived, and asks if she didn't come here today with some kind of scheme. She tries to play it off, saying that's not it, but thinks that she simply could have told him just now, and that she really should dislike him. But he just stares at her with that cold expression, and simply turns away, and says he'll listen to what she has to say later, and for now they should see her knight first. And she is just left wondering what exactly happened to him, to make him change so drastically like that. But regardless, she needs to stop Sir Brandon now, and so she says yes, she will accompany him. And now they head to that room, where the butler starts yelling at the knight, questioning what this is all about, a cancellation, and if this is really what Count Sarah desires. And the knight, all full of himself, confirms it, and explains that they came here to inform the young Master Aaron. Meanwhile, Aaron's mother, sitting on her throne, is clearly irritated, and asks if the knight is really willing to take responsibility for the problems that will befall the Pendragon family after this decision. And the knight, with that pompous posture of his, replies that yes, he is, and as an apology, he informs them that the Count intends to hand over not just the gold and the crystal mines on the territorial border, but also 2 sawmills in the Brainhead Forest, to the Pendragon family. The sheer scale of the offer surprises Aaron's side, while the butler and the others wonder what this is all about. And the knight acts all arrogant towards them. It seems the servants and the knights here aren't happy about this, so he asks if they'd like him to take any message back to the Count. This really pisses off the servant, and Aaron's mother just keeps thinking about how much he intends to insult her family. Currently, the Pendragon family has been struggling with financial problems, but their family's pride would be tarnished if they accepted this. And so right then and there, she says she wishes to refuse the offer. The guy, still trying to be arrogant, asks if she's sure about that. This could be your last chance to get your family back on its feet. Furious, she asks what he's talking about, but just then someone tells him to wait, and when they look, it's our boy entering the hall. And so all the knights kneel. Our boy, looking majestic, approaches them. And so his mother and the butler are relieved to see him. And that knight just thinks that the brat has finally shown up. He tells Luna to watch closely, He's going to show her that he is more worthy than this little punk. And so he sits on his throne. That knight, trying to act all high and mighty, just says it's been a while since he's seen him and asks how things have been. Model. But here's the thing, our boy just interrupts him, asking who he is, being completely arrogant. And the guy just freezes, not understanding what's happening. But you see, he says he doesn't remember anything after waking up, and that's why he doesn't remember this guy. And he starts thinking that he's suffering from memory loss. But just because his personality has changed, it doesn't change the fact that he's still a fool. And he's going to make the difference between their statuses crystal clear. And so he gives him his sincere condolences. And the man introduces himself as the head knight of the Savage family. But at that moment, our boy tells him to leave, which leaves him paralyzed once again. He says he isn't interested in talking to someone like him who is just a mere knight, and that he should get out of there. This leaves the knight completely astonished, asking how the young master could say such a thing to a leader like him, saying it's extremely rude. But our boy and his mother, with very serious expressions, just say that he's the one being rude by coming to their castle. And he asks if he understands or if he wants him to draw him a picture and tells him to get out of his sight. The mere knight, absolutely furious, is told that he won't say it again, and the knight is shaking in his boots just from looking at him, and he's filled with rage. Meanwhile, in the back, Luna sighs, and so he looks at her and says, "So then, it seems you were all discussing the cancellation." And smiling, he tells Serge to approach, because he wants to speak with the person in question. And she thinks to herself that she didn't know things would end up like this, and wonders what she should do. But he says that from what he's heard, she wants to cancel their engagement in exchange for gold, crystal mines, and 2 sawmills. And so he says, fine, they'll consider themselves quits. This leaves Luna, her mother, and the attendant completely baffled. And his mother wonders where he even learned that phrase. But his attendant asks him if he's aware that this could affect the family's reputation and believes he should think a bit more before making this decision. And so he stands up all pompously and says that there are many things that need to be done for the Pendragon family to become powerful again. And with that expression, he says that this is no time to worry about a mere engagement. Besides, even if they were to do something about it, it's unlikely that the Count would change his mind. Isn't that right, Luna Serge? And she doesn't really know what to say at that moment, but she keeps thinking that she should have simply said that she can't marry someone like him. Even if she doesn't want to admit it, she's now in love with Aaron. And our boy just gives her a little smirk and says that it seems she's having trouble answering. But he says, well, your opinion isn't important to the Sarret family, so you don't even need to answer. He will accept the cancellation with the Serge family. And once again, she's completely frozen and doesn't know what to say. And so our boy turns around and asks his mother if everything is all right. And she just nods her head and says yes, since he is the leader of the Pendragon family. So she trusts him. Then he starts announcing to everyone there that as the head of the Pendragon family, he's declaring that the marriage between Aaron, Pendragon, and Luna Serge is officially cancelled, all while she looks completely uncomfortable. And that knight is seriously pissed off. And after that whole situation, he starts walking through the house. And all he can think about is what a massive headache this is, having to solve one problem after another. On top of that, he was even forced to deal with things like a marriage. But he thinks that asking him about the financial situation was the right thing to do. And if they're about to gather so many resources, then there's no reason to object to the cancellation. The crystal mines have magical resources, and so they'll be especially useful. And whether or not high-level mages will come will be determined by the mines. And as he's walking through the castle, he passes by a portrait of a lady. When he realizes who it is, it's that lady from before, the one who told the dragon to leave. He quickly asks the maid who she is, and she says that it's the Duke's father's older sister, Claine Pendragon. She is Adia Pendragon. And looking at her portrait, he repeats the name, Adia Pendragon. And at that moment, someone behind him says, it seems you've called my name, young Pendragon. And when he turns around, it's the same lady from before. She says there's something she'd like to ask him. The lady says they should talk for a bit. So he enters the room and says, so Miss Adia, what brings you here? And she replies, as you can see, I am a ghost. And having my name called is a prerequisite for speaking with a living being. And happily, she reveals that she's Warren's great-aunt. But he just stares at her with an expression of discomfort and thinks that, even though he's faced demons for 10 years, this is the first time he's ever spoken to a ghost. And ever since he took over this body, it's been one problem after another. So the lady says she'll get straight to the point and asks who the hell he is, stating that he's not the real Aaron. This shocks him instantly, and she immediately starts to laugh and apologizes for her threatening tone, explaining that this isn't a surprise to her. On the day he woke up, Sauter was the one who told her he wasn't the real Aaron. And so he then asks if she can really talk to dragons, and if she knows what happened to him. The aunt says she has no idea, The aunt said she has no idea and asks if he could tell her how he became. Eren and he fall silent for a moment, thinking that since she's a ghost and he's the only one who can see her, there's no problem in telling her everything. And so he begins to explain, saying that even though she might not believe it, he's going to tell her everything. On the 321st day of June of the Imperial calendar, he and Eren were killed in action in the Lobatian Prairie. At least that's what he thought. But when he woke up, he was like this. He wants to find out why he went back in time and came back to life as Eren. And the lady replies that she understands the gist of it all, and he asks if she really believes him, and she said she wants to, whether she believes it or not. It doesn't change the fact that he's already here, and about how Suitor was the one who found out he wasn't Eren, so she's certain that's the case. But the Eren he's protecting at the Lobato Bakery could very well have been a fake Eren, and our protagonist is very surprised. He asks what she means by that, and the lady explains that the successors of Pendragon have been making pacts with Saudric for generations. She asks if he has ever heard about the importance of opening a mausoleum, and she says that the Pendragon mausoleum isn't just a place where the souls of the ancestors rest, but it's a source of power that ensures the family's destiny with the blessing of the ancestors and the familiar spirits of Saudric. And on top of that, the magic tower that guards the family's secrets is also there. In other words, the mausoleum is the essence of Pendragon's prosperity, and opening it is absolutely necessary for the future of the family. And if the mausoleum remains closed, the family will fall into decline. And so, Varte says that's precisely why the mausoleum gates can only be opened by a successor who can overcome Saudric's authority and make a pact with him. And there is only one chance to make this pact. If they fail, they have to leave it for the next generations, which is very difficult. Even the powerful Claim and his predecessor, Gord, had a difficult time making the pact. And that's why Eren, who is the weakest in Pendragon's history, was defeated by Saudric. And that is also why he was in a coma. And the chance of a successor, who was defeated by Saudric, the chances of him waking up again are very low, and the noble white dragon will only follow the person who conquers his authority directly. Therefore, for Eren to go to war with Saudric and meet him is absolutely impossible. This leaves him completely shocked. He didn't understand a thing to begin with, and now he's even more lost. But the lady approaches him and says that's not the point. He immediately asks what she means by that, and she explains that the most important thing is that Eren, Pendragon, woke up with a different soul residing in his body. And he asks, "What do you mean?" She replies that the body is Eren's, but the soul belongs to someone else, which gives him a new chance to make the pact. And so she asks Raven Varte that even though there aren't enough soldiers at the moment to go to the Anchor Forest, where there is a den of evil monsters, defeat the demons that appear one by one until you reach the mausoleum, the densest part of the forest. And she told him to show his power to the guardian of the mausoleum, Saurek, and make a pact with him. And then, as the true successor of Pendragon, she asks that he please open the gates of the family mausoleum. And so she looks at him and asks, "Well, do you have what it takes?" And he just cracks a little smile and says, "Very well." She is quite shocked by his reaction, and he continues saying that from what he's heard, opening the mausoleum will benefit everyone. And since he's used to killing demons, there's no reason to refuse. Besides, to reclaim the influence of the Pendragon family will be very favorable for him, because he has his own objectives. So he's going to seize the opportunities that are still available, and she's happy, thinking that he's a very decisive man who doesn't hesitate to use any means necessary to achieve his goal. And she becomes intrigued by him. But she says that, of course, she has no complaints about him, reclaiming the glory of Pendragon, and that this is her wish as well. And she promises that she won't get in the way of his goals. And he says that he would appreciate it very much if she did just that. And now that his next course of action has been decided, he has to take command of the family's vassals next. But he's quite annoyed, saying that because of the past Eren, his reputation is in ruins, and his leadership over the military operations is a complete mess. And Arte, all excited, says that he really gets it, doesn't he? Although they are supporting the family. After Eren's collapse, there will be those who will ridicule the family's decline. And she's sure that he must identify the loyal vassals and let them know that he is the true lord of the castle. And he says yes, he must command the vassals and prepare to open the mausoleum. And so he thinks that half a month is enough. And confidently, he says he'll do everything to reign over them all within half a month. And after that, our boy is training with his swords and starts reliving the feeling of hunting monsters, the size of the enemy, how many there were, and their habits and movements. He imagines himself chopping off the heads of various demons and starts training with his sword. He thinks to himself that he can't rely on his allies. He has to deal with them all alone, so that it doesn't end like last time. And so he cuts down several imaginary demons with various sword movements, while his maid in the background is getting very emotional. She approaches him and says he's absolutely incredible, and that here is a fresh change of clothes. He then starts to change right in front of her, and she gets all flustered. Meanwhile, he thinks about how when he woke up with Eren, he was too weak to even swing a sword. But after training for a few days, his body has returned to its original state, from when he used to hunt demons. His healing and combat abilities were perfectly inherited. Just coming back to life is a miracle in itself, and he is very grateful for that. But then, Knight arrives and asks if he's practicing his swordsmanship. He says he's glad he changed his mind, and since he's already practicing, he should train with him, adding that he'll go easy on him. This is the Knight marked Killian. But then he touches his shoulder and tells Sir Killian that, please, he should stand back for now, as he is preparing an even bigger stage. This leaves Killian quite surprised by his attitude. And so they go to the main hall of Conrad Castle, with several knights kneeling before him. And our boy says that since everyone is here, he has an important announcement to make. He says that he will soon open the mausoleum, which leaves everyone completely shocked on the spot. And the knight says to the young master, and to do that he'll have to clear the entire forest, the Ancona region all the way to the portal. And they say they'll do whatever he commands. But he's only trained for a few days and wonders if it's going to be too difficult for him on this journey. But Eri tells him to stay out of it and asks him to tell them about the situation near the gate. And the knight says it's terrible. Since the beginning of the year, not only have the monsters gone out of control, but the bandits have also been doing whatever they want. And each city has formed a kind of vigilante group to respond to this. But it's only a matter of time until the gates break and the monsters and bandits invade. And Eren says that no matter how dangerous the area is, he can't let it slide, and the butler asks him not to be too hasty. After recovering some of the family's wealth using the crystal mine, he wonders if it wouldn't be better if Sir Quina came up with some strategies. But our boy says that in the first place, there aren't enough men to both protect and operate the crystal mine. And when it comes down to it, they'll have no choice but to reopen Reyna. But they don't have much time. They will leave in 15 days, and he tells everyone that the expedition will begin in 15 days. But the knight says that he won't have any objection if he commands the operation. But Killian gets very serious just looking at him, and asks what the hell he's talking about, asking if it's so absurd for him to be in command. And he gets pissed off saying there's always a counter-argument, and so he asks Sir Quillian if they should fight. And Sir Quillian says he's prepared a grand stage for him to train again and asks if the young master is ready for the expedition. They say he won't be able to survive with a leader who only likes to read and paint. But Eren says he talks too much, and immediately lunges at Killian with his sword. But he manages to defend at the last second, thinking to himself that the blow was very heavy. Then our boy starts to look at him, and tells him, as a knight, to speak with his sword, and the two of them start to fight. Our boy makes several moves, then takes a huge leap to land a fatal blow on Killian. And just as he thinks the fight is over, he manages to block it. But then he counters Eren, and says there's no way a child who has never trained, and was in a coma for years, could defeat him. Our boy remains very serious, but then he sheathes his sword, and Killian thinks the fight is over. But then our boy just gives a little smirk and puts away his sword again. But by the time Killian notices, he's already been hit right in the stomach, which leaves him completely winded, and even makes his tongue stick out. And so our boy just looks at him lying on the ground, which leaves the knights and the butler completely shocked. Then he says he'll say it again. They will depart in 15 days. He is going to make a pact with the White Dragon and open the mausoleum, and if they have any objections, they should go ahead and state them. But everyone immediately kneels and says they have no objections. And now in the guest room, that knight approaches Miss Luna, and he asks, even though this is Pendragon territory, why did she say she would accompany Prince Eren on the expedition, saying that the cancellation has already been established, and no matter how much the young master has changed recently, he won't be any help on the expedition. He then asks if she shouldn't just return to her territory, under his escort, and she says she hates it when he gets like this, always arrogantly looking down on others. But it seems he hasn't understood something, and she says she will explain to him why she's still in this castle. She says that Pendragon is a relative of her family, and her family is officially one of the 5 peer families of the Empire, commanding the 2 families. It means to offer the blood of the Emperor. And although the engagement has been called off, to understand the future profits and losses of the Serut family, it's necessary to observe the potential of the Pendragons. And it wouldn't be smart to return to my territory now. And the knight, looking very irritated, just listens as she says that when Duke Aram leaves, she will accompany him. But then he says he understands, but tells her she should only accompany the expedition as far as the Belente gate, and that she must please promise that she'll return with him after that. And she says yes, she will. But she wonders if the Duke has become a completely different person. If he can open the mausoleum, the Pendragon family will rebuild its honor. And blushing, she just thinks that she has to see how good he is with her own eyes. She's really falling for our protag, even after getting rejected. And so Brando gets really pissed off, thinking that that brat is a piece of trash, and after embarrassing him, he's actually making his lady go crazy for him. And he's chewing on the iron bar because he doesn't have any fingernails. He just asks him to take a good look. He's going to show him just how horrible the world out there is during the expedition. And just like that, 15 days passed, and our boy is fully equipped to begin the expedition. However, his mother starts running, calling out his name and embracing him, begging him to come back safe and sound, because that's all that matters. He hugs her back and promises that he will definitely return after conquering both the dragon and the mausoleum. And she starts to cry, saying that he absolutely must come back. And when he looks behind her, his sisters are crying too. Uncomfortable, he just says that everything will be fine, and that he'll be back for sure. The maid says that it's time, and he says yes, they are to set off right now. And looking all pompous, he gets on his horse and looking at Killian, his maid, that arrogant knight, and also Luna, he is ready to depart. And then the butler approaches him and asks for permission to present the esteemed sword, Widow's Mourning. And so he takes it and feels the touch of the blade, thinking that he will win back the influence of the Pendragon family with this battle, and he will fulfill the long-held dream of the Varte family to rid themselves of the stigma of being branded as traitors to the Empire, and he will fight for his cause once more. And so, he raises his sword and tells all the soldiers that they must march into battle for the glory of the Pendragon family. And so, and Aaron, and all the knights start running towards Mausoleum. And now they've already entered the forest, and are already facing some demons. And Killian says that there's a group of demons up ahead, and our boy just says they should crush them all. And so with his sword, he cuts off the heads of all those monsters, easily. And he just tells them not to hesitate and to keep moving forward, which gets everyone excited. Even Luna is... In fact, Luna falls even more in love with him. And so they arrive at the gate of Fort Belay, and he tells everyone to stop. He says he's going to take a look at the situation inside, and asks Killian to follow him and tell his men to rest, and await his next order. And as soon as he gets off his horse, the maid tells him that he worked very hard. And all dirty, she asks him to please have a glass of water. But then, he notices that she's really a mess, and starts to wipe the dirt off her, which makes her flustered right away. He just tells her that she should rest too, wash her face and take a day off. But she says she doesn't need to. He just tells her it's an order, and that he'll be fine by himself, so she can go and rest. And blushing all over, she just says okay. And so he walks through Fort Belay, and thinks that the situation here is much worse than he had imagined. They don't have any place nearby that's large enough to supply the fort, in terms of people and materials. And as he walks, he thinks to himself that the soldiers' equipment is in a terrible state. Deplorable. And he even preferred the equipment from when he was fighting against demons at that camp. And he remembers that Bellet Gate is an important fortress in this region. And it seems the knights and their commanders aren't taking their job seriously. And so he calls Sir Killian and asks where the commander is and the knights. And Sir Killian just gets very uncomfortable about it. And after explaining the situation, Eric gets really pissed off, wondering if the knights really took the soldiers and deserted their post. And Sir Killian says that's exactly it. He was informed about it the other day, and they've become a group of bandits. And the military forces that are left are just a bunch of useless guys. A bunch of useless guys. And our boy, absolutely furious, just says they're a bunch of sons of bitches. Undisciplined. And with that, he says goodbye to Killian, and tells him he must capture them today, and prepare his men now, because he's going to behead every single one of those bastards. The scene now changes to the village of Sullum, in the abandoned monastery. And there are the knights they were talking about, drinking heavily. And one of them says, I heard that the brat, Pendragon. And one of them says, I heard that the incompetent brat. Pendragon woke up. Pendragon woke up. And now's a good time, since he's tired of killing. Model, all the women and children there, and he wonders what kind of face he'll make when he screws him over. Now the scene returns to the Duke's room, at the Barrent Gate, and he's talking with Killian, that night. He says that for tomorrow's subjugation, he'd like to add more troops, but Killian says that unfortunately there's no way, because it could cause a lack of command among the soldiers, protecting the barriers, but he says they'll borrow soldiers from Count Serge, and that night says they'll be under the grace of the Coranda Castle for a few days after all, and that's fine. But our boy thinks it's hard to believe the words of someone so fake, and he doesn't know what this guy is planning, but for him it's fine. As long as the Savage family continues to be useful to him, nothing else matters. But then, Aaron asks if some might oppose leaving the fortress for the sake of another family. But the knight says no. He knows it's not the time to worry about appearances. Besides, the leader of the bandits, Del Joffrey, managed to attract 20 soldiers who were escaping at the time, and their number is probably increasing as they speak. So it would be better to increase their numbers too. And our boy just nods his head and says he's happy, that he understands quickly. And asks that, please, he tell her more about this Joffrey fellow. And what I was going to say here is, of course, Joffrey is definitely a skilled knight, skilled in swordsmanship. However, he also seems like a very arrogant man, and he proudly demanded a title, along with 3 neighboring territories, I believe, after your grace's fall. But the Duchess refused his request, and as the relationship with the Pendragon soured, he escaped through the gate with few soldiers. Which brings us to the current situation, where he's now a bandit, and has managed to take control of the southern areas near Norton Village. And our boy here is thinking that he used his head. Instead of capturing the gate, it's much easier to expand your own power by taking over villages on the outside. He would have done the same if he were in his place. The girl says that recently, women and children have been abused and captured, and Norton Village has become chaos, and they might start to occupy the barrier if they aren't dealt with immediately. And Aaron says that's true, so he'll have to rethink the entire strategy, and he's going to leave it under Killian's command, which leaves Killian quite surprised. And our boy starts to say that the soldiers have been listening to his orders the whole time while he was incapacitated, so they'll probably be more willing to listen to orders from someone like him than from him, since he hasn't built any relationship with them yet. He's going to leave the command of the knights with him, and what happens is he gets all happy, saying that he can leave it to him. And our boy just says that's fine, so he can take command. He says that Sir Brindo will take part as a knight as well. And that fake just nods his head. And that fake just nods with his head, and our boy says they'll leave early tomorrow morning, and that they should rest for now. But before he leaves, he says he wanted to apologize for what happened last time when he attacked Killian, and Killian, looking all teary-eyed, just says that's not necessary, while kneeling. He said he didn't break any bones, and there's no problem, and he thanks his grace for his concern. And Aaron just says he understands, and that he's counting on him to command the knights of Pendragon. And now the next day, near the village of Norton, those knights who turned into bandits start trampling the dead with their horses, and their commander tells them to take everything of value from there and get rid of all the women and children in their way. But then, a mother and her daughter beg him to at least spare the child, and he just tells her that this place is his territory, and if she doesn't know what happens when she disobeys the orders of the lord of the land, and with his sword he says that people like them, who have nothing to offer, are worthless. But that woman begs him to please stop it, but then he strikes her right on the forehead with his sword, finishing off the woman, while her desperate daughter screams for her. And when she looks, that knight approaches her and says he hates brats who don't know how to shut up, and he gives her a little wave, and the child is desperate and doesn't know what to do. Just like that scumbag knight cuts off the child's head. Just like that, the other knight comes up behind him and says they have nothing to take there. And the chubby one says it's about time. They took the entire fortress, and after they take the fortress, it'll be Conrad Castle's turn. He thinks about Aaron's face, so fragile, and about his mother too, saying he's going to kill that incompetent brat in front of Lady Helena, and eventually she will be his. He says it's only a matter of time, until all of Pendragon is his as well, and he starts to laugh thinking about it. But after that, the scene returns to our boy, who is looking out at those lands and thinks that they're in terrible condition. And there's no way people can manage to live properly like this. And he asks Sir Killian if all the areas around the fortress are like this. And the knight says yes, almost 70% of the entire territory is like this. Although there are some villages that have managed to hold out, asking the fortress for help isn't possible, since they might run into monsters or bandits wandering nearby. And our boy just thinks that opening the mausoleum should be his first priority. It seems he'll have to deal with the development of the territories first, since 70% of it is in ruins. And if they can manage to rebuild the city to a certain extent, with a simple calculation, they'll be able to support a population of 10,000 people. But just then, they start hearing a sound coming from above, from the forest. And our boy holds out his hand, thinking it's a flying monster, and orders all the troops to get into position. And when he realizes there's a harpy flying above him, he gets all happy, because his first prey of the day has arrived. He basically strikes the harpy with his sword and calls for 5 archers, ones with a lot of arm strength, to step forward. He then orders them to capture that harpy alive. They start shooting at it, and so it falls to the ground defeated. He then steps forward and asks them to fall back. At this, Killian says that it's just as expected. The demons have retreated to the village, and our protagonist says yes, as he hears other monsters coming at him. And it's 3 mini-goblins. He quickly finishes them off, and the knight just thinks that he's very fast. And now the 3 goblins that haven't been defeated yet and the injured harpy just stare at him in fear. The knight tells him not to get close to them because they're demons, saying that he should kill them now and then they'll move on. But Aaron says no. He's going to make them his companions, which leaves everyone completely confused. Then, our boy says that goblins have good eyesight and the speed of the harpy's flight is something they can also take advantage of. This happened while he was thinking about how he wanted some useful familiars. But the knight says he's never heard of anyone making demons into familiars. And Aaron says he's seen it on the battlefield in the past, but he remembers that he's never been to the battlefield as Aaron. So he said he just read it in a book. But he says that, regardless of whether they're demons or something else, he'll use anything that's useful. He says that if he thinks it's okay, then they should just stand still and watch. Now Aaron approaches that goblin and asks why they're so close to the village. And the goblin says there are many things in the forest that are scarier than the couple, from wolves to ghouls, harpies and orcs, even white dragons. And their hunting grounds were stolen by those guys. So Aaron says that his name is Casado then, and he says it's okay, and that he understands his situation now. And now next up is the harpy, and he asks how many humans she has fed on. But she says that she doesn't kill or eat humans, she only eats sheep and snakes. And with that, our boy gives her a scary little smile. And remember, these harpies love to eat humans. But even so, he approaches and says that although the harpies he knew before fed on humans, he's going to believe her this time. But he holds his sword over the two monsters and says they will have to obey him from now on. And he is the lord of this land, Duke Pendragon. And if they don't obey or try to escape, he'll feed them to the white dragon, which leaves the two of them terrified. They immediately start screaming, saying that the dragon is terrifying, and they will definitely obey him. He tells Tata, who is the harpy, and Casal, who is the goblin, that it's time to get to work. He asks them to guide him to the village by the shortest route. And so Casale, terrified, says that he knows the routes and tells them to follow him. And the knight is quite surprised that Aaron turned these demons into his familiars. Apparently he has a great imagination and thinks outside the box. And our boy just says that he's right. He thinks this is something he wants those stubborn and problematic nobles to imitate. And now they're walking through the village. And the monsters say that they've finally arrived thanks to the shortcut that sucker Casal knew. And now Aaron tells Sir Killian to stay there and await his orders. He and Sir Brandon will invade the monastery with a small group of soldiers. He'll open up a corridor for them later to join up with him. And Killian says yes. And so they start walking. And that girl is just thinking that, although his grace is supervising, he's never been on a battlefield before. And she wonders if everything will be okay. Meanwhile, that knight says that now she will be under his responsibility and protection, and that he must always stay by his side. Then Aaron says the group must advance and take the territory. And so our hero also asks the couple and Tata to do some aerial reconnaissance. And the two monsters advance to do their scouting. The scene shifts to the entrance of that monastery, and that knight is still herding the children and their mothers like slaves. And one child's mother begs him not to be violent with her son. But that fat knight, that scumbag, tells her to shut her mouth and says she should be grateful to still be alive. The child keeps crying, calling for his mother, which really pisses the knight off. And just as he's about to punch the child, the mother begs him to stop. But then he realizes his arm has been torn off. He's terrified, and when he looks back, Aaron Pendragon is right behind him, staring right at him with this incredibly cold gaze. And so he asks himself, is this Aaron Pendragon? He doesn't understand what's happening. And the woman is overjoyed and says, your grace is here. And finally our boy has found this bastard, the scum of the earth. And so the two of them stare at each other. And that scumbag knight realizes he's surrounded by Pendragon and his knights. He wonders why this useless Pendragon brat is even here. But in that moment, our boy already draws his sword and places it right against his cheek, slashing at him. And with all his authority, he asks, who gave you permission to open your filthy mouth? And the guy starts shaking in his boots right away and begins to run, ordering everyone to kill that boy. And so they all start charging at Pendragon. And our boy is there, drawing his sword from its sheath with another sword in his hand, and he looks really pissed off. And when the sheath hits the ground, he simply lunges at everyone, cutting off all of their heads. This leaves that fat-ass knight completely surprised, wondering what is happening, and if this is really the Pendragon he knows. But, just as our protagonist is about to finish off that bastard, someone stops his sword. This leaves Aaron completely clueless. And even his ex-fiancée doesn't understand what's happening, because it's basically that knight Sir Brandon, saying he's just going to lend him a hand. Lord Bandit Leader. The bandit leader, that scumbag knight, asks who the hell he is, and Aaron immediately takes a step back. And so he says that he is Joseph Brandon, the leader of the Crimson Knight's forces, from the house of Count Seraph. And with this arrogant smile, he says that seeing as he wants to kill this brat, he's going to lend him a hand. But that girl Siri asks her knight what this means. But Aaron tells her to get back. And Brandon tells his lady, please, don't be deceived by this useless man, who has none of what it takes to become a count. He is more suitable for you than this piece of shit. And the fatty says, so this is serious. It's really a fight between you two. And he basically takes the sword from those guys lying dead on the ground and says he'll accept this knight's proposal. and he immediately charges at Pendragon, both of them with their swords, saying that they're going to make him regret underestimating them. And so the girl asks him to be careful. But our boy just looks at them, very suspiciously, and with his sword he blocks both of them at the same time, and throws them both back. He says he won't repeat himself again. A combat dwarf should stay back. And she gets very nervous, not knowing what to say. But he said he'll take care of the knight for her, immediately. And he says he's leaving her in their care. And so that goblin says that the human princess should return to a safe place, while she's thinking that the strength of Sir Brandon is renowned even among the knights. And not to mention there's also the bandit leader, and she wonders if the young master, Aaron, will be okay by himself. But when she looks back, she sees he has so much determination. She blushes on the spot, accepts it, and leaves. And so he tells Tata to do what he ordered that morning, and go hire Turquila. And the harpy says she's going now, while those two scoundrels say it's too late to call for reinforcements, and that he'll be dead long before any reinforcements arrive. But standing before them, he just says that they sure know how to tell a joke. So how about you give it a try? I'll be your opponent and you can come at me. Both of you together. And with that, Brandon immediately goes for it, on top of him. With all that, I tell him not to think he's going to manage, to keep that straight face forever. And no matter how much his personality has changed, that doesn't change the fact that he has no experience on the battlefield, and that he has much more experience than this kid. And so the protagonist keeps dodging Brandon's attacks, and simply puts weight on his sword, thinking, what do you mean who has more experience? And breaks it in half, which leaves the guy completely confused. But right behind him is our boy, and he lands a punch right in his face, which knocks them both down, and he's thrown far away. And now he points his sword at them and says battle experience, and asks, were you talking about experience on the battlefield? And that he's not going to land a single hit on him with that basic swordsmanship. And the protagonist says that he helped him at the castle and drives his blade right into that guy's foot. But Brandon puts up his arm to try and defend himself, and Aaron says that in that case he'll repay his kindness. Please accept it. And basically he cuts off that knight's arm, and after he sees his arm has been cut off, he starts screaming. And Aaron, stepping on him, just asks why he's lying there, and if his job isn't to escort the young lady, Serge. And with this absolutely furious look, he tells him to get up quickly, and to never set foot in his territory again, and simply crying the guy runs away from there. And now Aaron says that's one down. Now this chubby guy is next, and there he is with his arm cut off before our protagonist. You just wonder if he made a pact with the devil, but says that many of his companions are still in this territory, and he can't be planning to kill them all by himself. But he asks if he's forgotten that there are many excellent soldiers in House Pendragon, and so the reinforcements are already on their way. And he says his job is already done, with basically all the knights behind him. And he says that his soldiers will exterminate the remaining pests. And with this arrogant look, he says the trash that betrayed Pendragon, don't even think for a second that you'll have an easy death. And that damned knight immediately falls into despair. And so he basically starts getting trampled by those knights. And after some time, they put that guy inside the monastery, crucified with one arm missing. And there are several slaves there that they used to kill for fun. And our boy looks back and sees that they were tied up and probably drugged. And when he looks the other way, there's a room filled with corpses, which makes him very uncomfortable. And so that guy who still isn't dead, Aaron shoves his blades into his stomach and says he hasn't seen any villagers outside since he got there. He asks if he killed them all, but the guy starts to apologize and beg for forgiveness. But Aaron says, what are you talking about? Forgive you. It seems perfectly fitting that someone like him, who did whatever he pleased in our territory, should be begging for his life. But the chubby guy asks if he's going to kill him, but Aaron says that he's not going to kill him. In fact, he's not even the one who's going to make that decision. He wonders what he's talking about, and so he walks in front of those people and tells them that this man's fate is in their hands. He is going to leave him with them, the villagers who have suffered. This makes the man terrified, and so Aaron tells them to cook him, burn him, to do whatever they please with him. And with that he sheathes his sword and walks away. They begin to talk among themselves, and then agree on what they're going to do. And they get really pissed off. They immediately rush the guy. He trembles in fear, and just begs them to stop not to do it. But they start to stone him, stab him, and do everything possible to that bastard. And after all that, he finally dies. A shower of his own blood is spilled. And now in another moment, our boy is walking through the monastery. He opens a door and enters a room where there's a statue, but hidden. Behind the statue, there's a man with a sword. And at that moment, he attacks Aaron. But Aaron, being faster, doesn't even need to unsheath his sword. He defends himself by throwing the man to the ground, and then he pins him with his blade, pressing it right against his neck. This causes blood to splatter onto the statue. And so he looks at it and calls her Leona, the goddess of light. He asks if she will curse him for spilling blood in front of her without even batting an eye. And so, he says that although he was reborn in this body, gaining another chance at life, he doesn't want to live his life as an imposter. And he'll treat people with the respect they deserve and give the cruel ones the punishment they deserve. And that's the kind of person he is. So he takes off the necklace he was wearing and offers it to the Saintess, saying that this is the path he has chosen, and if she's going to condemn him, she should do it after he achieves what he wants. And with that, he walks away. The scene now shifts to the northern village, and everyone starts to thank Eren. And that woman with her son says she's truly grateful to Eren. Eren tells her that she can feel free to contact them if she needs anything for the reconstruction. And she says, "May God bless your journey, your grace." Everyone is overjoyed, wishing long life to the Pendragons. He then turns and starts to walk away, while the couple asks him if he did a good job and if he can get a reward for it. Tada says that he worked hard too, and Eren says that's right, and that he'll give them a suitable reward. He asks them to wait at the camp, which makes the two of them very happy. And then the night approaches, and says that it seems the village of Norton is doing well for the time being, and that after everything, they're finally going to invade the Ancona forest. But Eren interrupts him and says no. There's still one thing I need to do before that. And now the scene changes to a few days earlier, back at Conrad Castle, in Eren's office. He was talking with that lady, and asking her if what she's saying is that they can use the orcs from the Ancona forest to their advantage. And she said yes. They can't leave the Anchor Forest, since they made an oath to live in its territory, and their combat skills are far superior to normal orcs, and if he can subdue them it will be a great help. But he said that the Ox don't care about anything else, besides fighting and killing. And she asks if he really thinks they'll help them achieve their goals. But she said that all depends on him, and she thinks he already knows about the Ox, that they always follow the strong. To them, the pinnacle of strength are dragons, but he can't borrow Soldrake's power to convince them. Since Eric was considered unworthy by Soldrake, he'll have no other choice but to fight and defeat them, so that they'll follow him. And so he talks about the orcs, and thinks about it. But she says that's to be expected from someone called the God of Death of the Battlefield. And she asks if he's ever fought orcs before. He remembers and says yes. Back when he was still Raven Varg, he fought a gigantically strong orc. But in the end, even though it was difficult, he cut off its head. And he says he fought one right after he had joined the demonic forces. And he managed to win, but it was very difficult. However, if he were to fight an orc now, he probably could. And she says that's great, so he'll be able to do it? And she gets all happy, and says that after defeating the Ancona orcs, he'll be able to easily reach the mausoleum. And he wonders why she makes it sound so easy. And now the scene returns to them walking to where the orcs are, while Killian asks if they're really going to turn the orcs into their allies, and says he's very reluctant to accept it. And Eren says that it'll be difficult to clear the Ancona forest with so few of them, and to reduce casualties. They need strong warriors. And Killian says, but if we fight against the orcs, we'll probably be annihilated. But then Cassal and Tata say that's right, and that picking a fight with the orcs is suicide. And Tata says he doesn't want to die. But Eren says he hates that loser mentality, so they better figure out a way to win, otherwise he'll feed them to the dragon. Just then Eren hears someone arguing nearby, and he realizes that it's Brandon's voice, while Eren wonders if he really hasn't come back yet. But Cassal tells him that this is really bad. Eren asks what is, and he says that those are the Ancona orcs, which makes Eren pretty unhappy. But Killian is very worried, and he immediately heads towards where they are. And then the scene cuts to Sir Brandon and that princess, Seaweed, being surrounded by the orcs. Meanwhile, Brandon, terrified, tells them to stop it. He's already told them to stay away. And Sirg says it's just as she thought. Nothing good happens when she's with him. And she remembers finding him with one arm missing, and asking him why he did that, pointing his sword at Duke Pendragon. That's the same thing as fighting the Empire. If he really wants to rebel, then he can just leave his house. But he gets really nervous about this, and just asks her not to excommunicate him, and that he still has to escort her to the territory. She says yes. His only job was to protect her, and now it's time for him to learn his place. And when they get back, his father will decide his punishment, and he gets really pissed off thinking about it, and she leaves, saying their part in this is over, and now she wants to go back and rest. Then the scene cuts to the orcs confronting them, and the orc tells that human that he's pointing his sword at them. He asks if he wants to die, while a terrified Brandon doesn't know what to do. But just then our boy arrives, and asks what they're doing. And the two of them look, and they don't understand what Eren is doing there. And Sarah is blushing all over looking at him, realizing that Duke Eren has arrived. But Brandon just runs to Eren's side and begs him to save him. Eren wonders how someone like him ever became a knight. And just then Killian tells his grace that it could be very dangerous for him to go there alone. But then the orcs realize they are the Pendragons. So that boy must be Eren Pendragon. He says he's been really wanting to meet him, which made Eren very suspicious. And then, our boy notices that the orc has activated an intimidation skill on everyone, which made everyone uneasy with that aura. And what he realizes is that the skill is caused by the fear they have of the orcs. And he can't even move or breathe properly. And he says that it's just as they imagined. They're very dangerous, and it's time to retreat. But Eren gets off his horse, while everyone is surprised by what he's doing. And so he gets closer to them, and asks everyone to stay right there, and not to draw their weapons. And now standing before the orc, Eren says that he alone is enough to finish off this greenskin. This makes the orc strangely happy, because now he'll finally get a real fight. And then they stare at each other very seriously. Eren asks if they are the orcs of Ancona. The orc gets closer and says yes. So what? Eren just stares at him and realizes that he's trying to assert his dominance over him. But he just lands a headbutt right in his face, which surprises everyone on the spot, including the orcs in the back. Meanwhile, Killian thinks that this is very bad. He's the one who initiated the attack. And after the orc falls, the orcs behind him start to laugh, making fun of him, saying he got a nosebleed just from being hit by a human. This leaves everyone completely confused. And that gigantic orc calls him a bastard and asks what Pendragon is doing here. But Eren says that he's the one who should be asking that. According to the contract they made with the Pendragons, they should be forbidden from leaving the forest. But they came out of it anyway. The orc says that this is all his fault. He's the one who was abandoned by the entity, the guardian of the forest, and they, the orcs, refuse to obey a weakling. And that's why even though they have to obey the guardian entity of the forest, they won't obey the one who lost his equal status with the guardian entity, because he failed to form a pact with her. And he thinks that this guardian entity of the forest he's referring to, it must be the Subrak and the Ark. He says that's why they left the forest, to taste blood and battle freely, while they take control of the territory. And Eren says he understands. They're bloodthirsty. But unfortunately for them, he wants their strength, and he gets closer, saying that they wouldn't obey his orders, and that's why he went to the trouble of coming here. And he asks if he knows why he put his weapons aside. And the Ark becomes very interested in Eren, and says that even though he's just a human, it seems he knows the rules of the orcs. He also drops his weapon, and Eren says he knows them very well. As long as your opponent isn't holding a weapon, you shouldn't hold one either. You must accept any challenge to a duel. This gets the orc really excited. And Eren gets very excited too, and says that then they should fight, following their rules. And so the orc says very well, and the two of them charge at each other. And initially, Eren manages to dodge the orc's first attack, but thinks that it seems to be true, that they have greater combat skill compared to the other orcs. And if he were an ordinary person, his bones would have definitely been crushed. And while Eren is in the air, the orc prepares to strike him, and Eren also retaliates with a kick. And the impact creates a huge gust of wind in the area, which leaves everyone very surprised. And when Eren looks at his foot, he realizes that part of his armor has been broken, and that he's no match for that orc's strength. But he's not as fast as the orc that he fought in the past. And so he says that this guy hasn't used his full power. And the orc says that's pretty obvious, human, saying they would die instantly if he used his full power. And he's already planning to launch another attack on Eren. He says that's why he decided to use his full power, only against opponents who can stop his fist. And Eren just says that it's about time he faced him with all his strength. And Arthur gets ready to land a huge punch on him and says that he already knows it. He thought he would not be able to take a single hit, but it seems he's a very interesting human. And just like that, he lunges to punch Eren, but he dodges. But even so, his cheek gets cut, and he realizes he's gotten faster. He then takes a step back as the orc rushes towards him, asking if he didn't want to fight him. He tells him not to dare die on him now, and with a huge punch he hits Eren. But the protagonist manages to defend himself, while his ex-fiancée is afraid he'll die and the knight is happy he's taking a beating. And the king doesn't even realize what a disaster this is. Tata and the couple are trembling with fear. Someone shouts his name, and now after that huge impact, no one can understand what's happening and where Eren is. But the orc is thinking that his fist definitely hit him. But he has a very strange feeling. Just then Eren emerges from the smoke and says, "Holy crap. My body has gotten all rusty, because I've only been fighting weaklings lately, and he's really messed up. Even his forehead is bleeding." Ciri is very worried about Eren, while the orcs are happy about the fight. And Kina is very worried about him, but he can't believe that he's still standing, after taking a direct hit from an orc. He's never heard of a human winning against an orc in a one-on-one fight. And his grace is the precious heir of the Duke, and protecting his life is his highest priority. And so he tells his men to protect him, but Eric orders them all to wait, to stay put, saying that this battle is just between him and the orc. He doesn't need their protection. The knight is clearly bothered by this, but then he says he understands. And so that old orc approaches and says that this is quite splendid, to think that he's still alive, after facing Karta, the strongest orc in the Ancona forest. And he tells the other orcs that this Pendragon is very interesting. And this Windy says that this will serve as excellent rehabilitation to recover his old senses. And now he says it's time to go all out, while the orc says that he is the first human to survive after taking his punch head on. But it's only a matter of time until he succumbs to his wounds. But the hero just looks at him and asks if he's serious, and if he isn't underestimating him way too much over something of this level. And so he begins to use his regeneration ability and says it was just a scratch. And just like that, the cut on his forehead closes up. The orc is very surprised, realizing that the wound has disappeared. And he says that this Pendragon is truly very interesting, and that now he has his full attention. And he immediately charges at him to land another blow, which shatters the entire ground. But Eren manages to dodge, thinking that to defeat him, he needs to unleash all his power on his vital points and his back. He thinks that to do this, he first needs to restrict his opponent's movements. But the orc's thought process is as simple as it seems. Besides, with his regeneration ability, it'll be a piece of cake. And just like that, the orc charges at him again. He's actually really happy about this fight, and asks where Eren's boldness from before has gone, and why he's just dodging now. Meanwhile, our boy, completely pissed off, says that he's a boring orc, and asks if all the orcs from Ancona are only capable of swinging their fists. This makes the orc really mad. He asks if he's really trying to make fun of them, as he winds up to strike Eren, and says he'll make him regret what he said. But the moment he lands a kick on Eren, our boy gets a happy little look on his face, realizing he fell right into his plan. He manages to block the kick with his arms, but he still gets hit because he let his guard down, which makes the orc yell his name. But the orc says that now his arms are useless, and this is the end for him. But Eren just gives him a little smirk, and says he's finally got him. He basically grabs his leg, and says his arms are just fine, but that this is the end for the orc of Ancona, and that big guy was sure he had broken his bones. He wonders how he can still move. But then he realizes he fell right into it. This was what he wanted from the very beginning. Our boy pulls him up, and then jumps right on top of him, which makes the orc think that this is very bad, and he won't be able to dodge this blow. Meanwhile, Eren, who is furious for getting beaten by him, lands a kick right in his face, which makes the orc lose several teeth. And after Eren lands, the orc falls to the ground seemingly defeated, which leaves everyone surprised, including Savage, who is falling more and more for our boy. And that's when the older orc gets really excited about this fight, while the others are very happy, because that was truly incredible. And they start making fun of that Carta guy, saying that he was defeated by a mere human, and that this Eren is very powerful. After that fight, is hoarse, and asks his companions to treat Eren's wounds. But Eren says that he's perfectly fine, and it doesn't hurt that much. Meanwhile, he asks how he can say that. But Eren just scoffs, and thinks that the pain of regeneration is worse than the wound itself. Well, he should be grateful for this power, having been passed down to him. And he sees his hand trembling for a moment, but after regenerating, he's already perfectly fine. And so he approaches the anchor orcs, and says he heard his name was Carta. And with that protagonist aura of his, he just asks him to obey him, and that this is an order. That orc says that he knows he is the loser, and that he must follow the winner after he lost. So what does he want him to do? Eren says that from now on, they will begin the preparations to conquer the Anchor Forest, and that he must help him with that first, which leaves the orc completely confused. What do you mean, forest? And it's because he was already rejected by the deity, the guardian of the forest. But then Eren says he's going to open the mausoleum, which leaves all the orcs very surprised. He asks if he's planning to make a pact with the deity, the guardian of the forest. And Eren says that's exactly right, and for them to go to Sutor. There will be a horde of monsters so large that they'll get sick of fighting. He then asks if he isn't grateful for that, and that from now on they'll be able to fight every single day. This gets the orcs really excited. But the orc says they won't be that excited, since these monsters can't be considered opponents for them. And he says they'll get to the mausoleum in no time. And Killian says that, if that's the case, then they can take it easy. And so one of those knights hands the sword to Eric, and then when the orc sees that sword, he kneels. And the others follow his lead and kneel as well. And so the boy says that these orcs of Ancona must devote themselves to the Pendragons. He hopes that they will give it their all. And the orc is very happy about this, while Serge is blushing deeply, looking at our protagonist. But Brendan gets really pissed off and jealous seeing this, and now night is falling, and they're in the middle of a bridge, with Eren saying his goodbyes to them. He says he has left some soldiers behind, to escort her back to the territory of House Serge. They can return to their own territory now. And so she says that she truly has no excuses, and Eren looks at that Brendan, and says that the next time he points his sword at him, it's not going to end with just one arm, which makes that knight shake in his boots. The orc just stares at him completely pissed off, making him shit his pants all over again. And so Eren calls the orc to go with him. But after they start to leave, Serge deeply regrets what she did for having canceled the wedding with this man, and she finds herself falling for him more and more. And with Eren up ahead, she thinks that if it's him, he'll definitely be able to open the mausoleum. He's there at the very front of everyone, with that protagonist aura surrounding him. And that girl watching this blushes even more, while Brando gets super pissed because he's dying of jealousy. And after that night fell, and our boy said that they can finally see the Ancona Forest. And everyone gets a bit worried about the Ancona Forest, while Eren says that this is where it all begins, and that they can finally begin the battle he swore to fight. The scene cuts to Sorek looking at the moon, and saying that, so, he has come. And he says that since he's there, he should try to find the entrance to his domain. He the person who does not possess the soul of a Pendragon. And now the next day in the valley of the Ancona Forest, everyone is hunting various monsters. And the orcs are really happy to be hunting monsters too. But they say that killing these little snakes isn't even enough for a warm-up. And Carta says he's sick and tired of facing so many weaklings like this, while the knights are having a tough time fighting those monsters. But our boy arrives to slice one of those flying snakes right down the middle, saving that knight. And he thanks Eren for helping him. And Eren says it's no problem. Before that, he calls for Kratos, that orc mage, and says he'll leave the treatment of the injured to him. And he says he understands, and tells him not to worry about it, because he brought some very effective medicine, so he can leave it to him. But just then Killian approaches, and asks if his grace is injured. And Eren says that he's fine, and asks what the situation is with the remaining soldiers. And Killian says there aren't many monsters upstream, and they can continue their march. But they'll lack the physical strength if they face a battle against demons. And so he looks back and speaks to Carta, asking how much further it is, until they reach a certain domain. And Carta says he doesn't know for sure, but they will see signs at the quarry if they march a little further in that direction. And the only thing he's sure of is the fact that there is a cave that connects the domain of the Guardian entity to this area. And Eren asks if there's anything he should watch out for on the way to the quarry. But the orc says there isn't. The area is still orc territory, and those damned snakes were just looking for water. And Eren says that's good. So they'll press on to the quarry and then set up camp there and look for the cave at dawn. If they run into any battles on the way, the orcs can handle it. And now they will depart immediately. And both Killian and the orc look at him with great confidence. And they say they understand and will now follow Eren. And now night has fallen once again. And Eren is looking up at the sky at the moon. They're going to stop there to set up camp. But he thinks that this place is really sinister, just for a quarry. So he asks Carta why the quarry is sealed off. But Carta says he's not entirely sure about the details. However, according to his elder, the goblins used to mine there with everything they had. There were rumors about how all the goblins disappeared simultaneously at some point, and they never came back. Eren then looks over at Casal, but Casal says he doesn't live in the forest, so he wouldn't know. And besides, he's never heard of goblins mining. Personally, he's much better at stealing than at working. This leaves everyone surprised, because he's so brutally honest. And so Quila approaches and asks his grace, what's the problem? But Eren says it's better if they don't leave this area until the sun comes up. The orcs can continue to keep watch in pairs, so he tells them to set up the tents and let the soldiers rest. He tells Carta he's sorry, but he'll be taking on watch duty. Carta just says it's no problem, and so they finally set up camp. 2 orcs are already asleep along with those monsters, and in the middle of the camp, there's only 1 soldier on watch. But he hears a noise and goes to see what's happening, wondering what that sound is. But by the time he realizes, he's already been struck by a scythe right in the chest. But just as he's about to warn the others, he drops dead. And now the scene cuts to Eren's tent, where he can't get to sleep, thinking that something is wrong. He wonders why the goblins disappeared all at the same time. But he thinks it's not possible that they just disappeared. No, someone made them disappear. But he wonders who the hell would do that. He has no idea that there's someone, a hooded figure at the foot of the mountain. And this figure is a skeleton. With his staff, he activates his power, and hordes of skeletons start rising from the ground. They immediately begin to surround the entire camp. And as if all those skeletons weren't enough, other monsters are awakened. And they're already surrounding the whole camp. At that moment, our boy senses their presence, and immediately draws his 2 swords, rushing out of his tent to fight the monsters. And right in front of him, he sees a gigantic, 2-headed demon rushing right toward him. He charges right at it with everything he's got, wondering where on earth they came from. He says it's no wonder the goblins had disappeared. They must have all been killed by these things. He lands a direct hit on one of the monster's heads, and the impact wakes everyone up. Tata is instantly scared to death. The orcs go to see what's happening, and wonder what the hell that thing is. And all anyone can see is Eric fighting a gigantic demon. He thrusts his blade right into the demon's eye, but even so, it's still not defeated. So then, Eric slices it right across its mouth, slicing the heads off those monsters. And now Killian and Carta are right behind him and ask what the situation is. He then realizes that these are the goblins who used to work in the mines, and Carta wonders how they all died. Aaron says it was a light. Lights are beings that can use the dead as their servants, so it probably killed all of them. And it seems like it wants to stop them from making the oath with the dragon and opening the mausoleum. And he says that as they can see, they're already surrounded, so they have no choice but to deal with them, since they won't disappear until they find the caster. And he says he'll find where the real body is and deal with it, while they need to buy him some time. And so everyone starts to fight. The orcs immediately start taking down several skeleton goblins, while he realizes that there are a huge number of them, and that someone is trying to stop them from restoring the former glory of House Pendragon. However, he won't let them succeed. He thinks about how his grace has changed so much, and it's as if he's become a completely different person. He has no idea. He just thinks that maybe he can achieve what his predecessors couldn't. And besides, the current young master is so much better than the old one. And if it's him, he's sure he'll be able to control the White Dragon and open the mausoleum, restoring their past glory, and making House Pendragon prosper like it used to. And he says that the time of their fall is over. The Pendragons will definitely rise again, and they are the proud White Dragon cavalry. And he immediately cuts off that demon's head. But then the goblins start attacking the silver-haired man while he's fighting some giant snakes. They immediately throw some blades at him, and Aaron thinks that it looks like they're aiming for his life. And that's why he doesn't have any more time to find light. So he changes the movement of his sword, putting that snake right in front of him, which makes those 3 blades hit it square on. He thinks that he doesn't know who the hell plotted all this, but the fall of the Pendragon family and the dismantling of House Varte are all connected, and they must want something from them, since they're trying to stop them. He gets pretty excited about this, and says, "All right, I'll help you," thinking that he'll restore the authority of this house, even against their will. So, feel free to try and stop me anytime. And after that, he's already engaging in combat again, against that giant snake, and he immediately slices it in half. He just thinks that he will reclaim the glory of House Varte with his own 2 hands. He's already heading toward the battlefield, and he just thinks that they've already dealt with many, although they're just goblin skeletons. They won't be able to handle all of them, since there are so many. But when he gets distracted for a moment, a giant scythe comes right for his neck, and it starts to explain that a lich is a sorcerer who sealed his own weapon to become immortal because they violated the laws of nature. And even the Empire, though tolerant of magic and sorcery, punishes them harshly, and they are willing to do anything to achieve their goals. For that reason, the Empire usually orders the Demon Corps to deal with them, since the Empire doesn't care if the soldiers live or die. So there are many casualties, and the main cause of this are the lights. And he has a memory of when he was fighting against one, and behind him that scythe was already there, finishing off one of his comrades, and the guy's head just explodes. And when he looks back, he has no idea what just killed him, and then he looks at the light and realizes it did not move a single muscle. He doesn't know what it did, or if that was magic. And then this other guy starts running, screaming that ghosts exist and he doesn't want to die. But the light just lifts a single finger, making a gesture, and just as that guy says he doesn't want to die, he's already struck in the back by that ghost's scythe, and his head explodes. And Raven thought they only existed in legends, but those chills, they're really here. The light's strongest servants, who can remain hidden. The ghost that can't be seen by people, since it's a spirit, just like the god of death. And when he looks back, there's already a scythe aiming for his neck. He knows that if that scythe hits him, he's going to die. But now somehow, he can feel the scythe's presence, and at the very last second he manages to block it. And a great light bursts from his sword. He doesn't understand what just happened, or what this sword is, but he hears several people telling him to pull himself together. And a child tells his grace that the soldiers are collapsing out of nowhere, and he doesn't know what's happening. But Aaron notices that a large scythe is heading for Quila's back, and he grabs him by the arm and pulls him away, saving him from death. And Quila asks what the hell just happened, while Aaron just thinks that this is a mess. The ghosts all have a similar presence, so those who have never faced them before won't be able to understand. They'll kill them before they even realize what's happening. These ghosts won't disappear, unless he deals with the lich. And the worst part is there isn't just one. And if he leaves this spot, all the soldiers will die without being able to do a thing. He just keeps looking at all the wounded, but he thinks that if he can't deal with the lich right now, they'll be overwhelmed by their numbers. And Tata and the couple, he has good night vision, but they can't search for the lich like this because they're scared to death. And so he thinks that this isn't the Demon Corps, so he can't just abandon them. He has to find a way. But just then that orc mage activates his power, and a great green light begins to envelop the entire area. He grabs Aaron's shoulder and says that now it's his turn. and Eren looks at him, while the mage says that since he's in trouble, he will lend him his strength, and now he can behold the power granted by the great god of the earth. And just like that, countless roots begin to spread all over the area, and from one moment to the next, those roots surround those monsters and then crush them. And a great tree rises up in the middle of them all, and Eric just says he's a complete idiot. If he could use magic, he should have done it sooner. But the orc says that's nonsense. It's a grand spell that requires a lot of preparation. But unfortunately, this isn't the end, and he says that this spell can't be used multiple times. So this will be their first and last chance. He'll have to find Light while the spell is active. So Eren scans the area with his eyes, trying to locate Light's presence. He looks all around, but then he glances back, and finally spots him at the foot of the mountain. And so, after he announces that he's found him, the mage says that he'll somehow deal with the remaining skeletons, and tells him to go on ahead. So Eric starts running in his direction, and then Carta, who's busy defeating several of those skeletons, hears Eric call his name from behind. He says that Light is up there, and just like that, Carta realizes what he's trying to do, and tells him to hurry. He makes a foothold with his hands, and Eren jumps onto them. And with that, Carta launches him upwards, right to where Light is. And with his two swords, he goes in to strike Light. But with his staff, he manages to block both of his swords. And Eren asks if he didn't want his life, because he's right here in front of him. He just thinks that certain spirits have also come up there. And with that, only skeletons are left on the ground. However, his troops will soon reach their limit, and he'll have to end this quickly. And the Lich, absolutely furious, begins to activate his magic. And several giant skeletal hands erupt from the ground. But Eren shatters them with ease, and just as he's attacked, gigantic forces emerge to strike him. But he manages to dodge at the last second. Realizing this is a bad situation, the ghosts are protecting the Lich. He backs away thinking it's too dangerous, and that he won't be able to get close this way. But just then the Lich activates another spell, a fire spell. A gigantic fireball hurtles toward Eren, but he manages to dodge it, completely unsure of what's happening. He realizes the Lich has cut off his escape route, with fire, and the ghosts are closing in on him too. This Lich is much smarter than he thought, and so he's surrounded by the ghosts and the Lich, and they're already aiming for his heart. But the sword he was using begins to glow, and blue flames begin to radiate from his body. The Lich grows concerned by that power, and those blue flames, they begin to swirl around Eren's entire body, and a voice from the blue flame asks who he is, saying that they share a common soul. It says it will wait for him, so he must prove himself when he reaches the end. This unknown soul, the one speaking to him was the dragon. Eren recognizes its voice and says its name, Drake, and he radiates all that power because of the sword. And when he opens his eyes, what look like dragon wings have formed around him, and the power of Drake is now linked with him, which leaves the Lich very concerned. And just like that, he realizes that now he can see ghosts, and they are very ugly beings. He says it's the first time he's ever seen one, and the ghosts are coming right for him. But he activates that sword aura, and with his eyes glowing and wings sprouting from his back, he immediately attacks those ghosts. And easily with the flames of his sword he manages to finish them off, thinking it's child's play. Then he immediately leaves to attack the elite monster, and now the elite has nowhere left to run. And so the protagonist with his sword strikes it right into the forehead and says that now it's finally over. He then watches as the Lich burns from the flames of the sword, and with that he sees its body disintegrating, and then its staff is also destroyed, and all those goblins and skeletons fall to the ground. And so one of the knights says that the skeletons have stopped moving. And the orc mage says that the Lord has dealt with the Lich. With that, even the bodies of the goblins begin to disintegrate. And the mage says it's because they lost their leader and have turned into a mist. Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain, our boy is looking up at the sky, noticing that all of those souls are ascending into the clouds. And after he comes down, he realizes that they lost several knights, and his friends are crying over their losses, while Killian is crying his eyes out. But Eren doesn't cry because he's a very cold person. After that, they bury the dead and return to the camp to rest. And in his tent, the protagonist was cleaning his sword, but he falls asleep. However, he begins to have a memory of when he received a letter and realizes that these are the memories of that day, when he received that letter from someone, and right after he was already being accused. But he said it wasn't him, that this was wrong, and that it was just a misunderstanding and everything was a setup. But then he's arrested. He just says he's very sorry for his father, his mother, and his brother, but thinks he has to stop remembering this. But he keeps remembering the time when he was surrounded by several nobles, staring at him, and the three heads of his family members were right in front of him, and he was there crying back when he was Raven. And now the memory of Eren comes, who was just begging his father not to die, saying that he'll become a dragon knight, and that he'll be a good Pendragon. So please don't die. And after he has these memories, which are somehow linked He wakes up in a panic and breaks into a cold sweat. But then he gets really pissed off and storms out of the tent because he can't sleep. And so that orc asks if he's still awake, because it's already really late. But Aaron tells Kratu that after everything that happened, he's still on watch and that he can go to sleep too. But the mage says that orcs are strong, and he'll be fine. Besides, it would only lead to more sacrifices if he let the humans stand watch. And so our boy looks at the buried people, and Kratu says it was a tough fight. And Aaron said it was this sword that saved him. And the mage just stared at it, while Aaron said that this sword, the highly esteemed Sword Widow's Mourning, gave him the power to protect himself from the phantom's scythes, and it was the flames of Subrak. And so the orc, asking if he's talking about the guardian deity of the forest. And Aaron says that this sword possesses the power of Subrak, which can see through all things, remembering the moment he opened his eyes with that Souter power that linked with him and he was able to see the ghosts. Meanwhile, he thinks that the white dragon knows he isn't Aaron but actually Raven. But he just had a memory of Aaron's, linked with his own memories. He wonders why he dreamt about Aaron, and just then his head starts to hurt. The mage asks what happened, but Aaron just glares at him really pissed off. The mage then asks why he's so angry, but Aaron just says it was nothing. It's just because he's in a bad mood, because he can't get any sleep. So Karta asks why he didn't go get some rest, but Aaron stays silent. Then he says it's because he had a nightmare. The mage realizes he's not going to say anything more about it, and says he understands. And now it's morning, and everyone is ready to leave. As they all stare at the forest, Karta says he has a bad feeling about this, and the mage agrees with him, saying that looking at that, their chances of returning safely have gotten even smaller. And when they look at what's in front of them, a completely dark place, also surrounded by a dark power. Then Killian says that monsters' senses are already much stronger than humans. And if he feels that something is there, it means there is. And then Aaron says it can only be mausoleum. He remembers that dream he had before and gets really pissed off again, thinking that Souter is waiting for Aaron, but that he needs his power. To get revenge for what happened to House Varte, he's going to have to make the dragon listen to him. And he remembers that something happened to that dragon on the battlefield. And just like that, he draws his sword and thinks that somehow he was reborn as Aaron. He starts to remember all that power he had before and thinks that the dragon must know something. So he tells everyone to get ready to enter the mausoleum. And now they enter the cave where the mausoleum is probably located, and inside there are a lot of crystals. And the cat guy starts to smell something and tries to listen for any sound. He says that this is definitely the place. Meanwhile, Killian says that this ability is really incredible. And Aaron says that it is in fact the orc's senses. They can detect the flow of the atmosphere and find water sources. Their sensitivity is the best for this situation. And as soon as they arrive, they see something strange. He asks Kratos what that is, and the mage says he sensed something. And when he looks ahead, he sees it's a spirit. And since no one had ever seen spirits before, they are very surprised. And now he arrives at a very bright waterfall, and the mage says there are water spirits in that place. Aaron asks, what do you mean water spirits? And if they're dangerous? But the mage says it's nothing like that. However, this cave has almost no life force, and it's a special place that cannot be reached because of the protection of the great earth god. And they shouldn't go there. And he thinks about this, and Killian asks if maybe they should leave. But Kratos said there are some stairs behind that waterfall. Maybe that's the way out, and Eric is just staring at that thing behind the waterfall, and says there's something shiny in the middle of it. It looks like a dish, but the mage doesn't understand what he's saying. But when he realizes, the water starts to take shape, and before they know it, they don't understand what's happening. And Eric is completely surprised, asking what kind of turtle that is, and the mage says that it's the water spirit, and it immediately lunges at them to attack, while the mage says it must be trying to protect something. And Aaron wonders if there's some kind of treasure there, but the mage said that he saw something in the middle of that water fall, and that must be what it's protecting. And even though before, this whole protection thing of the great earth god didn't exist there, there must be something there that made the spirits turn against them. And Aaron says that by the looks of it, they want to finish them off, to protect the treasure. And the mage says it seems so. While our boy gets really worried about this, but he doesn't point his sword at the turtle. And everyone gets worried about him going alone, unarmed, and so he gets closer walking on the water, and asks it to calm down, and he shows it his sword, and tells that spirit to calm down, and simply the power of that sword made the spirit calm down, and then a light rain starts to fall, and our boy is just standing there looking all handsome, and just like that, a passage opens up in that waterfall, and he sees the shield with the Pentagon emblem, and afterward Killer is carrying that shield, and says that this must be a treasure, and it's definitely a wonderful shield, and it heals the wounds of its wielder, and even heals the soldier's wounds, and Elle wonders if that's really it. But the mage says it is a good thing. He made the spirits retreat. Then he realizes what he was talking about yesterday. The power of the sword, of the widow's mourning, and El just stares at it, not quite sure what it is, and says he doesn't know why, but he felt something, and it just happened. And Krater says that his face doesn't look too good, and Karta says that this was the power of the divinity, the guardian of the forest. But Quila gets really pissed, saying that all of this belongs to the Pendragons, and Eren thinks that's right. The power of Soli is the power of the Pendragons. In other words, it's not your power. And once again, he has that memory of when the father of Eren died. And he gets very irritated by this, but he's sure that he is Raven Wart. And so after walking for a while, they arrive at the entrance of Mausolel, and Killian says that they've finally arrived. This is Mausolel, the domain of Surik, and now they are in front of Mausolel. Eren's sword begins to glow, while the knight asks why the widow's mourning is like this, and Eren says that it's reacting and for sure, this is Mausolel. So he points the sword at Mausolel, and an explosion happens in the middle of the door, and they ask what all that mist is. But when Eren looks, there's someone coming towards him, and he shouts thinking it's a knight. But when it reveals itself, they don't understand what it is, and El is very surprised. But at that very moment, he recognizes him as Gordon Pendragon, and that spirit is already looking right at him. And so everyone wonders if that is the predecessor, Gordon Pendragon, and why he is there. But the protagonist grows thoughtful, noting that he has a translucent body. He looks a lot like a ghost. But besides that, why does he know this man's name? And then he has that same memory of Eren's father dying. And so he understands that these are Eren's memories. And in this case, Gordon was Eren's father. And so he raises his sword, and a great light appears in the sky. And they don't quite understand what it is. But when they look, they see the shadow of a dragon against the moon. They're shocked by the scene, and the orcs are in awe of the dragon. And when it reveals its horns, the monsters tremble in fear. But when it reveals its eyes, Eren says that it has finally appeared. And now the warrior that stands before them lands right behind Gordon Pendragon. Now the two of them are standing before our protagonist. And Quina says this is so beautiful. The orcs say that this is the guardian entity, but the protagonist remains silent, staring at Sorek. And then he hears a voice asking who he is. This makes Eren tremble to his core. He immediately looks at Gordon, who was staring back, pointing a sword, and so Gordon asks who he is. Then Quiles understands what's happening. He asks if Lord Gordon just spoke, but the orc says that's not possible. He's just a ghost. And Eren thinks that it's just like before, when he met Gordon Pendragon at the Lobatian bakery. It was the same voice that asked who he was, and basically the being that spoke before and the one speaking now wasn't even Eren, nor was it Gordon, but the voice of Sorek. And he's the one speaking to him right now. And so Sorek asks once more who he is. And they are pretty shocked looking at Eren, and the boy shouts that he is Eren Pendragon. But Sorek looks at him and gets closer, while he wonders what's happening. But the dragon says that he is not Eren, and he can't think he can deceive his eyes, and he's going to ask one more time, who is he? Just then, he starts to have memories of when he was watching his parents die, in this case Eren's father, and then when he was thrown to the demons and finally murdered by his commander, who was plotting everything against them. He starts to run out of air, and can't speak amidst that immense pressure, and he can't understand why his head hurts so much, and feels like it's splitting apart. And he keeps thinking about who he really is, while Sorek stares at him with this immense pressure. And his friends ask if he's okay. And Sorek, looking at him one more time, asks who he is. But our boy becomes desperate, and can't speak very well. He remembers when he was Raven, Varte, all the things they did to him. But he doesn't understand why his memories are flowing non-stop, because he doesn't want to see them again. And the memories of when he was thrown into the demonic body, and then had to face several monsters. And in the end, his mission to protect Eren Pendragon. And so, he understands that the dragon is showing him these memories. And just like that, a soldier asks once again who he is. And he, being completely desperate, doesn't quite know what to say. But he has Eren's memories. He sees the Duke's wife and Duke Gordon himself, and then her holding a baby who was Eren. And he knows it's not him, but Eren, who's playing with the knights and telling stories to his sisters. Then crying at his father's deathbed. And when he makes a painting of a knight riding a horse. And that one, that's Eren. And right after the memories, he starts coughing up blood, which makes everyone worried about him. But the giant dragon is still in front of him, and asks again, who are you? And the protagonist, bleeding, says quietly that he is Raven Varte. But then he remembers when he woke up as Eren Pendragon, and Lens was so worried about him. And afterwards, his two sisters came to see him, both Eren and Mia. And also when Eren's mother hugged him, and right after when he encountered those monsters, and then fought against the oxes, and when he was standing before that damned fat man, along with his knights. And he thinks that these are his memories, and his friends keep telling him to hang on. And Killian says that they have to protect Lord Eren, even if they have to die. Meanwhile, the orc says that they don't have a choice. But the orc mage stops that guy and asks if he's planning to go against the guardian deity, and he says that they fought each other, and he defeated him. so he is his companion. And if things keep going like this, he's going to die. But Eren keeps bleeding, and finally he knows what to do, and who he is. And he starts to get up speaking to Sarek, while the dragon stares. And now leaning on his sword in front of Sarek, he says that he is the rightful heir of the duchy. Pendragon, Eren Pendragon screaming with all his might. And just like that, the dragon is surprised to hear him speak that way. And our boy is there all beaten up. But by doing this, that Gordon, who was looking at him so seriously, finally smiles and his spirit disperses. While Eren doesn't understand why he disappeared. And so Sarek raises his head and begins to let out a great roar under the moon, which sends everyone flying with the wind, not understanding what's happening, because that roar is so powerful. And so he stops and starts approaching Eren and says that the oath is complete. Eren Pendragon and also Raven Wart. And so he concludes, saying that someone like him will succeed the Pendragons. And finally both Raven Wart and Eren Pendragon managed to open the mausoleum and made a pact with the white dragon, Sarek, which is going to turn this world upside down. After that, his friends rush over to him, but he asks them to stop and not to worry, because he's all right. And he tells them that the oath is finally complete, and he was chosen by Sarek. This leaves them stunned for a moment, but then overjoyed they start to celebrate, saying that Eren was the chosen one, and the future of the Pendragons is secured. And the orcs say that from now on, they stand with the guardian deity. And this is a great achievement. And Carden says he's the only one who can defeat them. But then the soldier raises his head again, and Eric doesn't understand what's happening. He asks him what's wrong, and he says that a visitor has arrived. But when he looks, he thinks they're birds coming from the sky. But soon after, he becomes terrified. And everyone else also realizes what they were. And when they look, they see several dragons arriving. They begin to circle Sarek and Eric. Meanwhile, our boy still can't believe that there are 6 dragons staring directly at them. And so they descend and surround them. And Tata and the couple immediately start trembling in fear. And our boy doesn't understand what's going on there. But the voice of one of those dragons asks if this is the Queen's new contractor. This startles Eren instantly as he stares at that dragon. And Souter confirms that that's right. Miliarte. He says he didn't summon them, so why have they come? And that the oath with the Pendragons has nothing to do with them. Then another dragon from behind says, not this time. And the one who spoke his name was Gugion. He says they came because they were supposed to, and the Queen must know the reason. And the soldier looks at them and asks if they have the right to question him. The dragons look at each other. Then one dragon approaches him and says that nevertheless, he sensed something more in this human. It's not just about his aura, but rather the auras of both the demon god and the dragon god. Both auras are inside this human, and at that moment, Suderich starts to roar at them, which once again terrifies all of Eren's soldiers, and the dragons are quite surprised by this. And now Suderich faces them, and says that they are unwelcome visitors, telling them to leave her territory now, and she orders them to leave as the Dragon King. And when Eren looks on, he doesn't understand what she just said. What does she mean? Dragon King. And the other dragons understand. One of them approaches and says that they will leave today. However, if one day this human returns to this land, everything will become clear. With that, they begin to fly away and leave, while Karta asks what just happened, and the couple says it looked like they were talking to each other. Meanwhile, the mage says that the voices of dragons can only be heard by those they are speaking with. He heard her voice through Lord Gordon before the oath was made, but now they couldn't hear a thing. And Eren thinks to himself that he was the only one who could hear it. But Suderich's voice, it really did stop after the oath was completed. But putting that aside, he thinks that there are 6 dragons, a dragon king and a demon king. And there are so many things he still doesn't know. But maybe she knows the dragon queen. He thinks she must know why he came back to life as Eren. And so he approaches her and says he has a question for Suderich and asks if she could lower her head model because your neck is getting tired from looking up. This makes her very surprised. And she says that if that's the case, there's a better way. And just like that, blue flames begin to surround her body and her spirit starts to dissipate. Nobody understands what's happening, and they wonder if she disappeared. But then a bright flash blinds everyone for a moment, and right after, Eren opens his eyes, and when everyone looks, they wonder where Sorek went. But a voice says that he's right there. Eren was looking up, where Sorek's head used to be. But when he looks down into his line of sight, he sees something transforming. It's the Dragon Queen in her human form, and so she approaches them with these incredibly badass wings, and this is the Dragon Queen Sorek. This leaves everyone completely stunned, because they can't believe what they're seeing. Even I was shocked by the appearance of the Dragon King, or rather Dragon Queen. And after being utterly shocked, they're finally heading back home, with Sarek accompanying our boy on foot, while he's riding his horse. But that orc in the back asks Killian if he understands what they're talking about. But Killian is confused, asking why he's being asked that. He says if the orc wants to know, he should just go and ask. but he gets really nervous, saying that he can't do that. And the orc mage explains that the anchor orcs, can't just approach the forest's guardian deity so easily. And he says that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to hear her. What they're talking about, since they can't hear Surek's voice. And for some reason, they can't hear their own lord's voice either. But he keeps thinking that he's a dragon, transforming into a human, and he's never heard of that before. And just by watching them, he says that in the end she's actually quite beautiful, which leaves the orc completely confused. Meanwhile, the orc mage says that he won't be commenting on that. And they say that if they're seen by Surek's eyes, their bodies will freeze in fear. And then it cuts back to the conversation between Surek and Eren, and he asks who those 6 dragons from before were. He says they seemed really dissatisfied with his oath, and he doesn't understand why they were fighting. And she just says that's something only time will tell, and he falls silent, not really understanding what she's trying to say there. But then, he tells her that she showed him his past as Raven again, so she must know about his unexplained death, and Eren's, and also about Baltai's words. And she certainly knows something about these things, about why he returned as Eren, but she just keeps saying that time will tell him the reason, which makes him pretty irritated. And he starts yelling and pointing at her, saying that's the only thing she knows how to say. And can't she just tell him everything at once? But she says that he certainly talks too much, and the Pendragons rarely speak to her, which makes him very suspicious about that, wondering what the hell her problem is. He thought that by just making an oath with her, he would finally understand something. But in the end, he still doesn't understand a damn thing. But at that moment, he feels something strange. And when he notices looking up, there's a monster coming to devour him and the orc. Killian immediately screams his name, realizing it's a gigantic demon, and Eren draws his sword. But just as he was about to strike it, Sandra, with just her bare hand, finishes off the monster by ripping its neck off. This leaves everyone stunned in that moment, staring at the monstrous scene, realizing that it was much faster than they could even see. And basically, she grabbed the monster's flesh and just stared at it. And then she opens her mouth to eat the demon, leaving Eren's soldiers and her new monster friends absolutely terrified. And Guilherme says that even in this human form, she still doesn't seem human, even though she's very beautiful. And she definitely doesn't act like a human. And Ed just stares at it all, watching her eat that demon flesh. And after a while, they set up their tents to rest. And the other girl is sitting on a tree branch looking at the sky. And our guy starts to approach her and calls out her name. And when she looks, he's hunted an animal for them to eat together. And after that, he's already cut the animal into several pieces and started to cook the meat over the fire. This left her not quite understanding what that was. And after a bit, he shows her the cooked meat, which leaves her quite surprised. And he tells her that when she's in human form, she should eat this way, showing her how it's done. And just like that, she learns and starts to eat the same way he told her to. And she says that he really is a Pendragon. Very interesting. And he, looking directly at her, says that he is a Pendragon, but he's also a raven. This leaves her deep in thought, and they stare at each other for a while. And our boy says he's going to stop talking about the past, since she wouldn't understand it anyway. And this is something he does often. He asks if the meat isn't good, which leaves her quite surprised, seeing the way he's talking to her, so completely unconcerned. And so he says that, by the way, there's something he wants to ask her. But then she just says soul, which leaves him completely unable to understand what she's trying to say. And she gives him a little smile and says that from now on he can call her soul. This leaves him completely speechless, realizing that she smiled. And that's when he understands that in the end, even dragons can laugh. And so he calls her soul and asks about the dragon god and the demon god. And she just replies once again in that same way, saying that time will tell. This gets him pretty annoyed again, and he starts yelling at her once more. And after that night, Eren and the others finally return. And at the gate of his castle, there are several maids lined up, waiting for his return. And inside the castle, his mother, his sisters, the maid, and that butler run to the balcony to see Eren's return, and the others. And his mother gets very emotional, saying that she's very proud of her son, while the beautiful woman thinks that she was very worried after seeing her son go away, but thank goodness he came back safe and sound. And so everyone starts shouting that finally Lord Eren the Duke Pendragon has returned. He walks toward his people surrounding him, and right behind him is Solda in her human form, which surprises her sisters and Lindsay. And even the monsters are there too, which also surprises everyone. The orcs are with them as well. Finally, of course, Solda starts flying above Eren, which leaves the butler completely shocked, seeing that there's a goblin, a harpy, and an ogre. Why are these demons here, and who the hell is that woman with wings? And his mother stares intently at that woman and realizes who that being is. Our boy then speaks for everyone to hear, drawing his sword, declaring that the Pendragons have won, and that today the dragon will be with them once more, looking directly at her. This leaves the maids and his family not understanding a single thing. But then the jewels on Solda's forehead begin to glow, and there she goes, sort of transforming back into a dragon. and after that immense flash of light, they look up completely shocked, realizing that the one above Eren is none other than the dragon Solda. She begins to fly over Pendragon Castle, while everyone shouts that they're going to have a great banquet tonight. Night has now fallen, and they're setting off lots of fireworks. In the middle of the banquet are several noble families, and his sister sitting at the table is talking with Lindsay, and the maid says that the festival is huge, and it's her first time seeing one. And Eren says that this is to celebrate the pact between her brother and the White Dragon. The lords from the country and neighboring lands, the influential merchants, are also here, but Alice looks from side to side, wondering where the lord is. And our boy is there heading towards Saurik, who is sitting in her human form, looking up at the sky. And he asks her why she isn't at the banquet, calling her son. And she notices his presence and says that it doesn't matter if he's Eren or Raven. But hasn't he already talked to her enough? This leaves him quite thoughtful, saying he doesn't understand anything anymore. And she says that as the head of the Pendragon family, he should be busy with the banquet. But he says he has already greeted the guests, which was certainly a tedious task. And she certainly knows a lot about human society. And she says she's been with the Pendragons for a long time, but she's never heard of a dragon going to a banquet. And he asks why she's saying that, since she can even take on a human form. And she just stares at him, not quite understanding what he's talking about. And she says it's just as she thought. He really is different from the previous Pendragons. And at that moment, she just starts flying out of the blue, which surprises our silver-haired boy as he watches her leave into the sky. And when he looks to the side, there are several girls running in his direction, saying that so this is where he was, Duke Pendragon. And they really want to hear how he made the pact with the dragon, which makes him really nervous on the spot. And meanwhile, after settling in and greeting the guests, this old man says she has a beautiful body and asks if she would like to be his mistress, which makes her very uncomfortable. But when she looks to the side, she sees Eric with several women, and they're saying they've never heard of anyone who defeated an ogre in hand-to-hand combat, and that he's really cool, and he gets all flustered, and one of them introduces herself as Mabel, who is the chamber's goddaughter. Giovanni is a member of House Goldman, and the other woman gets really irritated with her, saying that she isn't even a noble, and is just a merchant, and she starts to show off the jewels on her hand, and asks if she didn't know that House Goldman is solely responsible for carrying the Empire's economy on its back, and she asks if her house is capable of selling mithril jewels like these, which makes the other woman really angry, telling her not to brag about it. And they start arguing about who is the best between them, which really pisses Eren off. And in the middle of that argument, he gives them the slip and starts to sneak away, thinking that all of them want to be with him. But he doesn't want to be bothered by it. But then he realizes there's a lot of shouting coming toward him, and it's that orc drinking, with Killian saying he could only handle 10 and is already stopping. He's really weak, and the mage and the other monsters are over there playing with his younger sister. And the mage says this is little Pendragon magic, and she gets really happy seeing the rabbit move. And after staring at each other for a bit, Orcas calls Pedro over for a drink, but Guilherme says that he is busy. He can't do it. And Enzo gives them a little smile and walks over saying it's all right. He can't let him lose at drinking too. This makes Orcas very happy, and instead of just staring at each other, they realize that in the end they're all quite happy drinking together. After that, the party is kind of winding down, and after drinking quite a lot, Eren is walking to his room, while the kind Linda helps him. He apologizes to her for being so much trouble, but she says it's okay, and that she saw how much fun he had today, so different from how he used to be after his father died. She's really happy about it, and he asks, really, while saying, by the way, where's my mother? And so they start to enter the room. But when they walk in, a line of women is waiting for him inside his room. He comes face to face with all those women from before, which leaves him completely shocked, with no idea what's happening. And at that moment, a female voice asks if any of them are to his liking. He's utterly shocked, seeing his sister and his mother standing right in the center. She tells him that he made a pact with the dragon, and because of that he must produce an heir, and this is his duty as a Pendragon. Now he must choose which of them will bear his child. This leaves both of them in complete shock, and he just lets out a huge scream, asking what she is talking about. And seeing all those women, he asks his mother if he has to choose one of them. And she says that it's an old tradition. After the pact with the dragon is made, neighboring nobles will send women to produce an heir for a Pendragon, and originally it was Luna of Surge who was supposed to be his bride. But since they aren't present, she won't be able to do it. This makes his sister very tearful, saying that in the end her sister Luna ended up giving up her engagement just like that. And the protagonist gets really pensive about this, but his sister tells him to calm down, because today several esteemed families, like the Siri family, are here, and one of them says that's right. She was from the house of Pao Puksho, those who inherited the blood of the first emperor. This means that their lineage is more noble than the Imperial family itself, and another says that the general of the Imperial army is from her house. They are able to mobilize the troops at any moment, and violence is the most powerful force in the world. And the other one says she's being very stupid, that the future will belong to those who understand economics, and money is everything. And those women just keep arguing among themselves, while Eric just stares at them. And his mother approaches, and asks him to listen to her. But he asks if he really has to choose from among the people in this room, and she's very surprised by this statement. And she ends up lowering her voice, saying that this is the Pendragon tradition, and he says he understands. So he's going to choose Lindsay to be his lover. This takes Lindsay completely by surprise, as well as his mother and his sister. And all those women are shocked by his choice, and Lindsay just starts looking at him, not understanding a single thing. But just as she was about to deny it, our protagonist asks her to calm down, saying that she always took care of him, and when he went on that expedition, she got covered in soot, and he was captivated by her bravery, and ended up making a mistake. He needs to take responsibility. This makes her blush instantly, realizing that he's making up a story. Then he apologizes to everyone there for having kept quiet until now. But his mother says that it's all right. He's a man after all, and the meaning behind this custom is to ensure the continuity and stability of their house. So he says that he understands. However, those women, they only came because they heard that he had made a pact with the dragon. And at that moment they came skipping over, but when they needed his help, they weren't there to lend a hand. And the one who remained by his side for 3 years, with no ulterior motives, was solely Lindsay. This makes her blush all over again. And those prospective brides start yelling at him, saying that she's just a maid. But he shoots them a serious glare, and says that means nothing to him. Those who depend on the prestige of their own house are just a bunch of idiots. This leaves them all petrified on the spot, and his mother and his sister are very surprised by his statements. And as he embraces Lindsay, he says that in addition he already has companions, ones who have been supporting them all this time. Killian and his soldiers, the unparalleled orcs of Ancona and the goblin, Kassal and Harpitata. They went with him to the mausoleum without hesitation, and he trusts them completely, and they are his comrades. He takes his mother's hand and asks if the Pendragons have become weaker because of their reliance on alliances, which makes his mother and sister blush on the spot. And Lindsay is also happy with his statement, and so he looks at Lindsay and asks if she wishes to be his lover, which makes her tremble with fear right then and there. And she says, "Of course, my lord." And then he embraces her and says out loud that, from now on, the maid Lindsay has become his fiancée. And after that, he enters his office again, and that lady approaches him and says that it was a tremendous spectacle. And she always thought of him as a crude soldier, but in the end, those were his true intentions. And he just remains silent, listening to what she's saying about him. And then he asks if she's really there, with the mausoleum open. And she said she wanted to see her descendant's face one more time before she departs. And she says that he's changed a lot since the first time she saw him. However, this path of alliances will not be an empty one this time. And he said that he has a plan, which makes her very surprised. And he says that the Pendragons have recovered their dragon's strength, and there are many people who want to invest in them, and especially in him, Raven. He wants to gather people who will become the heroes of the future, which leaves her quite surprised by this idea of his. And he keeps talking. If he can make those future heroes become his loyal subordinates, while they're still unknown, they could build an even more powerful army, both domestically and internationally. And she says she gets it, already grabbing him by the arm, asking if the throne is his goal. But he tells her not to touch him, calling her a ghost. So she asks if she can hug him, but he just tells her to stop. So she backs away and says she was just messing with him, and that she no longer has any regrets. He just stays silent. But then he says, 6 dragons came while I was making a pact with Saul. And surprised, she asks if the other dragons appeared, and he says yes. The black dragon said something about the dragon god and the demon god, and from the little I understood of the conversation, it seems there's a reason behind my reincarnation. Just like Aaron and Baltai also said back then, that everything is connected. And then she said it was the first time she had ever heard of the dragon god and the demon god. And she asks if Sauter was the one who said something about it. He just says that the only thing that white dragon said was that time would tell him. And she's smiling and says that he's really warming up to her. And he asks what she is talking about. She says he just called her Saul, but he just says that's what she asked him to call her. And they are the only people he can talk to about himself. But when he looks, the grandmother starts to disappear, and he's completely shocked by it. She's crying as she fades away, saying that now she has to go. But he's in so much shock that he tells her to stop. But she said that regardless of his goal, whether it's becoming Raven or Warren, she truly believes he can achieve it. And at the same time, she's happy and crying, calling him her dear Pendragon, touching and caressing his face. And in that moment, he calls her Grandma, giving her a big tight hug. This leaves her quite surprised, and so she closes her eyes, and tells him that from now on, he must continue as Aaron Pendragon and also as Raven Varte. And after that hug and those final words, she disappears like the wind. He feels an emptiness in that moment, saying that he will definitely succeed for his aunt. And now dawn has broken, and out of nowhere a wedding is already taking place. It was in the year 314 of the Imperial calendar. Eric Pendragon and Lindsay were joined as husband and wife. And now it's night, and our MC is there sitting on his bed, when a voice from the window begins to speak to him, saying that he chose that girl after all, calling him contractor. And when he realizes it, the beautiful Saul is there, standing at his window. He then asks her if she knew the reason behind the banquet, and she says that she did. However, why did you choose the servant? And he said that there are too many obligations if he were to have an arranged marriage. And if it's already difficult to do what he wants to do, it doesn't matter who he does it with. It's better to just get it over with. And she's very surprised, saying that this must mean he's not interested in her. But he looks very thoughtful, and says that she took care of a dying Aaron for 3 years, so he trusts her. And by the way, he asks where she was, because she suddenly just flew off that day. Then she says Rhea. He asks what she's talking about, and she says that on the cliff behind the castle, there's a stone statue of a dragon, and that's where she lives, after making her oath with the Pendragons. And he asks her if it isn't boring, staying there all alone. And she says it would be that way anywhere. No one can hear her anyway. But he says that Lord Pendragon can. And she says she's never talked with the Pendragons until now, not even with Gordon or his ancestor Clane, which leaves him really surprised by what she says. And she said they never wanted her to take on that form. So out of respect, she remained in Rhea. And he just thinks about what his grandma Adia told him, that apparently he got along very well with her. And he remembers the way she spoke to him, even though he was always talking a lot, and it's extremely rare for the Pendragons to want to talk to her. So he just stares at her, thinking about how she's been like this for centuries. But then she says that it doesn't matter if he's Aaron or Raven. In the end, he's her contractor. But he calls her Soul, and says he can't get used to the way she addresses him. She can call him whatever she wants. It's only fair that way, which takes her completely by surprise. She says that in that case, she'll call him Hi, which leaves him pretty surprised by that, thinking Hi. That was what his older brother used to call him. And he's just thinking about his brother, and when she notices this, she asks if he doesn't like it when she calls him that. But he says no, he really likes it, and she can call him that from now on, giving her a little smile. This leaves her very surprised, and then he gives a little smile too, saying that he certainly is very different from the other Pendragons who came before. She gives him another beautiful little smile, and then she looks up at the sky and says to Alex, "The first Pendragon, it seems your promise will finally be fulfilled." And after that day, the news that the Pendragons had made a pact with the dragon once again became known throughout all the lands of the Empire. And many people were talking about it, saying that their territory is the same size as a small empire. However, they only had 5 knights. And the other guy on the horse says that if everything goes well, they'll get the land and a noble title. And they ask the boy behind them what he thinks about it. And now in a land a bit far away, a guy sitting in a chair says that not only the dragon, but the demons and orcs of Ancona also follow him. And that guy says he's very interested in the Pendragon Empire. After that, the scene shifts to Castle Surge, and Surge's father says that in the end they were played for fools, because that Aaron Pendragon made a pact with the dragon, and he can't even rest now. This leaves his daughter thinking a lot about Aaron, and she even blushes quite a bit. In a very distant place, there's a guy using magic, saying that Aaron Pendragon made a pact with the dragon. And another guy says that for the world they want to create, this Aaron is an obstacle. And then burns Aaron Pendragon's announcement. Another guy is eating some meat, and says that in that case they should just let him handle it. And he just glares at those two people. The hooded man says that he's been waiting for him. The mad dog of the Empire, the man from the Demon Association, Tuvan Boltai. And that damn Boltai just gives them a little smirk. And after that, the next day dawned, and someone wishes Lord Aaron a good morning, and our boy tying his hair thanks her. She asks him where he's headed today, and he says he's going to Barento Gate to recruit some soldiers. And now the scene shifts to Barento Gate, and Killian is there yelling at the others, asking where their energy went. It's only been an hour, and yet they're already in this state. And the soldiers are completely exhausted from training. Killian says that if they keep this up, they won't be able to fulfill their duty as a knight, a Pendragon knight. Just then our boy appears before Killian, saying that he really managed to pull it off, and asks how the basic training for the rookies is going. And Killian, he says that they claim they want to be knights. However, he's afraid they're just all talk, and don't have the proper determination. And he says that it's the first time they've recruited in a long time, so it's only natural that they're aiming for quality. And he also asks if it isn't his job to discipline them, the dear leader of the cavalry. which is a direct hit to our boy Killian's ego, and he looks pretty happy about it, asking if they heard that. The Lord is expecting a lot from them, and if they understood. Even if they have to crawl today, they will carve this lesson into their very bodies. And if they follow his instructions, they will definitely prove that they can become a Pendragon knight. And the recruits wonder what the hell that mustached bastard is talking about. And even though he's the leader of the knights, he was defeated by that kid. And he wonders how he could possibly be that good. Meanwhile, he's thinking about how recently the new recruits are always making such a big fuss about joining their desired knight order and the demon, dragon god, and also what those 6 dragons said. He doesn't know what tricks his enemies will use, so that's why he needs to strengthen his knight order to prepare them for the battle to come. Meanwhile, that orc mage is reading his spellbooks while looking after Aaron's younger sister, who's sleeping so adorably on his lap. And when he looks up at the sky, there are several griffins flying around Sora as she pets one of them. And he thinks that Saul left her lair in Rhea and is hanging around him now. And those griffins are probably her subordinates. It seems like she's really been having a lot more fun than she did before. And maybe, just maybe, but at that moment, a soldier notices something and calls out to our boy Rai. He asks what's wrong, and she says the knights have arrived. And it's those 3 knights from before. They start talking to Killian, and the new recruits ask, "Are those the unaffiliated knights?" And one explains to the other that unaffiliated knights are people who only trust and rely on their own weapons and travel the world. They're pretty brave and experienced. And the guy on the right says that sounds pretty cool, but the one on the left says it seems they heard the rumors about the revival of the Pendragons and came here to become part of the cavalry. And Killian starts to introduce himself as Mark Killian, saying he's the captain of House Pendragon's cavalry, and asks where the gentleman came from. And the long-haired guy says he is Red Polak, an unaffiliated knight from Evendel, who is wandering the world in search of a master worthy of his service. And the other one is Barrio Luton, and what he's looking for is a place with worthy opponents. And it doesn't matter if it's real combat or just for practice. And what? He asks about the other gentleman who is masked. And the masked man just keeps looking up and says he won't give his name, because it really pisses him off. And the bald guy asks him not to mind him, saying he's always been like that, and that not even they know his name. And the long-haired guy says they just met, and since their destination was the same, they decided to come together. And Killian says he understands, so he presumes they want to serve the Pendragons. And the bald guy says that's exactly right. They heard that the Pendragons don't have a chief knight. And the long-haired guy says that they will become the sword of the Pendragon cavalry and get rich and famous as a reward. And the bald guy says that they're saving him from a crisis. And the long-haired guy says there's no need anymore to train new soldiers, which made the soldiers who were there really pissed off on the spot. But then Aaron shows up and says that's right, surprising all of them. And he said that as unaffiliated knights who don't depend on anyone but themselves, if you have the strength for it, your attitude isn't wrong. And Killian calls him Lord. And our boy says that if he has the strength for it, Killian can train with them now. And a very happy Killian says he understands. After that moment, the bald guy is already training with Guillermo. And the new recruits wonder if that guy with the mustache is going to be okay, because his opponent is really big and looks strong. And the two of them face off and start to fight. But just a moment later, Killian shows his true strength, disarming the bald guy. This leaves the bald guy trembling at Killian's strength. And then Killian immediately points his sword at the other long-haired guy and says that he bets he wants to train too. And the long-haired guy draws his weapon and starts fighting Killian with all his strength. But Killian easily defeats him and points the sword right at his neck, which leaves him completely surprised. And the new recruits are ecstatic. And one of them says the guy with the mustache is really incredible, while the other 2 guys are looking totally dejected in the background. Killian asks his lord what he thought of his demonstration, and Aaron says that they don't have many people and that he should take them along. But he looks at the masked guy and asks if he'd like to give it a try. And the masked man says he's not interested, which makes Killian really pissed off at how rude he was to the lord. And Aaron just looks at him and seriously asks, "What's your name?" But the guy says he's not interested in telling him, which makes Killian even more furious, calling him a bastard, and asking how he dares speak to the Lord that way. But with just a single move, the masked man takes Killian down easily, which shocks everyone on the spot. They don't understand what he just did, or how he sent the captain flying. And Aaron just thinks that it's just as he suspected. That man is very strong. He keeps staring at him, saying he wants him in his cavalry. Meanwhile, that guy starts staring back at Aaron. But after that, the guy with the earring continues looking up, and he calls him a bastard one more time. But Aaron tells him to stop now, drawing his sword and saying that now it's his turn. And the guy asks if he wants to fight him. And Aaron asks if he's uncomfortable with being the training partner of a prince. The guy just stays silent and starts staring at Aaron. But our protagonist just points his sword at him and says this is a duel. Pointing your blade at an opponent's head is what the Knights of Valvvis do to signal a duel. This makes the guy really worried on the spot, and completely surprised he asks, "What do you mean, Knights of Valvvis?" He explains to his recruits that a long time ago in the south, many countries existed very close to one another, and it was a land where fighting never ceased, a land of carnage, and the cavalry of that place was called Valvvis. And since they were raised in an environment like that, they were powerful warriors who possessed the strength of 1,000 knights. They don't even fear death and are deadly warriors for their masters. But they are just rumors around here, and it's the first time he's ever seen one in person. So how does Lord Aaron know about this? I was quite happy, and he just thinks he's figured it out. As soon as he saw his appearance and heard his accent and the swords he's carrying, he fought against one of them when he went to the south with the Demon Corps, and he's exactly like a Knight of Valvvis. He has a mace and a shield on his saddle, and even has a crossbow. He's accustomed to fighting, under all circumstances, and he keeps his sword pointed at him, saying that the Knights of Valvvis do not bow their heads to anyone but their masters. Not even the Emperor can make a Valvvis Knight bow to him. They rely only on their own strength and skill, and they are very proud. And it seems he came here looking for a master he could fight for, and he asks if he's wrong about that. And that guy says he is wrong. He's not interested in that. He was simply brought here by the stars. And those two background characters wonder, "What do you mean, stars?" While he says that he only stayed with them because they gave him water. And Helio is left thinking, that's right, the people of Valvvis are people of the sea and celestial navigation. Drinking water is indispensable for them. And then Aaron says his astrology was right. He was brought there before him, Aaron Pendragon, and he starts to stare him down, saying that he knows. And that Valvvis Knight says that for them, the Knights of Valvvis, things like status and money, bloodlines and the like are just useless things. He immediately draws his two swords and says that if he wants to fight, he'll have to bet his life on it, and if he loses, he will die. And Aaron says that he knows how the fighting works between Valvvis warriors, which gets everyone excited right away. And the long-haired side character says that his stance is too ordinary, and the other guy says his sword looks like that of a common soldier. But why is he using that? And in that moment, Aaron lunges at the knight, which leaves the three of them quite surprised by Aaron's speed. And that Knight of Valvvis just thinks that he's too slow and immediately parries his attack, knocking his sword to the ground and trying to hit him with his other sword. But the moment he's about to strike, Aaron dodges and tries to hit him again and manages to draw a bit of his blood. This leaves that knight very surprised. And the knight, who got a little excited by the fight, lands a cut right on Aaron's cheek, and they continue fighting with all their strength. It leaves everyone paralyzed by that immense battle. And the long-haired guy asks what the hell just happened, because it was so fast. And while he doesn't understand absolutely anything that just went down, Aaron tells that guy that he almost got him. And that attack normally works against those who wield two swords. He used the short sword in his left hand to throw him off balance, so he counterattacked as he dodged. And if he hadn't managed to dodge, his head would have been sent flying. He's really strong. And that guy just stares at Aaron and asks who the hell he is, and if he's really some spoiled noble brat. And Aaron says that he's the same kind of person as him. He has killed many creatures, demons, people. Not indiscriminately, of course, but it was just to survive. That guy is doubtful, asking what he means by killed those people. And Aaron says he smells the same thing coming from him, the smell of blood. And that guy is really surprised by what Aaron said. And after giving a little smirk, he takes out his two weapons and points them at him, while the three guys are left completely surprised by his actions. And Aaron says that he's using both of his hands now, and that he's finally taking this fight seriously. The unknown berserker knight from Valvvis. And after that moment, that orc is yawning, saying that it's really noisy today. He can't even take a little nap. And the orc mage says it looks like they're fighting. And Aaron's sister wakes up to see what's going on. And as they get closer, they ask what's happening over there. But when they realize what it is, they get really scared, seeing that Aaron and that guy are fighting with everything they've got. And in the middle of that fight, that knight from Valvvis starts to get really excited. And Aaron notices this excitement, and the way he's coming at him. And the orc mage says that it's very surprising. He's fighting on equal footing with Lord Aaron. Who the hell is that swordsman? Meanwhile, Aaron's little sister is trembling with fear. And Killian says that's what he wants to know too. And the knight from Valvvis keeps coming at Aaron with everything he's got. But Aaron manages to block and even counterattack. And that one guy says it was a bluff. Meanwhile, Killian says that what he did was really good. At that moment, he manages to block that Valvis's sword. But just then, that Valvvis guy with his second sword manages to block Aaron's strike, which once again leaves Killian very surprised. And right now, Aaron's sword is blocked, and that guy is already advancing on Aaron with his second sword. And everyone thinks this is the end. But at that moment, our boy does a leap and basically does a flip right in front of the guy. But that guy turns towards his back, realizing that Eren is about to attack him. But when he attacks, this Valvvis dodges and then immediately goes after Eren again, while Eren thinks, all right, he's doing exactly what I thought he would do. And while our boy is trying to dodge, he gets tricked, which makes him very worried, thinking that the real attack is coming from the left, and our boy tries to block it, but he can't, and the sword gets closer and closer to his neck. That orc yells for him to stop, because that Valvvis guy pulled another bluff, and in reality he's coming from the right, and the moment he attacks him, our boy grabs him by the arm, which leaves him very surprised. And Eren says that he's really, really good, and this Valvvis says that he is too. This is the kind of guy who definitely does not want to lose. He's about to try and land a kick right in Eren's balls, and Eren realizes that a kick is coming right for his groin. He gets distracted for a moment. The guy takes the opportunity to kick Eren's supporting leg, basically sweeping him and knocking Eren to the ground. But just as Eren was about to fall, he puts his hand down to support himself. And just with the strength of his hand, he manages to dodge the guy's attack, which leaves him completely surprised. And in that instant, he's already right behind him, landing a kick to his knee and knocking him down. And that guy realizes that Eren is actually really good. Then Eren, with great force, goes in to attack the guy. But he manages to defend with his two swords, and the two of them continue to fight an insane battle. The fight leaves everyone completely shocked, and those two knights are very surprised by this battle, realizing that these two are actual monsters. And the orc mage asks the other orc if he thinks he can beat that human. And Killian thinks to himself that he also tried to fight that guy, but it's a good thing he didn't want to. And so Eren stares him down and says he's going to teach him the weakness of wielding two swords. And the guy asks what weakness he's talking about. And so Eren sort of clenches his fists, and I'm thinking he's about to punch him, but instead he just throws sand in his eyes. This completely surprises the guy in that moment, and the two orcs were shocked by what Eren did. And that guy, realizing the sand is coming right for his eyes, takes a step back. At that moment, he loses his balance, and Eren takes the opportunity to attack him, and seeing this, the Valvvis knight drops one of his swords, which greatly surprises Eren, and he doesn't understand. What kind of timing was that? This guy is a really fast thinker. He simply dropped his sword. And the other knight is very surprised by this, because basically he was going to use that move to hit Eren in a counterattack. But the moment he attacks our protagonist, Eren makes a move, and in that one move, he already has his sword right at the neck of that knight from Valvvis. This surprises the three knights and the other two, even his little sister up here. And there's a millimeter-thin cut right on that Valvvis knight's neck. And Eren, who is very tired from the fight, says that the knights of Valvvis are quite strong. And if he didn't have this sword, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to win. And that knight from Valvvis is still in shock from the fight. And Eren says that after all, it has saved him many times, perhaps even out of love. And the Valvvis knight, breaking out in a cold sweat, drops his sword and kneels before Eren. He tells Eren that he is a true warrior. As for him, a warrior of Valvvis, his name is Elkin Isla, and from now on he will become his sword, to defeat and crush his enemies. This is his oath. And just like that, the entire training ground starts to celebrate Lord Eren's new accomplishment. Meanwhile, Eren can only think that, so he was Elkin Isla, and Eren just keeps thinking about it, about that surname Isla. And the others ask, who is this guy? Is that name really famous? But what he doesn't say is that it's the first time he's ever heard that name. And the other two knights also say the same. But maybe their lord knows him, and he is very surprised by this information. It's King Isla. He is known as the Stormbringer, the strongest of the Valvvis warriors. And in his previous life, in just a few years, he became known as the Dragon King of the South. And he was part of the Aranges, and he fought many battles to prove his worth, which made his name spread throughout the entire empire. Even though right now, he's a nobody, he is going to transform into one of the heroes of the future. This guy kneels before him as well, which surprises everyone there. And Eren asks him to raise his head, Isla, because now he is his sword, and he is his lord, and they are not so different from one another. The only difference between them is their role, and he wants him to be his comrade, just like all of them back there. Eren's little sister is there looking all cute, being held by the orc mage. And then that former enemy averts his eyes and bows his head, saying that he is certainly very interesting. And those other two knights say that maybe they'll be able to conquer the world. No, not them. Eren Pendragon. And the bald guy says that he will follow this man too. And after the fight, the soldier Eren was talking about is finished. And so she descends with her griffins. And seeing that scene, the two knights are very surprised. And Isla just stares at the griffins. And our boy calls her Soul. And when she lands, she is standing before all of them along with the griffins. And she begins to stare them down, which makes the three of them freeze on the spot, wondering what kind of pressure this is. And who the hell that woman is? and he just says that she is Sorik, a white dragon. This leaves the bald guy completely stunned, asking if the dragon was a woman after all. And what he doesn't say is that this is something he also wanted to know. And the long-haired guy says he knows what he means. That otherworldly beauty and divinity. I wanted to say that she is certainly beautiful, but she is a being that exudes so much fear it freezes the body of anyone who gets near her. And so she begins to approach, caressing those griffins. And our boy wants to introduce her to Isla, saying that she is his contractor, Sorik the white dragon of the Pendragons. And Isla stares at her. He approaches without a second thought, and calls her the white dragon, the one who commands the griffins. And she just stares back at him. And the other guy asks if he's crazy, being so calm in front of a dragon. And the long-haired guy says that this is how far he's willing to go. But Eren thinks no, he's not wrong. When he met Saul, for the first time in his past life, he was awestruck, just like him. And this isn't something that can be overcome just by being strong. He thinks about withstanding a dragon's pressure, but this guy is different. Walking Isla. He's really very interesting. He starts to look up at the sky, thinking that from now on, he will expand the search beyond the borders of his territory, and will seek out those who were famous in his past life. For example, the one who possesses wealth that could rival the entire empire, the young entrepreneur from the City of Freedom, Idundorian, and the one who built a tower in the south of Valvvis and lives there as well. She created a variety of magical items, an extraordinary sorceress, Jean Albelon, and also a 20-year-old young man who, with just a few hundred soldiers, united all the knights of the north. The genius general, Ivan Heta, and possessing the memories of his past life is a very valuable tool. And with them, he can recruit those who will lead the world of that era. But at that moment, a sound starts coming from the mage's room, and when Eren looks, the mage says it's a call from the elder, and those crystals begin to glow. And Eren asks what that is. And the mage says that it's a type of magic that uses minerals and allows them to communicate over a distance. And Eren says that certainly magic is very convenient, and the mage says he'll listen to what the elder wants. And what he said was that some humans have entered Ancona Forest with weapons, and it seems there are a few dozen soldiers, which made Eren and the others very alert. And the mage continues saying that the one leading them appears to be wearing an ogre helmet. This immediately leaves Eren completely shocked, asking, "What do you mean an ogre helmet?" And the archer asks if he defeated an ogre and made a helmet out of it, and if that's something a human can actually do. And that goes without saying if that's the case. He must be a very strong and fearless opponent. And that Valva just stares at this in silence, while Eric is completely pissed off. Trembling with rage, he thinks that a man who uses an ogre's helm can only be that person, who also exists in this world, that damned Baltai. And when he screams that name, he begins to emanate a dark aura, which surprises the three of them on the spot, seeing Eren's eyes shining with fury. And after that, Eren immediately asks Kratu where that bastard is. And the orc says that the message was sent just now, from the orc village. The scene then shifts to that village where monsters are already lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. That Baltai says that he's finally dealt with the pursuers, and that these orcs were certainly tough opponents, but they aren't as tough as the one who wore this helm. After this, the scene returns to a few days ago, around the time of that Pentagon announcement, and one of those guys was saying that they have recovered the White Dragon's forces and are now recruiting new soldiers and gradually strengthening their troops. And Baltai says that now they're doing whatever they want with the place, even strengthening their military power, and asks if that isn't a monstrosity. Meanwhile, this beast, and the other knights are facing a monster head-on, and this monster asks who they are, but Baltai just shows a mirror to him, and in that mirror, the image of a hooded guy appears, and the hooded guy says that the proud art, the spear and shield of the Empire, as long as he possesses this, he will be the strongest cavalry in the world, basically enchanting these two monsters. And after that, the knights and the orcs have arrived at the orc village, and these little orcs start hugging the orc mage, saying that he's finally back. And they're even jumping on Killian too. And he says that it's surprising that the ferocious orcs have children like this too. And the other guy says that even tiger and lion cubs look like kittens at first. And Killian says that's true. But when he looks to the side, there's a little kid going to hug Eren. When the child looks at Eren, he's emanating an immense aura of fury. The guy is absolutely seeing red. And the child basically just runs away in fear. And Killian says he's been like that for a while now. And the orc said that after he heard the news from the elder, he got this menacing aura. And Killian just wonders if it's his imagination. The Lord's back possessed the aura of a dragon, and so the orc told Eren to stop scaring the children. But when he looks the other way, that little kid also runs from Isla, and Isla, who is just trying to be cute, tries to get closer to that child. But his death aura terrifies her, and the child immediately runs away in fear, and Isla is left feeling completely alone, while these two blockheads just think that maybe he likes cute things. But then the Elder Orc appears up above and says that he arrived early, the new Lord of Pendragon. And so Killian asks who that person is, and the Orc Mage says that's his father. But when that Elder Orc looks to the side, he sees Suda here in her human form. He basically starts shouting for everyone to pay their respects to the guardian deity of the forest, and everyone kneels before her. And she just tells Eren that as long as she's there, it seems the conversation won't flow very well, so she's just going to rest up there. And Eren just says, all right. But before she goes, she calls him Lightning and says that she understands his anger. However, if he's driven by it, he'll lose himself in the process. And Eren just listens and stays silent. And at that moment, she just goes up into the tree and sits there for the time being. So Eren looks at that Elder Orc and says that he is called Eren, Pendragon. And the Elder Orc says that he must be Gordon's son then, and asks him to please come in. And now they're already talking. The Orc Elder says that a few dozen armed soldiers entered the forest and also managed to hide from his scrying magic. He was only able to detect them through their movements when they entered the forests. And the Orc Mage asks if they are hiding with magic. Perhaps they have a mage, but the Elder says no. They only had soldiers and a wolf. However, he's certain they have help from a mage, and Crowder says that's very dangerous. The Elder also says that they sent some warriors to deal with them, but none of them returned, which makes the big guy really pissed off about it. And Eren just thinks a large wolf, at combat prowess and capable of defeating an ogre, and an ogre's helmet. He's certain that this is Baltai, the one leading the corps, demonic through the forest, and the Elder says that it seems they've found the Centaur tribe. And Eren asks, what do you mean centaurs? And the Orc doesn't understand what's going on either, and why they would run into those horse idiots. And Eren starts thinking about the relationship between the Pendragons, the Orcs, and the Centaurs, realizing how complicated it is. A long time ago, the Centaurs used to live in the Ancona forest, but when the Pendragons came, they let the Orcs live there. And maybe the Centaurs hate humans, and attacked the Orcs, who served as a line of defense for the Pendragons. Because of the terrible relationship between the Orcs and the Centaurs, especially since they're a tribe of warriors, the problem now is that as an outsider, he can't just interfere in this. Since nothing had happened yet, he would just leave them be. But he can't do that. But just then, the Orc throws the door open, saying that the Centaurs have come to attack. When Eren steps out of the house, he doesn't understand what's happening. And the Orc says that the Centaurs had never caused any kind of conflict before. So why are they doing this now? At that moment, one of the Centaurs shoots an arrow at Eren. But with his reflexes, Eren manages to catch it in time. And when he looks at the arrow, he realizes it's an arrow from the Empire. The Orc doesn't understand what's going on, and why the Centaurs would have something like that. Which just pisses Eren off even more, thinking that they teamed up with that damn Baltai. And just thinking about it, that dark aura of his from before starts to emanate from his body. And Killian calls out his name, but Eren says he's going to annihilate them. He had been waiting a long time for this moment, and he orders for no one to be spared, and to eradicate all of them from the world, even shooting beams from his eyes. And up in the tree is Solda, who, seeing the scene and that Eren is super pissed, thinks that the Centaurs are the old enemies of the Orcs, and they dared to ally themselves with the Baltai. And seeing the rage Eren is in, Killian thinks that he's exuding that aura again. And after that, our boy, filled with rage, charges onto the battlefield. And those two knights notice this, and Wesley also doesn't understand what the Pendragon is doing there. And seeing this, those three Centaurs start to shoot crossbows at Eren. But Eren, who doesn't give a damn, just cuts all three arrows at the same time, which surprises the two knights. And just like that, Eren's sword is already right under that Centaur, which leaves Isla very surprised, realizing that he's very fast. And so basically, our boy cuts off the arm of one of those Centaurs, which leaves the two knights very surprised. But then, that other Centaur pulls out a sword and goes to attack Eren. And Eren just thinks that they aren't even a little bit scared, as he sees that Centaur drooling, with its eyes full of fury. And the Centaur says that they invaded its forest, and now they can finally destroy them. And they increased their numbers, just for this moment, which left Eric completely surprised. And the Centaurs start to charge at them, saying that they will protect the forest. And the Orcs continue trying to defend themselves, but they don't understand why they're acting so crazy. And he asks Katur if these stupid horses have always been like this, and Katur says that this is magic. They've all been hypnotized. They've taken advantage of their fear and anger to subdue them with control magic, and they're being forced past their limits to become killing machines. And in the middle of that insane fight, he tries to attack a Centaur from behind, but gets slammed right in the gut. It makes him spit up blood and fall to the ground. And those two knights run over to him, asking if he's okay, while he thinks that the blow went right through his armor and broke his ribs. It was just so incredibly strong. And basically, those Centaurs start charging at everyone there, while even Valvvis is having a hard time fighting a Centaur. and Eric is furious, continuing to attack him without thinking. But then another guy shows up from behind, and he tries to hit Eric with a crossbow. But Eric manages to dodge, and he gets really pissed, calling him shameless. But he looks up and begs her to just help them deal with these stupid horses. But she says that the centaurs and the orcs are both her children, and she can't interfere in this fight. This statement left him completely stunned, thinking that this whole situation sucks. He thinks of Baltai again, thinking that he's a complete bastard, giving off that dark aura again. But in that moment, he sees something strange. A little child running? While one of those centaurs chases her. The little kid was crying and was about to be hit, but Eren manages to pull her away and dodge the blow. And of course, the child goes to Eren and thanks him for saving her. And in that moment, it dawns on Eren. He realizes that many people are wounded and his forces are losing. The village has been destroyed. What will Eren Pendragon do? And so he basically gets on a horse and tells all those centaurs that they're bastards, half human and half horse. And just like that, they all start paying attention to Eren. And our protagonist says he heard that the centaurs were proud warriors, but depending on weapons from the humans they hate, and targeting children is truly pathetic. He says that they're nothing more than a pathetic little tribe of half-breed, disgraceful horses. They really came this far, but they still can't even take the enemy leader's head. He starts stepping on a centaur's head, saying that their dead warriors are crying. And seeing that, the centaurs get really pissed off by his attitude and immediately start chasing Eren. And just like that, Eren managed to drag all those centaurs away with him. And the servant says that the Lord did all this to lure the centaurs out of the village. The other one says it's impossible for him to deal with so many of them. And Isla is completely surprised watching the scene. And Saul just stares at what Eren is doing. And she holds out her hand and summons a griffin. And the griffin basically lands right in front of Isla. And Isla is really surprised by this griffin. He turns his face and looks at Saul, asking if it was her. And she doesn't even look at him. But that griffin starts trying to communicate with him. And he understands what that griffin is trying to say. And after running far away, Eren stops in front of all those centaurs. He's basically in a canyon, and one of them says that he acted as bait to save his army, and that he's a very benevolent lord. However, if he dies there, the orc village will also be destroyed, and it was a very foolish decision. And Eren says that they, the idiotic half-horses, are definitely very weak, and that he is more than enough to deal with them. But then he thinks that the centaurs are being affected by another day of strengthening, and he wonders if he can really do this. And that guy who's sort of their leader, says that they will tear that insolent mouth right off his face, as they all charge at Eren at the same time. And Eren finds himself surrounded by all those centaurs. But just then 3 arrows appear, right from behind him, hitting the chests of 3 centaurs at the same time. This really surprises Eren, and when he looks up, he sees someone flying on the griffin. And the one flying on the griffin is his friend Isla, and he starts staring at them very seriously. And Eren shouts his name. And Isla says to Eren that he told him he would become his sword and destroy his enemies, aiming that crossbow at the centaurs. And him flying on top of the griffin leaves the centaurs completely surprised, saying that a griffin is a guardian deity, and that griffin starts to shriek at them and fly right over where they are. And with an arrow in his mouth and another in his crossbow, he lands a direct hit on that centaur's chest, and then finishes off 2 more centaurs. And Eri, seeing that scene, can only think that he is a griffin knight. And griffins are divine beasts that serve dragons. And even though they have large bodies, it's like they're dancing in the sky to those who are watching from below. And because of the strength they possess, they're used for hunting and for military purposes, and they are extremely difficult to handle. So they possess knowledge from ancient times. And after long and arduous training, the first rideable griffin appeared, after hundreds of battles with its chosen knight. He's a griffin knight. Watching the scene of Isla defeating another centaur, he can only see how strong his griffin knight is, thinking of his name, Elk Isla, and his nickname in his past life, the Stormbringer, a griffin warrior. And he gives a small smile saying that he understands. It's truly a fitting name. And the leader of those guys, seeing that they are being killed, orders all the troops to retreat, and they start to retreat into the forest. And Isla just thinks that they are trying to hide in the middle of the forest. And if they go deeper into the woods, the griffin won't be able to follow them, and they'll be able to regroup. That's their plan. But as that centaur was fleeing, an arrow hit him right in the leg, and he fell to the ground instantly. And the one behind him was our boy, Model, pointing that crossbow at him, saying that crossbows from the Empire are certainly of great quality, and are definitely worth much more than some half-human, half-horse bastards from the forest. He asks if he isn't right, Chief Centaur. And that centaur with the injured leg just watches him approach, and our boy keeps advancing on him, pointing that crossbow, saying that even if the pain goes away, he won't be able to move that leg. And that centaur gets furious about it, while Aaron takes out that shield of his that he got in mausoleum and points it at the centaur. And the centaur, who was under a spell, notices something very strange. His wounds are being healed, and the spell that was on his body has been broken. And when he looks up, he stares at Aaron and asks why he helped him. And Aaron says he just turned him back to normal. If he hadn't, he would have just killed him. Then he stares him right in the face and says that now he has to tell him about the man who delivered all these weapons. That damned Baltai. Where is he? And after that moment, that centaur asks how he knows that name. Baltai of the demonic corporation. And Aaron points the crossbow at him, saying he's the one asking the questions here. And he tells him to hurry up and say what happened between the centaurs. And he added, stares at Aaron, and then lowers his head, saying that he suddenly invaded the forest and offered them a deal, saying that the Pendragons had recovered the power of the White Dragon and were now recruiting soldiers to fortify their infantry. And it's obvious they were planning to turn the tables on their sworn enemies, the centaurs. And then he said he would give them weapons to fight against Aaron, telling them to go and destroy the orcs' village and reclaim the Ancona forest with the centaur's strength. But the centaur says it might have been because of magic. After that mirror appeared, through which the hooded man spoke to them. That's when they lost all their composure and became lost in rage and hatred. And he can't remember what happened after that, and Aaron becomes very thoughtful. Then Weasley descends with his griffin and calls him Duke, Pendragon, looking downcast at Aaron. And after that moment, Aaron points his shield at all those centaurs, healing them all instantly. And that centaur, the chief, is very surprised by this action. And Aaron says that it seems he can only heal this with his vitality. Isla asks why he did that. And Aaron says his enemy is the one who incited them. Besides, the ones who created these feelings were the Pendragons, so they are the ones responsible for this, which once again surprises the centaur chief. And then Aaron says he's not able to bring back the dead centaurs. And the warrior chief says that in the end, they died as warriors of their centaur tribe, and that they wouldn't have any regrets. And our boy just stares at him silently. Then that centaur calls him young Pendragon, saying that he's very different from his ancestors. And he asks if he really thinks so, and that only time will tell. And the centaur asks if he remembers what he had said. He really is a competent and wise ruler. So the centaur tribe from now on will become allies of Pendragon, which surprises the two of them on the spot. And he says that to retaliate against the one who did this to us, he swears they will not hold back in cooperating with Pendragon. He looks back and asks his people, isn't that right? And they say yes. If that's what the elder wishes, then they will follow. And Aaron says that in that case, he'll be counting on the centaur tribe to protect the forest with a stronger cavalry. And from now on they will be comrades. And so it was said that after the conflict with the centaurs, a sense of calm and peace filled the entire Ancona forest once more. The soldiers were healed, and then they ate and drank their fill at the banquet held in the name of peace. But over in the corner is our boy Isla, looking very thoughtfully at the sky. But when he notices there are two little kids approaching him, and one of them smiles at him and says that he looked really cool while riding that griffin. They start grabbing and hugging Isla, which makes him really happy to see. Meanwhile, in another room, the elders and Eric are talking, and the orc elder says that it was magic that came from a mirror, and he asks if that's even possible. He says that he doesn't have enough knowledge to answer that. But the creator says that, however, it's a very strong and complex magic. This type of brainwashing and strengthening, it's not just to the point of influencing them. It's something like controlling the emotions of several hundred at once. The one who did this is truly a fearsome mage, and Aaron is just left thinking about it. After this, he's up on top of the tree, just staring at the landscape as Solda approaches him, calling him Rai, and asking why he has that look on his face. And he asks where she went, and if she was the one who gave the griffin to Isla. And she said that they just sensed the aura of a griffin, night coming from him. And Aaron says that maybe he's already ridden one before, but for some reason he didn't want to talk about it. And she said that humans are very complex beings, and he wasn't consumed by the dragon's rage aura. And he asks, what do you mean dragon's rage aura? Thinking about that aura that overflowed from him in that moment of fury. And she says that as her contractor, his body is capable of housing a dragon's power. And the level of control varies depending on who uses it. So he realizes that if rage takes him over, he won't be able to see the big picture. Thinking right. There are still some things I don't understand, and he had forgotten them because of his anger. But in his previous life, he was already a member of the demonic corporation by this time, and it was fighting in the far-off southern lands, in the Sea of Trees. A troll king, the most brutal creature and half of the demonic core, was annihilated in that battle. But the Baltai were also there, so the Baltai have been in contact with the centaurs. It's very strange. And what about the Battle of the Sea of Trees? And what about the Troll King? And what about him in his previous life? Raven Varte. Where the hell is he? He gets very pensive about it, thinking about what he said at that moment. especially it being connected to the fall of Spider-Man, the extermination of House Varte, and now those who are trying to destroy Spider-Man. And Aaron tells Saul that they're going to try to go to his hometown, the place where his house lost its honor, which today is just a land of humiliation. The place he wants to go to is Sisuke, where the domain of House Varte used to be, and after this moment, the scene changes to a long-haired guy eating meat, while there are several people kneeling in front of the two of them, and tries to read her father. Didn't understand why they came to the Serid territory so suddenly. And that girl asks her brother to stop. He's ruining her mood, and there's no need for him to finish eating everything. And he says he was just waiting for her to finish, and asks if he isn't a good older brother, and if that doesn't make her happy, which leaves the two of them speechless. And the long-haired guy says there is only one reason why he, the Prince of the Empire, would come all the way here, and of course it's the neighboring duchy, the Pendragon Duchy, and its Duke Aaron Pendragon, which surprises the two of them once again. And he continues saying that the Aaron he knows is nothing more than weak and fragile, like a worm. And he finds it very hard to believe that after waking up from his coma, he made a pact with a white dragon. And he asks them, what the hell happened to that kid? And the girl's father says that she found Aaron and tells her to explain what he was like. And she thought he was the same as before, but when she saw him recently, it's as if he had become a completely different person. And he became daring and yet calm and very strong. And the prince walks towards her and says, so he became a better man than me, asking her directly, looking right into her eyes, which really scares her. And he starts to emanate an aura and lets out an uncontrollable laugh, which surprises everyone. They notice that guy's aura, the conqueror's aura, and the prince says that that white worm is still going around seducing women. And now he's truly very surprised, calling his sister by her name Ingrid, but she remains silent. Then he gets closer to Ciri and asks her to go with him, grabbing her by the chin, saying that it's an order. He asks if that white worm crossed a line, and she just thinks that she can't refuse, since he is the second prince, the tyrant Ian Aragon. And now back to Alan Pendragon. Our boy has returned. And he asks, what do you mean the prince and the Imperial princess are coming here? And the butler says that the second prince, Ian, and his sister Ingrid, are arriving any moment. And he asks what the hell those bastards are thinking. And the butler asks, what do you mean, bastards? Very nervously. And Aaron doesn't understand his reaction. But his butler says that Princess Ingrid is his ex-fiancée, and the one who called off the wedding was Ian himself, which left Aaron very surprised, asking how he could have had other fiancés before Savage. So he's really surprised, asking if he didn't know. But he thinks about it, and realizes that his sister did mention something about it, and he gets really worried, realizing that the situation has gotten very complicated. 1 month after the incident with the centaurs, many new knights had joined his forces, and Isla began to train the Griffin Knight Squadron, and they grew stronger by a very large margin. And in addition, he managed to control the White Dragon's aura remarkably. And the Pedros generally rest every summer, so he can use that as an excuse to visit the village near Sisuke, where the destruction of House Varte took place, and look for those behind it. But the thing right in front of him is worrying him a lot. And he says, so then, the reason they want to meet me, is it related to the engagement? But the butler says he doesn't know, and asks him to please be careful, since the second prince is being touted as the next emperor. And within the empire he's known as the tyrant. So if he somehow gets on his bad side, but Elle cuts him off and tells him to wait, since the second prince is being named as the next emperor. And the butler explains that it's because the first prince's condition seems to have gotten worse, and Elle is just left thinking about this. But then he realizes something, thinking about that name, Ian as the next emperor. It wasn't supposed to be Ian. The name of the man who was going to become the next emperor was Gofloy Aragon. This leaves the butler completely confused, and he asks him if the name of the first prince was Gofloy. But the butler says no, his name was Kian Aragon. He's never heard that name before, and Ian doesn't understand what's happening. It's not the name of the first prince, nor the second prince, but a completely unknown name. So who the hell is this Gofloy? The future is now different from his past life, and maybe they're connected. And so, he activates that dragon aura, which shoots out from his finger and surprises the butler. And he says that now he has a reason to find that prince, William Aragon. And so after a few days, the royal family finally arrived, and everyone is told to pay their respects. And so basically, Ian starts to unleash his aura on everyone in Pendragon Castle. And faced with this, the servants don't understand what this pressure is. This guy is royalty, so they can't even lift their heads. This really is the tyrant Ian Aragon. But Ian is surprised for a moment, seeing that one person isn't being affected by his aura, and isn't even kneeling in front of him. And Aaron super chill just walks towards him. And Ian starts to let out a little laugh, and now with him right in his face, Ian asks if he doesn't think his head is held a little too high, calling him a Pendragon brat. But our boy asked, what do you mean? It's not like you're the emperor. but Ian gets pissed for a moment, saying that he will be the emperor. But Eren just starts staring at him and gives a malicious smirk, saying number. The person who will become emperor isn't you, which leaves Ian shocked at what he's saying. Our boy says it's a shame, isn't it? Emanating his dragon aura at the boy, calling him Second Prince Ian Aragon. In the last video, our protag and Ian had a very tense stare down, exuding their auras at each other. But then, Ian gets really scared by our boy's aura, and thinks that the blood of the first emperor runs in his veins, which would mean his aura shouldn't be inferior to his own father's, who is the king. But suddenly his eyes went wide, and face to face with Eren, he realizes that our boy's aura is stronger than his own, and our little protag keeps his confident expression while he has the aura of the white dragon at his back. This makes Ian really pissed off, realizing that he is a bit stronger than he is. But at that moment, someone comes up behind them, asking how he dares to do that. This leaves Eren and Ian very surprised, and Ian even lowers his aura. Still looking at her, he calls her Ingrid, and Ingrid Aluna steps down from the carriage. The princess asks him not to cause any more trouble, calling him brother. This left the prince deep in thought, realizing that since she called him brother, this must be the real princess. But he doesn't understand why Lady Luna came with them, and is over in the corner blushing and embarrassed. And Ingrid approaches our boy and gives a curtsy, saying that she is very happy to meet him. He introduces himself saying he's Eren Pendragon, and that it's a pleasure to meet her. And she starts to say that she heard they were engaged, even before they were born, but they had never met. He says he'd heard about that too, and she starts to give a little smile, and says that it's just as Lady Cersei said. He's a very strong and also attractive person. This leaves the silver-haired guy quite surprised, and the prince immediately runs towards her, telling her not to touch that guy. But she simply takes his hand and asks him to show her the castle. This leaves even Luna speechless while Eren goes walking off with the princess. Her brother is absolutely furious behind their backs, and he realizes that things have just gotten a lot more complicated. And when they enter the castle, his family is there waiting, and Eren's mother says it's been a long time since they've seen Prince Ian and Princess Ingrid. And Eren over in the corner says it's a pleasure to meet them. Ian is surprised by her smile. And while Ian's mother is talking with the princess, Ian makes his move on Eren's sister, saying that he'd like to know Miss Pendragon's name. She says her name is Eren. And Ian, trying to lay on the charm, says that's a beautiful name, just like a flower. And his name is Ian Aragon, the second prince of the Empire. And he's a fierce warrior, who is subordinate to no one in the Empire. And being completely full of himself, he says it's as if he's been blessed by the gods. But he's surprised in that moment, noticing that his brother has also arrived. And she approaches him and says that he's much more radiant today, and she can feel his aura, which leaves Ian seriously pissed off, realizing that he's a prince, but he's still being ignored by her. And he gets furious and starts to exude his aura, again which scares Eren's little sister. And she runs to hide behind someone. And Ian, seeing her crying, turns to the knight, and he is Isla. And immediately my question is, who is this guy? And Isla says that he has no obligation to tell his name to him. This greatly surprises the prince, who wonders how a mere knight dares to speak to him like that, ordering him to introduce himself now. But Air steps into the situation, apologizes to his highness, saying that he is a knight of Valvvis, so he always acts like this. And he asks, what do you mean a knight of Valvvis? But he remembers who they are. And he, realizing that Elkan Isla is probably very strong, asks him to a duel. But Isla says that would be impossible for him, which makes Ian furious all over again. And as Ian exudes his aura, his sister just says that she won't ask a second time. If he causes trouble one more time, he won't be able to open his mouth for a year. And Ian immediately quiets down. And seeing that situation, all the escort knights, I don't understand what's happening over there. And in the Imperial city, he's called a tyrant and no one can go against him. But ever since he arrived, he has been confronted. And the people think that the Pendragons are truly incredible. And so, Ian calls Eren a white worm, and says that now they should talk just the two of them, because he has something important to say, and asks if he's scared, because he hasn't said anything until now. But our protagonist is very confident. He says that he's just a little surprised after hearing that nickname, and he also wants to discuss something with him, calling him the Eternal Prince. And now the two of them are in a private room, talking about some things, and Henry says that he has changed a lot. And the last time he saw him, he was just pale, weak, and a fragile little worm. And because of that, he decided to cancel the engagement with his sister. And our guy asks if that's how he made his decision, and says whatever. He wants to know why he went to his house, since he certainly doesn't want to talk about engagements again. And Henry, with a very displeased expression, denies it, saying that he won't give his sister to him. He said that ever since he arrived there, he hasn't received any respect or even cordiality, not even from that Valvvis knight. which is an insult to someone of a royal position. And Eren says that the Pendragon family doesn't stand in anyone's shadow, and they will just do whatever they want. Then he closes his eyes and says that's all he has to say. But at that moment, Ian lunges at him to punch him, and in a quick reaction, Eren throws wine on him, right in his face. And then Eren grabs his arm and hits him with his elbow. And just like that, Ian is thrown back, with his nose bleeding. But even though he's hurt, Ian grabs Eren's arm, surprising him. He manages to throw him over himself, and Eren lands face first on the table. But he immediately fights back, throwing Ian over his body as well, and trapping Ian's neck with his legs. But Ian still has one arm free, and Eren notices there's a small knife in front of him. It would be very easy for him to reach it and stab him. But after that, Eren simply lets Ian go. Ian straightens his hair and asks why he let him go. And Eren replies that he was saving his strength. It seems he didn't want to fight seriously. And if he had grabbed the knife and stabbed him, he would have broken free from that technique. And so the king begins to radiate his aura once more, and says he's going to ask again, why the hell did he come here? And now both of them are exuding their auras. Ian suddenly starts to smile, letting out a sinister laugh, saying he understands how he managed to corner him. This leaves Eren completely confused, and Ian says that he's piqued his interest, asking if he wants to join him. And if they join forces, he will make him Eren Pendragon, the heart of the Empire. And they're still standing on the table, with Eren still exuding his aura. Ian asks, again, if he won't join forces with him, because he needs his military power resources. And then Eren thinks that the situation has changed drastically. The tyrant's aura vanished, and his mood changed as well. And he asks, what do you mean? Join forces. What is he trying to say? And Ian says that right now, the members of the Imperial family are fighting to decide on a successor. And it's not just him, but there are many princes, as well as the nobles who are helping them from the shadows. So if there's nothing wrong with it, he would like House Pendragon to stand by his side. Whether it's with the Empire's gold and silver, or the establishment of an independent state, he will reward him appropriately. And that's what he promises. And so, he thinks to himself if he becomes the Emperor, but then he thinks no. He's a man known in the Imperial capital as the Tyrant. However, it seems that's not his true nature. And he wonders, why is the man who is the Emperor's minister known as the Tyrant? Which means he doesn't want to be the Emperor. And after he says that, Ian is shocked. And when Ian looks back, our protagonist says that the Tyrant is just a facade, and asks him what he's really thinking, saying that the rewards don't matter. He won't accept something like that from someone he can't trust. Ian stares at him very nervous, saying, so you know. You're the first one to understand my intentions. After my sister. And he falls silent for a very tense moment. But then he says that he wants his brother, Simon Aragon, to be the Emperor. And he asks, what do you mean, Simon? The text explains he is the first prince, who is bedridden due to an illness. And Ian remains silent for a moment. But then he starts trembling with rage, saying, what do you mean? Due to an illness. He is completely mistaken. His brother was almost assassinated 3 years ago. The revolution that happened in Sasuke, which left Eren completely shocked by this statement, asking, what do you mean? And Ian continues to shout that his brother could do anything, that he is a kind and good man, easygoing and a splendid ruler. He could have changed this kingdom. But something happened. This leaves Eren quite perplexed, thinking that 3 years ago in Sasuke, there was a revolt. So it's all connected. And Eren then says he'll accept his proposal, which leaves Ian surprised, and Eren still furious, says that in exchange, he must tell him everything he knows about that revolt in Sasuke. And after a moment, all the women are talking, and Eren's mother introduces Eren's fiancée, which surprises Luna and Ingrid. And then the scene cuts back to our boy Ian, talking. And after Ian explains everything, Eren is silent for a moment, thinking that back then, when he longed to become a knight, he received a letter from the Lord of the Sasuke territory. And it seems they had a motive behind it. And Ian says that the problem is that they don't know who put down the revolt. And he asks if it wasn't one of the other princes who are aiming for the throne. And Ian says it's possible. There are many princes, as well as countless nobles who support them, but it's impossible to know who their instigator is. So the protagonist says the name Goldfly, asking if he knows the name of this prince. And Ian thinks about that name, and says that he's just the son of a concubine, and only a noble in name, so he shouldn't have any real influence. But for him to know that name, he must know something. And then, he thinks to himself that there really is someone named Goldfly. But he asks, what do you mean he's only a noble in name? In his past life, he ended up becoming the Emperor. And he asks Ian about Goldfly's mother's background. And Ian says that she is Baroness Airline, and is from the port city of Hell. And he heard from his father that her birth name, definitely. And at that moment, as he's thinking about her, he is shocked, realizing her surname is Sasudo. This surprises both of them right then and there. And Ian starts to shout in a rage, saying that if that's the case, then that little brat did this to his brother. But even if he killed his brother, he could never become the emperor. But the protagonist says there's no such thing as never. He thinks to himself that everything is connected, and he begins to unleash his aura with great anger, saying that he knows this firsthand. And he begins to unleash that dragon's fury aura, while the other wonders what kind of aura this is. And everything he'd seen so far hadn't been his full strength. And he wonders, what the hell does he know? And who the hell is this man? But at that moment, as he was unleashing that evil aura of his, Harry looks out the window and sees that up in the castle tower, Souter is staring at him. And Ian is completely surprised, wondering if that's the white dragon. And Souter, who keeps staring at him, starts transforming. An immense light radiates throughout the place, and then she approaches the window. The two of them face each other talking, and he asks her why she came. And Souter says that she sensed the aura of the ferocious dragon, asking if Rai is okay. He helps her down and tells her that he is, while Ian just stares at her, realizing how beautiful she is. He wonders if she's really a dragon, but then he remembers that the Pendragons are the contractors of the white dragon. He gives a small smile and says he understands, and he's certainly a special guy, since he's someone Ian himself acknowledged. He decides to trust his intuition about him, and she just gives him a little smile. Souter asks if something happened, and Aaron says that a lot of things happened. And our protagonist turns to Ian and says that they're going on a trip to his family's summer village. This surprises Ian, who asks, "What do you mean a trip?" The protagonist says that it's very close to Sasuke, and they're going to the beach to have some fun, because while they're there, they will lure out their enemies. And so they immediately set off in their carriages for the beach to have some fun. And so they arrive in the largest commercial city in the Empire, the port city of Leos. And in the Leos Chamber of Commerce, some people are discussing how House Pendragon and the prince left the Imperial capital, taking Ian and Aaron to the Cibele coast. One of them wonders why they're all together, and the others reply that they don't know anything. But this situation is not good at all. And it's certainly the person who's the authority there is Governor Segunda, and he doesn't have a good relationship with the Pendragons. But his friend tells him to shut up right away, saying that if they keep it up, they will be punished. The other guy at the table says that anyway. Leos is very lively. And it also seems that the absolute ruler of the South, the Sea Dragon King, arranges docked at the port today. This surprises those two background characters, who wonder, what do you mean the Sea Dragon King? And the guy explains that yes, with the feared Sea Dragon Vincula as his guardian, they say that the military power of Avenge's rivals that of the Emperor. And the guys say that in that case, the Southern warriors are much more of a problem. And with the Pendragons, the tyrant and Avenge is in the same place. They just hope nothing happens. But a guy at another table says there's nothing to worry about, and they realize this is President Ron. And Ron says that when the rich get together, the only thing that can happen at the Chamber of Commerce is prosperity. This scene cuts to a secluded beach, and the princess calls Ian Sir, asking how her bikini looks. It was made by a very famous artisan in the Imperial city, and it's custom-made for her, and Aaron just stares at her very uncomfortably. But just at that moment, his sister and his wife arrive too, and Aaron says that the beautiful one is finally ready. And it's been a long time since they've been to the beach, so now they're going to have fun. And Luna is also wearing her bikini. I'm even finding it strange, because this here is total fan service. And the princess next to Pendragon says this is so unnecessary. And the MC says this whole thing sucks. They went there to investigate the Sasuke incident. But how did things end up like this? And it's all because of that idiot. So basically, Ian approaches them, calling them beautiful ladies. And the guy just wore a tiny Speedo to go to the beach, in a story set in the Middle Ages. And he asks them if they wouldn't ditch that albino lizard to come see and talk to this prince right here. I remember that moment when he said they were going on a trip. Ian asked, "What do you mean just the three of them? And that they should definitely take everyone." And there he is in the corner shining in his Speedo, realizing the situation is a complete mess. And the girls looking at him are super uncomfortable. But then Ari starts laughing in his face, saying that his little Speedo is really cute and really funny. This leaves Ian completely perplexed, thinking, how could she be laughing at me, at my beautiful body sculpted by martial arts? And so Ari gets up and starts walking towards the beach. And his sister asks where he's going. And he says he's going to catch some fish. Basically, he takes off his shirt and surprises all the girls around, making them blush on the spot. And Ian gets really pissed off, asking why they're acting like that, just because this white worm took off his shirt. And Aaron says that guy is a complete moron. But when he looks up at the sky, he just sees a flying whale. When the whale falls, a huge wave covers all of them. And when he looks at the sky, the one on top of this whale is none other than Surak. And she tells him she brought a fish, which scares everyone on the spot, as they realize that the fish she brought was a gigantic whale, and the whole plate is wet. It means a dragon considers a whale to be just a fish. Now he's thinking, what are his enemies going to do now that he has a dragon on his side? And the scene cuts to Aaron's companions walking through the city, and he wonders how this ended up turning into a vacation and why the Imperial Prince came with them. And the orc says he doesn't care about that, and looking around the city, he sees that there are lots and lots of warriors, and for him this is paradise. He wants to fight all of those guys, and he's thinking that he always leaves the forests to look for opponents. But who would have thought they would come to a port? But just then, those background characters start shaking in their boots, looking at some people approaching. And when our boys look, there are 3 blue orcs walking through the city, and the orc wonders who they are. And someone explains that those are the ogres of Latoan. They say they came from the south, far from the northern archipelago, and are a very wicked tribe that makes a living as pirates. And so, those orcs say that humans get scared just by seeing them up close, and that they really are just cowards. And the guy next to them says they're nothing more than an inferior species. But then he notices our orc friend in the corner, and he says there's a really ugly orc over there, and that's not something he sees every day. But it looks like he isn't strong, since he's just letting them pass by without any trouble. And it seems he gets along really well with these humans, these weaklings, which makes Ark furious, yelling at him, asking if he's trying to start a fight. He says he'll kill all of them, but the other guy tells him to knock it off, because there are a lot of people around them right now. He's a member of House Pendragon, so he has to behave. And meanwhile, those guys just start laughing at him, saying that he's beneath humans and that he really has no pride. And after they leave, the 3 of them get really pissed off at him. Even Island was starting to draw his sword. And when the guy looks over, he asks if he was really going to unsheath that sword. And he glares at the 2 of them, absolutely furious, wondering why he had to babysit these 2. All he wanted was a beach vacation. However, since this is a commercial city, why are those pirates walking around in the middle of everyone like that? There's definitely something going on here. And the scene cuts to the house of the governor of Leos, Count Segunda. And this old geezer says that the contractor of the White Dragon, Aaron Pendragon, and the Lion Prince, Ian Aragon, have both come to spend some time in the vicinity of Leos. He asks that guy sitting behind him what he thinks about it. And this guy says that it's not just in the vicinity of Leos, but also near Sisuke, at Sybil's Cliff. And the old man says that maybe they've noticed something about the Sasuke incident. And the guy says that if they investigate the relationship between the Baroness, Erlin, and Gofly, they'll surely know something. However, aside from Ian, there shouldn't be any reason for the Pendragons to get involved in this matter. In fact, to be certain, that incident has no connection to the Pendragons. However, they owe that house a great debt. Talking to that guy is so unpleasant. The cat and the snake together. And with that malicious little smile, he says they'll leave everything in that man's hands, the one who controls the pirates and rules Leos from behind the scenes, the Black Pirate King. And now the scene shifts to Soda, who's sitting on top of that whale, while Aaron's mother is shocked by the sight. And Aaron thinks to himself that the first vacation for House Pendragon, surrounded by the beautiful scenery of the Sybil coast, and accompanied by a feast of whale meat, has come to an end. Up on the mountain, Isla is training, while her griffin eats the whale meat. And now night has fallen, and our boy Aaron is sipping his wine, enjoying the view. And he's asked if he's drinking for the dead of Leos. Ian says he'll join him, and the silver-haired guy says his mood is always terrible, which makes Ian really pissed off, saying this is all his fault. He was the one who invited the girls, so why won't they even look at him? And William tells him his day-to-day behavior is just awful, and if he keeps creating unnecessary problems, he's going to stay alone. And William says that he really seems very uninterested, and maybe he is. But William cuts him off right there, saying that he's married. And William says it doesn't seem like he's interested in his concubine, and also maybe, and Eric just stares at him, waiting to see what the hell he's going to say. And so, Ian, looking really shocked, says that maybe he and that dragon, which left Eric completely surprised, asking, "What do you mean?" And he says that when he saw them in the castle, when that dragon turned into a human, and they were talking, he seemed different, and Eric just gets lost in thought about it, thinking that in the end, Sora is the only one who knows who he really is, and the only one he can speak openly with about everything. And he says it's nothing. But despite everything, she is very special to him. And he says that she certainly possesses an unparalleled beauty, but he still prefers human women. And Eric, getting pissed, says he doesn't care about his preferences, and says that his first objective for this vacation is to investigate the incident of the assassination attempt on Prince Simon. And Ian says that Prince Gofly, his mother Baroness Erling, and Governor Segunda are all related, and he's certain. He says that if he's the mastermind behind the assassination attempt, he should have started making his move by now too, since he and the Imperial Prince are close to Sasuke, for example. But then Ian interrupts him saying, for example, trying to assassinate you. And he gives a little smirk, saying that they would have to be pretty shameless to try and target the Imperial Prince. And Ian says that he's definitely not the type to let others do whatever they want. And Ian says that he's really looking forward to it, and he's ready to unleash his wrath. But Ian says it's not time yet. They need to let them take the bait. And as the two of them are talking, Ian thinks that with just this information, they were able to figure out their enemy's intentions. He wonders if this Eren has some kind of incredible instinct, or maybe there's something more to it. And what the hell is that white worm? Seeing that he can't. And now in the Lev's underworld at a bar in the Orca archipelago, those orcs are sitting around talking, while two guards say they're shocked that a human entered the place where ogres and pirates gather, the Orca archipelago, and maybe he's already been eaten by them. And the guy in front of him says he drinks like a real man. This guy who looks like Jack Sparrow says that now they'll get straight to the point. What does the governor want? And Vicente says he wants to work with the snake and the cat. And the pirate says he's really brave, and he also wants to kill the prince, and that he can't judge a book by its cover. But he must understand that the incident that happened in Sisuke 3 years ago. But Vincent interrupts him, saying that he doesn't like it when people stick their noses in his business, especially when such people are from this kind of place. And that pirate just stares at him and says he is indeed very brave, and someone other than the brass orcs who can act like that in front of you is really impressive, and he likes that. Strong people are always amazing, whether they're orcs or humans. Then that Vincent hands him a piece of paper, saying the details are on it. And in 3 days, that person will invite the cat and the snake to his house. Since the cat likes to show off, if they give him a little push, he'll do whatever they want. And the pirate says, all right. That little tyrant from the Imperial capital, he's going to play with him however he wants. But then he starts to crumple that little piece of paper and says he'll be like a little kitten. And so Vincent asks if he can ask him something. The pirate asks what it is, and the guy then asks if he's a human. This really surprises the pirate. Then he starts to smirk and says, "What do you mean, human?" And he, while standing up, starts exuding this evil aura of his, which makes the villain feel very worried, wondering, what kind of aura is this that's keeping me from breathing? And the pirate asks him directly, "What do you think?" And with a single swift move, his hand alone bigger than that human's entire arm, he simply throws him into the air. But the guy lands completely surprised. And that pirate says that he actually managed to land on his feet, and he's much better than he thought. Actually, what he meant was that he's much better than he thought, for a mere human. And so the pirate looks at the guy sleeping, and asks if he doesn't want to eat some ogre meat. The Hulk-like guy gets that blue ogre all excited, asking when they're going to do it. And the man in black says that the ogre meat, which has been preserved in the forest for decades, he bets it's absolutely delicious. And that guy says it sounds good, and that he saw one of those guys in the city. He got really curious, and since the meat is his, "What are you gonna do, sir?" And the pirate says he'll eat the cat and the snake, and then he orders the men to be killed immediately. And the women, they will skin and devour them too. He's going into full psychopath mode. And that's when Vincent finally understands. This guy is definitely not human. The second son of the Empire's 5 duchies, the Sea Dragon King. This guy is definitely the Black King of Leos, the Fool and the Spiders. And just like that, it's the next day. And while Ingrid and she were talking in the area, Lindsay asks if they've heard the news. They received an invitation from the Emperor of Leos for a ball at his residence, and the one who brought them the news was Killian. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man asks if this is his chance, and the prince thinks that he'll do what he wants, for now. But on the other hand, Eric's mother asks if this count is the second son, and Eric stares at her not quite understanding, and asks his mother to rest at home while they go to this ball, because a lot of things are going to happen there. And so his mother, very happy, thanks him, and he calls out to Saul, who's sitting there on top of the house, and asks her to take care of his mother. No, actually, he's entrusting the Duchess to her, and she just stares back at him, nodding in agreement. And just like that, night begins to fall. The scene then shifts to the mansion of the century, and several important guests are entering the ball when they notice that the stars of tonight's ball have arrived. It's the prince, the Imperial princess, and the Pendragon family. And everyone thinks they all look incredibly beautiful, and also that the two men are very dashing and handsome, the prince and the duke, and even for the nobility it's an honor. But in the back, someone's being really cocky. Carta calls out to Eren, and when our protagonist turns around, he hears the orc saying that things are very different from what he was told. And upon seeing that scene, some of the girls look pretty scared, and the orc asks himself, what the hell is this? They even made a special little outfit for him. And over in the corner you have Isla looking all stylish. And Carta says that there's nothing but weaklings here, and that they're way too small. He said there was supposed to be something really interesting tonight, so he got really excited. But where are the warriors? The ones he's supposed to beat the crap out of. But just then someone starts approaching them, and that's when Vicente appears, thanking them for coming. The Pendragons and their company. This surprises everyone there, So Vicente appears before them and says that he is the knight who serves the governor, second, and his name is Vicente. It's a pleasure to meet you, young Lord Pendragon. And he just stares at Aaron, exuding a bit of his power, to try and intimidate him. And Aaron just looks at it, thinking, so this is the flow of aura. And they say that the flow of aura only occurs in people who are warriors, fierce ones with a lot of combat experience. This is actually very interesting. He decides to observe the situation for a bit, and so he kind of pretends not to even pay any mind to that guy. And Vincent gets pretty unsettled by this, and so he asks them to please all follow him. And they start walking to where the ball will be held. And Ian keeps staring at Vincent, thinking that his gait is always steady, and his posture is very proper. And even the orc gets pretty excited about this, because maybe he could be a really strong warrior. And Isla also stares at him a little worried. And now they arrive at the location of the ball, and everyone stares at them. And in front of them, an old geezer appears, saying that they are welcome, and he is the governor of Leos, Dorius II. And it's been a long time since he's seen Prince Ian, and Ian says it's been 3 years, and that many things have been happening in the Imperial capital. And the Count says, so this must be Princess Ingrid. And it's been 5 years since they've last seen each other, and she's truly become more beautiful. This makes Aaron very worried about that old geezer's gaze, and he also looks at Miss Aaron and says that she has also become very beautiful, staring at her with desire. This made Aaron very worried on the spot, and the Count says that he must be the talk of the town, the young Master Pendragon. And he made a pact with the White Dragon, and even made the orcs and griffins follow him as well, and it's truly splendid. However, he asks where the Duchess might be, with this total psychopath look on his face, and Aaron says that her condition isn't good, and she's just resting in another village with her other sister. And Seculo says that's just awful, and he's going to send his healers over there to help her, and he's also going to see her in person. But Aaron says he's grateful for his words, but asks him to please not do that. And if a dangerous situation were to arise, things would get very problematic. This leaves the Count quite pensive, and he asks if he's really being serious. So he asks them, please, to enjoy their night. And Ian, smiling, says that he's not a complete scoundrel after all. And Aaron says yes, absolutely. And I heard he proposed to the Duchess a long time ago, to marry him. But in the end, he was rejected. And that was 20 years ago. He's still so persistent. And besides that night Vincent, who the hell is that guy? And Ian says he's the Count's right-hand man, his second in command. And he came to Leos 2 years ago, and quickly made a name for himself, and they say he's the one who does the dirty work. And that's what he heard. And Prada wonders what do you mean dirty work, wondering if he's connected to the Shisuke incident. But Sanina says that's her cue, and now she's going to enjoy the party a bit. And she asks Eric not to drink too much. And Aaron said he should be the one telling her that. But by now night has fallen. And outside the ball a guard says he can't go in there in that outfit, and asks why he even came here. And that pirate says it's because he heard they would be throwing a party. So he needs to be dressed, and with just one finger, he breaks that human's neck, and says that this is his attire now, and that he's dressed appropriately for the occasion. So now he calls that other orc, telling him they should go terrorize this party. And with that, he heads back to the ball. Up above, the governor says that brat is way too bold, and asks what Vicente thinks. And Vicente says he was able to see his aura flow when he used it. However, he quickly looked away, and it seems he was startled. And the old man says that he's basically just a small fry, but Vicente says that nonetheless, that kid is undoubtedly strong. The old man then asks how he compares to him, and his knight says he doesn't know. They'll only find out when they fight. But he just keeps staring at them, thinking that that man is probably a knight of Valvvis. He's a brave warrior, and it makes no sense for him to serve someone so weak. And so, the old man says he'll leave that knight to him, and it's okay if he can't kill him, since their reinforcements will arrive soon. The son of the sea dragon, the Black King, he will take care of the cat and the snake. And then he asks if he met him in the trash dump. The Black King. And Vicente remembers that whole situation, and knows that guy is definitely not human, and he's incredibly strong. Then he says he's like a beast, and no one there can defeat him. At least they're not human. And the old man starts to smile shamelessly, and says that if that's what he's saying, then things will go as planned. And of everyone he knows, he is the smartest and most fearless. And if today's incident is a success, his plan will become even bigger and will progress faster. And when the time comes, he will give him the position he desires. But Vincent says that he is not worthy of such an honor, calling him his sovereign. And he goes on to say that it's all fine. He has no ties to anything. He has no ties to what will happen here today. He is just a victim, just like those careless idiots down there. He looks directly at Vincent, asking if that's not the case. And Vincent says that's right. Meanwhile, everyone is having a good time downstairs, dancing and talking. But suddenly the windows of the house shatter, and Aaron, Ian, their friends, and the girls are all shocked by it. And who appears but the Black King and that hideous blue orc, saying that they are the pirates, and they've come to plunder everyone. He quickly finishes off one of the extras, and then starts to chop the heads off of several women and men. He then orders all of his companions to kill these vermin and loot their bodies, all while holding a girl's severed arm. In the end, he orders them to eat all the women, and I mean literally eat them. This is actual cannibalism we're talking about here. And so all of his companions begin to slaughter everyone there and loot their bodies. And that old geezer upstairs says that he really got carried away and that these bloodstains aren't going to come out of his house afterwards. But Vicente says that this job is absolutely perfect. And since he's the one doing it, there won't be any suspicion on him. So now he should let him get to work too. And with that, he starts getting ready to fight as well. And meanwhile, going up the stairs, Aaron's sister, the princess, Luna and Lindsay are running for their lives, wondering what is happening. But just then someone stops them on the staircase. And that pirate says he's found them. And in that moment, he unleashes his aura on them to freeze their bodies. He points his finger at them, noticing that they can't breathe under his aura. He wonders which one of them he'll devour first. And as Luna sees this, she thinks it's just like that other time. That time she felt the pressure from that orc, the terror of the orc. And so that Aranjas guy approaches Luna and says he chooses her. Then he starts smiling like a madman and goes to cut off Luna's head. But in that moment, someone stops his sword. And Aaron's sister and Lindsay are surprised to see that Aaron has arrived. Then Aaron asks Luna if she's all right. And blushing, she says she is. Meanwhile, that pirate thinks these idiots took the bait. And they showed themselves way too easily. Then that guy from upstairs says, no matter how I look at him, he's just a little duckling. And asks, did you really think that you'd only have one opponent? And that pirate finds himself surrounded by all those guys. And Ark says that's what he meant by that. And things are finally getting interesting. And so Orange finds himself surrounded by all those guys and realizes that in the end he was the one who took the bait, not these idiots, as they all stare him down. And he starts to smirk and says that he understands now. But idiots like them never change. He unleashes his malevolent aura on all of them. With his eyes glowing, he says that it doesn't matter how many worms there are, they'll never be able to fight against him. And so the pirate finds himself surrounded by everyone. As Harry stares them down, he realizes the situation isn't 100% good, and says that 4 people is a bit much. So he'll take care of the irrelevant ones first. And in his left hand, he begins to charge up a power. He quickly punches the ground, destroying part of that staircase. And when the prince realizes it, he sees that he managed to split them all up, and is no longer surrounded by the 4 of them. And up above, that old guy sees that his stairs have been completely broken, and it definitely won't be easy, or cheap to fix. And down below, the orc asks what that idiot's problem is, and why he broke the staircase in half, making them fall to the first floor. And when they look around, behind them are those blue orcs, saying that they were running out of food, but some fat pigs just arrived, and orc meat is going to be the main course. And Carta, absolutely furious, says that so, he's that guy they saw in the city, and that it's going to be him and the orc who will give them a beating, while he drinks a beer, calling them shitty pirates, already moving in to cut off one of their heads. And Island TV moves in with him. And now the scene cuts back to the pirate facing Ian alone, while Era was on the other side, protecting the girls. Then the Black King says that now that only the cat and the snake are left, he can have a little fun. And the little kitten will be first. But I was going to say that even his power is a bit much, and he's also a bit of a giant. But even so, when has power ever been the only thing that mattered in a fight? And Aerie, seeing the situation, wonders if the prince is going to be all right. But his sister tells her not to worry. Her brother isn't normal. They say he's the best in the Imperial capital when it comes to technique, and she's never seen him lose. And as the 2 of them face off, Ian rushes forward to try and hit him, but the pirate manages to block. And while Ian attacks him with all his strength, the pirate easily keeps blocking his strikes. And Aaron says that that sequence of blows is really incredible. And the prince really is very strong. It seems like the pirate can't counterattack properly. But Aaron, watching the fight, thinks that's not it. He's easily blocking all of the prince's attacks, as if he were just toying with him. And the prince, looking at the scene, also realizes that this pirate is just blocking him, instead of counterattacking. And so the pirate starts to smirk, and says right here. And just like that, he manages to block Ian's sword, and throw him to the ground, which leaves Ian completely surprised. Air and the princess are shocked watching the scene, and the pirate says that taking him out of the capital was all it took. He powers up a punch with his ability, aiming right for Ian. But just as he's about to hit him, a sword appears right in front of his eye. And this is our boy helping Ian. And since he was so fast, he managed to land a blow on the pirate. And this guy tells Ian that they will fight together. And this guy is definitely not normal. And Aranja, seeing that his cheek is bleeding, is quite surprised, saying that this really startled him. And how long has it been since he last spilled any blood? So he looks at them and says that maybe he should have started with a snake. And just like that, Avenge pulls a shield out of nowhere and says that all of this just became more interesting. And he tells them to do their best, because if they lose, he will devour all of them, along with those women. And meanwhile, down below, Carta continues to defeat several orcs, and Isla also continues to kill many of those orcs. As Isla is going up the stairs to try and help Ian and Aaron, he sees that the two of them are fighting that pirate, alone. But as he was staring at the fight, someone with 2 blades appears right behind him. But he quickly manages to dodge, and that hooded guy continues to fight him. But Isla quickly manages to block him, and that nobody loses one of his blades. As he stares, his hand is trembling, and Isla asks if he's the knight from before, which definitely made the hooded knight I heard feel quite worried. And there's Isla staring him down. He says that a knight of Valvvis never forgets the moment he crossed paths with another knight. And as the hooded man stares, he says that now he has his reasons to get rid of him. So they're going to fight for real, quickly lunging at each other. He lands making his way back to Avenge, fighting against those two. And Ian tells Aaron that he'll try to create an opening so that he can finish him off. And Aaron says that's very unexpected coming from him, because he knows the prince loves to be the center of attention. And Ian says he hates to say it, but even though he's one of the masters of the Imperial capital, after they fought, he realized that Aaron is the only one who can defeat that monster. After all, he's the weaker one between them. And Aaron asks him if he really thinks he's going to let him die. And Ian, very angrily, says that's not something he would do. And so the two of them charge at that pirate, exuding a malevolent aura. And after that, the scene cuts to Isa fighting that knight, and the others fighting down below. And Kata thinks that this is turning into a mess. He's fighting against these damn pirates on the first floor. There's a guy blocking Isla on the stairs, so it's impossible for them to go up to the second floor to help Aaron and Ian. And so Isla and that other knight continue their combat. Every time one attacks, the other dodges, as if they were reading each other's moves. And just as the hooded man lands, he says he won't let him go to the second floor. This makes Isla really pissed off, and upstairs that pirate is laughing in their faces. And he's putting a lot of pressure on Aaron with a single sword, while Ian comes from the side to attack him. But he manages to defend with the shield, giving him a little smirk. And so he starts fighting both of them at the same time, saying who would have thought that the two of you could only do this much. Then Ian tries to cut off his head, but the pirate dodges. And Aaron tries to strike him in the stomach, but he dodges again. Ian says that this whole thing sucks, thinking how can he be so big and still be so fast? And at that moment Aaron shouts for Ian, realizing that the pirate is already right behind the prince. The pirate tries to strike him, but Ian defends himself, putting his sword up to protect himself. And just like that, his sword is instantly destroyed. And that pirate says 1 down. Now all that's left is Aaron, who's coming from behind. But then quickly, the prince drops his sword and grabs the pirate's arm in a desperate move, and Aaron realizes this is a great opportunity, while Ian yells for him to finish him now. And Aaron immediately goes in with his sword to finish that pirate. But then Avenge drops his sword too, and with his arm he swings Ian around in midair. This leaves Aaron completely surprised by that strength, and he just throws him right at our boy. And by the time Aaron realizes what's happening, that gigantic pirate is already coming at him with a punch to the face. But he moves down a bit and it hits him right in the arm model, making Aaron spit up blood and sending him flying. And Ian screams for Aaron, but Avenge lands a kick right in his stomach, which makes him spit up blood too, and sends him flying into that table. And the girls scream for their brothers. And that pirate, that psychopath, says that humans are nothing but worms, just food for him. And while he's exuding his evil aura up above, Isla notices that Pedro has been hurt. But just as he was looking up, that knight takes the opportunity to attack Isla. He then asks if he really thinks he can afford to look away right now. This makes Isla boil with rage. And that pirate says that now that the cat and the snake are done for, it's the women's turn. He wonders which of them he'll devour first. And the 4 girls are left, frozen with fear and trembling on the spot. But this pirate here notices something strange, because Aaron simply gets up in front of him, completely injured and bleeding, and the girls scream for him. The pirate thinks there's no way. A human who took his blow can still get back up. Besides his right arm, his insides should be a complete mess too. And Aaron, bleeding from his mouth, says that he is certainly strong in terms of power and technique. He has no openings, but if that's all there is to it, then he's already killed many opponents just like him. He looks at him with a deep hatred, exuding the aura from his past life, the aura of the immortal crow Raven Varte. And then, Avenge is very surprised, asks if he's really killed someone like him before, and what the hell he's talking about. What if he hit his head when he was struck? He called him a piece of shit maggot. But Aaron says that even if he explained, he wouldn't understand. But he thinks that sure, the guy is strong, but he doesn't even come close to that other guy. That monster, that gigantic thing he faced when he was part of the demon corporation, the Troll King. And he keeps thinking that after he finally defeated him, he obtained this immortal body, and a very surprised Eren thinks that his arm should have been crushed, but he can still move it like this. This shouldn't be happening. And Ingrid, also very surprised, asks if something like this has ever happened to Eren. And his sister says no, her brother has never gotten into this kind of trouble before. And someone else says that maybe they heard wrong, while Luna Savage just thinks about the situation. She thought he didn't have any pride or self-respect back then, but it seems she was wrong. The two of them stare each other down. Aranhas tells him not to try and act cool, calling him a dying idiot, and lunges at him with his sword, exuding that dark aura, while he manages to quickly dodge the blow, which surprises Aranhas. And when he looks back, he thinks that he shouldn't be able to move like that. Meanwhile, with his blade he is about to strike Aranhas, but he manages to use his shield to defend himself. And while he's using the shield, he also manages to throw him a short distance away. But he lands on the ground and quickly realizes that he's already coming right at him, using his shield to hide his movement. And he thinks he can't see his sword because of that damn shield. But he looks at the ground and can see the sword's shadow and manages to predict the moment it will hit him. And so he manages to dodge. And the hero, realizing this, tries to hit him, again from behind his shield. But he manages to dodge all of his blows easily. And then he manages to block his sword. And the spider gets more and more surprised by this. While the spider asks if he didn't hear what he said, he's already fought and killed many opponents like him, which once again surprises everyone there. And the spider, badly injured, thinks that his coordination with the sword and shield must be a Rachuan technique. And Rachuan is a city that was built at sea level by the Elder Dwarves and was taken by the orcs of that region many decades ago. And now it has become the largest orc kingdom in the Empire. And by merging the archipelago's cleaver and the dwarves' shield, they created a unique technique. And that strange movement from before, he's sure he saw Island use the same one. And he also must be very used to the southern techniques. So that means this monster is a famous warrior from the south, or maybe the legitimate son of a noble. Maybe he's a half-breed between an ogre and a human. And so, Aranhas thinks that clearly he has regenerated, and even managed to react to his Rachuan technique. And those who learned the Imperial techniques were all quickly crushed by his swordsmanship. He wonders if Ezekiel has ever fought someone who used the Rachuan technique. But no, there's no way. How could a brat like him have combat experience like that? But he remembers what Eren said, that he's killed many opponents like him before. It really gets him thinking. He thinks that he's superior in strength and technique, but there's definitely something wrong with this guy. And that airhead he defeated first, he wasn't completely crushed, and his companions from down below, they managed to climb all the way up here, and things are really starting to get dangerous. But for the sake of the Sea Dragon King's ambition, his father, he must get rid of this Pendragon as quickly as possible. He starts to laugh and says he understands. He's very good at dodging that one, is just like the little mouse that he is, being chased by a cat. And Eren just stays silent, listening to that guy's provocations. But the pirate gets frustrated for a moment and says he hates fighting endlessly like this. So even worms have some sense of camaraderie. He asks, isn't that right? Eren realizes what this guy wants to do, and he quickly backs away from Eren, going after Ian to try and finally kill him. And this guy, he grabs him by his leg and calls Eren a white worm. Idiot, he says, since you kept dodging. I'm going to turn this one here into a bloody pulp. But what he didn't expect was that Ian was already awake. And he, who is very clever, saw a broken wine bottle and quickly throws it right in that pirate's face. And Aranhas, who wasn't expecting it, gets that broken bottle right in his eye, obviously cutting him. And he starts saying that this guy is a fucking idiot. He just stabbed you in the eye. And little adopted Ian says that the redhead doesn't know how to run away. And also he's very good at counterattacking. And so the super pissed off pirate tells him to die now. But our boy quickly gets behind him, using a sword technique on him, which surprises the guy. And a huge blue glow radiates throughout the entire area. And when the spider looks back with just one eye, because the other one is all messed up, he realizes that Eren is displaying a dragon's aura, coming at him with his sword. But even so, he managed to react and dodge. And Enzo asks how this guy managed to react to that. But suddenly he lets go of his sword and grabs the pirate's arm, trying to use the same move he used on Ian to immobilize his arm. While the pirate thinks that this is a joint lock, right in his blind spot no less. But that won't work on him. He already starts to counterattack, trying to throw Eren to the ground. But Eren quickly goes for his hand that was aiming for his head. He grabs his finger with his whole hand, and to the pirate's surprise, he breaks his finger, which makes the pirate scream in pain right then and there. But even so, Eren is thrown to the ground. But he continues, trying to break that pirate's hand, and he manages to immobilize one of his arms. And after that, the scene cuts to the fight between Wisla and that other knight. And that knight, who's being heavily pressured, wonders, who the hell is this guy? and Wisla quickly breaks his sword and makes a deep cut on his arm. So Wisla says that sword is perfect for assassinations, just not for fighting. This leaves the knight completely surprised by that move. But then he realizes the tattoo on his arm has been discovered, and he quickly tries to hide it. But Island notices. However, just as they both realize what's happening, they hear screams coming from upstairs, and the knight wonders if that scream didn't belong to the Black King. And while he's shocked and worried, Island gives a satisfied little smirk. The knight wonders if that monster is actually losing, and when he looks down, he sees Arkarta defeating that arrogant orc. As he falls to the ground, the orc says he should understand that he's weak, compared to him, calling him a shitty pirate. He says they are the orcs from the Ancona Forest, the strongest there are. Seeing that scene, the knight is completely shocked, thinking that the Archmage's orcs were completely obliterated. And what the hell are these guys? He realizes he's in a very shitty situation. He quickly tries to flee, which surprises Island, but he pays no mind to the fleeing man and starts climbing the stairs to help Eren. Meanwhile, our Eren continues to fight that pirate, while also trying to protect Ian. He says that now the tables have turned, while the pirate, who had a finger broken and an eye lost, tells him not to push his luck. A broken arm isn't going to be enough to defeat him, calling him nothing but an inferior creature. But just as he realizes, coming from behind him are Karta and Isla to fight him as well. This really surprises Eren, but it terrifies Oranges, who realizes that his companions have all been defeated. And so, quickly, he tries to finish Eren off with that shield, but Eren manages to defend himself. And to everyone's surprise there, he simply goes to the window. And before escaping, he says that he will definitely have his revenge, at some point. And when that moment comes, he's definitely going to snap his neck. And with that, he jumps from above and lets out a whistle, calling for someone down below. And when Eren realizes what it is, it's a griffin, a black one he managed to control, and he starts to flee, flying on it. And behind them, Karta says that he's definitely a damn pirate. He just jumped from the mansion, mounted a griffin, and fled. But Eren says that he injured his eye and his right arm, so he won't be able to attack for some time. And Wesley, staring at him, starts to say that he was attacked by that knight, Vincent from earlier, which really surprises the two of them. And Eren says that in that case, this attack was planned well in advance, and it's definitely that old geezer's fault. But Karta says that this allegation alone won't be enough to prove anything. And besides, he asks Isla if that knight, Vincent, was strong. And Isla says that they were evenly matched, and he was no ordinary opponent. But there's also something that intrigues him. He has a tattoo, resembling a tower on his arm, which quickly shocks Eren. And after the fight, the scene cuts to the house where they're staying. And there are Eren and his little monsters, playing horsey, while their mother reads a book. But when his mother looks up at the sky, she wonders if those aren't griffins coming their way. And after that, the scene changes to that fool. Orange fleeing on top of his griffin. But he realizes someone is shouting his name. It's that old man from before, asking what the meaning of this is. And so Oranges stops right in front of him and asks if this isn't the governor. And also if he hadn't promised that he wouldn't call him that anymore. But the governor, very irritated, says that for that to happen, he should have kept his promise, especially since he was the one who broke their agreement first. He made a mess in his mansion and still wasn't able to kill the targets. Oranges looks at him and says that aside from the snake, the cat suffered many injuries, so he's just going to let the sorcerer he brought from the south finish the job. And the old man, trembling, asks, "What do you mean a sorcerer?" And the pirate says yes, and asks if he didn't want to kidnap the mother of that white worm. So he sent some orcs over there, along with that strange sorcerer, who specializes in brainwashing and assassination. And with him on their side, there's no way they could lose. But then he starts to shout at the old man, saying that he had to send him to the village to kidnap the person he wanted, and that's why they failed to kill them. And it's all because of his insatiable lust. And the old man acts out, trembling in fear. He tells him to shut his mouth, saying he boasted so much about his skills, and yet he couldn't even complete the request. At that moment, he gets a single jab right on the chin, which breaks his jaw. And Arana says that's right. He has to hurt him a little too, so they won't suspect that he set the whole thing up. And so he stomps right on the old man's leg, breaking it. He then says he'll take this as his reward, grabbing the old man's staff, and leaving the old man collapsed on the ground, completely naked. And now at the house where Eren's mother is, the black griffins are fighting the white griffins, while the Ancona orcs fight against the Smurf orcs, and the little blue ones say that they have the advantage in numbers. But how can these guys be so strong? And Killian is also among them, defeating several of those orcs. And those two new recruits who joined recently say that's to be expected from the commander. And then Killian says that the shaman's strengthening spell is really strong. And basically, they are under a spell that the orc mage cast on them. And he says that after the centaur incident, he found a reason to start training again. But meanwhile, a short distance away, in the middle of the forest, someone is holding a crystal ball, watching the whole fight. and two guys are talking. The famous orcs of the archipelago are being pushed back by the Pendragon army. But a guy next to them says it's because of a strengthening spell. And that little guy on the left calls this guy with the centipede in his hand Lord Golota. And this disgusting guy eating the centipede says that it seems he's not the only one who can do this, and that there's another mage of his level beside him. But of course, they aren't as strong as him. And the guys notice his sinister aura and wonder if this is really the power of a sorcerer. The power that they say is capable of killing thousands of knights and mercenaries quickly. This guy who looks like a mummy says that all of this is a bait. And while they're distracted by the pirates, they're going to kidnap the White Worm's mother. And that was the order the Black King gave them. So they wonder what her location is. And he realizes that she, her daughter, and the two little monsters are hiding inside the room, along with her maids as well. And Aaron's little sister says she's really scared. And Tata and Kasali say that they're also scared to death. But Aaron's mother says that they don't need to be afraid of anything. Their soldiers are fighting for them out there, and that's what she chooses to believe. But at that moment, a flame appears right in front of the door, and he wonders what the hell that is. And when the lady looks, she knows that this is a thick metal door. But even though it's a very sturdy door, that mage simply created a hole in the middle of it. And he starts to walk in and asks if the lady is all right. And he tells her to tie herself up and come with them. And if she resists, the trash next to you will melt, just like the door and the couple. And Tata says they don't want to be turned into soup. And Aaron's mom just stares at him. And so he starts to approach. And they ask if these are the governor's orders. Second, and that talking mummy tells her not to talk nonsense, and to quietly do as he said. And so he uses those bandages on his body to tie her up completely. And these servants and her daughter call out her name as she falls to the ground, completely tied up and immobilized. And this guy tells those henchmen to grab her because they are leaving. And she just keeps thinking that she doesn't want her daughters to suffer because of her. And the two henchmen think this is incredible. They managed to kidnap a duchess so easily. And the sorcerers are really on a completely different level. But just as he was thinking that, a magical flame appears right before his eyes and quickly slices all those henchmen in half. And the mage, feeling this, is completely shocked. And when he looks back, Lady Pendragon, the monsters, and Aaron's little sister realize that the one who has arrived to protect them is none other than the great white dragon, Sue Drake. And Sue Drake appears before that mage. And Aaron's mom is happy for a moment, thinking that Sue Drake came to save her. Meanwhile, that mage is completely shocked, thinking that there's no blood coming from their bodies, even though they were cut in half. And he wonders if this is the aura blade, and there's the other one staring at him with a flaming hand. So badass. And after seeing that scene, this mummy? The speaker thinks that up until now, he has killed countless humans, noble knights, and royalty, but this is the first time that he's been truly afraid. And he wonders if he's scared of this piece of shit in front of him. And he wonders who that woman is, and so is the other one approaching him. While he's shaking in his boots, he thinks that she's clearly not human. And that jewel on her forehead, and the wings on her back, and her ability to create blades of light in her own hands. There's only one race that can do that, and clearly it's the dragons. This one, he notices that aura right in front of his eyes, and his head is quickly sliced in half with a very swift movement. And after the battle at the mansion, our boys are heading home. And inside the carriage, Armando and Ian tries to heal him using Aaron's shield, and Ian says he's better, and that the shield's healing magic is no joke. But he wonders, what the hell is Aaron's body made of? He says to Aaron, who is sleeping right on Aaron's shoulder, and he says that his own arm was destroyed by that monster. But even so, he managed to get up and continue fighting. But Aaron dodges the question and says that this is the power of the white dragon. So Ian says, so it's the white dragon, and that he's really on another level. But the blonde girl is staring at him very uncomfortably, wondering if that's really true, and what Aaron is hiding from them. And now the scene returns to the house where they were, and those black griffins are fleeing from the white griffins, and what he asks them to look at. They've completely defeated them, and everyone starts to celebrate that the Pendragon army is the strongest, and the victor, and the mage, and the griffins are happy about this too. And there on the balcony, Solda is sitting looking out at the landscape, and Eric's mother approaches her, thanking her for what she did. And Solda says that Rai asked her to protect them. That's all. And Aaron's mother says she doesn't understand her, and doesn't understand what she's saying, because obviously, Solda can only communicate with her contractor, which is Aaron. And the lady continues, saying that she has no obligation to defend House Pendragon, and her obligation is only to the one with whom she made her pact. And she knows this. Meanwhile, Solda just stares at her, as Aaron's mother thinks that before, when Gordon, her husband, was alive, she had only seen the white dragon in this form once. She remembers the moment when Solda appeared in this form to Gordon, who was still a bit younger, and she was certainly stronger and more beautiful than any human. And when she saw them exchange a look, she couldn't help but feel jealous. But she thinks about the past and says to Solda that then when she looked at her son, she felt he had a very pained look in his eyes, as if he'd remembered something, perhaps from a distant past. She came to understand that feeling, and so she bows and says please. She must continue protecting her son, and very nervously, she says that she understands there's a possibility that Eren might be a different person now. And while trembling, she says that even so, she is still his mother. Even if the one inside him is different, she will still love him from the bottom of her heart. And she starts to cry desperately, looking at Sorak, telling her that she's trying to love him. And Sorak continues to stare at her, saying that she doesn't understand her words either. But even if Rai is Raven, Varte, or Eren Pendragon, she still sees Alex through him. So, of all the contractors she's had so far, Rai was probably the one she loved the most. But to both of their surprise, our boy, his sister and Lindsay walk through the door, worried about her. He quickly asks if she's okay. He heard that they were attacked by those damn pirates, but crying, she says she's fine, thanks to Sadra's help, and asks how he is. The silver-haired boy says that of course he's fine, that he's completely fine and nothing happened. Meanwhile, Eren and Lindsay just notice the nerve he has, and his mother thanks him for coming back and hugs him crying. She says that it's great that he came back, safe and sound, calling him her son. And Eren is very surprised by her reaction, and so she hugs Eren, and Eren asks what happened to his mother. Our boy just thinks about it, looking up at the sky and thinking about his mother, while Solda just stares at him. And so now they all go to their rooms, and Eren's mother wishes him, Eren, and Lindsay a good night as well. But when the protagonist looks at Lindsay, she's all blushing, just staring at him. And so he hugs her and wishes her a good night. His beloved wife, Lindsay, and Lindsay wishes him a good night as well. Meanwhile, she just stares at them, and she looks very uncomfortable watching that scene. And the protagonist looks back and asks Luna to go rest as well. But then Luna calls his name and says she has something very important to discuss with him. And it has to be right now. Eren just stares at her, while she looks very nervous after having said that. And after they all get home, they go to collect the bodies of the orcs. Seeing that scene, he asks the others if they aren't envious of them. Dying in combat is their objective, and those two knew it. And that was the greatest honor they could have received. Meanwhile, Eren and Luna just stare at them, seeing that in the end they are celebrating. And Karta says that, instead of sending them to the great Earth God, why don't they do it their own way? And so the Archmage begins to unleash his power, and many leaves begin to rise from the ground. And then beautiful flowers begin to cover the bodies of those guys. And after that, the whole place is surrounded by white flowers, and the orcs begin to dance around them. And the two of them watching that scene, Luna says that it's really beautiful and sad at the same time. And Eren says that only those who fought side by side are allowed to see this ceremony, and it's the greatest burial ritual that they could have received. And originally, they never would have shown this to other races, so that means that they consider them part of their family. Meanwhile, Luna just cries watching that scene, and she asks if it's really true. And Eren just stares at her, and says that she mentioned she needed to talk to him about something, so they could go somewhere quieter. And the two of them are sitting on the stairs, and Luna starts to say that maybe at that moment, if she hadn't talked about the divorce, she wonders if she would have become his wife. And the protagonist just stays silent, listening. She says she regrets doing that, after seeing how much he has changed. However, the divorce was her family's decision, so she thought there would be no way to get around the situation. But Eric remains silent. But she says that when they traveled to the mausoleum, and on the way there, she kept watching him as he protected her, and that this feeling definitely won't change. But right now, the more she thinks about it, the more she understands that she likes him. But seeing her reaction, Eric just apologizes, and says he doesn't feel that way, which shocks her completely. And she says she understands. She treated him so harshly before, and as soon as he became successful, this despicable woman came to him. She says she understands why he'd see it from that perspective, and the two of them remain silent. But the protagonist breaks the silence, saying that she's wrong, and that's not what this is about, which surprises her. And our boy says he never hated her, or thought she was a despicable woman. But in this life, there's no such thing as true feelings. It's just like a piece on a chessboard, who are manipulated. There's no room for feelings in him, is what he would have said, to anyone who tried to court him. And she's shocked seeing him being so sincere. And he apologizes again, getting up and saying that he's going to rest for the day. And she continues to cry, just thinking about what he's saying. Meanwhile, in the corner, a very curious princess is watching the whole situation unfold, and the producer, who noticed her too, says that this goes for her as well, Princess Ingrid, and he walks away, leaving the two of them very uncomfortable. But he thinks to himself that, however, it doesn't mean he can keep things this way. He thinks about his mother's hug, and he imagines that now he'll definitely have to go to his homeland, Raven Sisika's hometown, and so the day dawned. And at the Leos Chamber of Commerce, people are talking about how the Latuan orcs made a mess over there. They even invaded the governor's ball, and the nobles who were there were killed so brutally that only pieces of them were left. The governor also suffered serious injuries, but the guy in front of him tells him to shut his mouth, because otherwise he'll be punished. But he says that what's incredible about it is that those orcs were defeated by the Pendragons, who had been suddenly invited to the ball. And the Pendragon knights turned the tables and dealt with them. The guys at the table wonder if that's what really happened. Meanwhile, that guy, with a bunch of gold coins in front of him, just keeps thinking about what must have happened at that ball, and he's sort of weighing the gold coins, using that momentum, and he thinks that all those brass orcs were defeated by just one person from Ancona, and the one who fought against him, the knight from Valvvis, and also Aranges, the Black King, that monster who they say is unbeatable in the south. He even made him feel like he couldn't win. Even he was defeated. And for sure all of them are stronger than him. But he just stared at those gold coins. Someone calls for President Ron and he looks back and asks why he's making so much noise. And that guy says that an incredible job opportunity has appeared. And he's the talk of the town, saying that Aaron Pendragon is there. And after the vice president notices that our boy has arrived to speak with him, they go into his office and the two are face to face. Aaron says that this is very extravagant, and these facilities, a small-scale business, wouldn't be able to afford this. And he must be making a lot of money, right? And that guy just stares at Aaron looking very worried. Then our boy says the governor really developed this place. In fact, he means that he developed the economy of Leos, and he must have had fantastic subordinates. And then Vicente holds out a cup and offers it to Aaron. But just as Aaron was about to take that cup, he simply drops it, and in a reflex action, Aaron bends down to catch it. But when he realizes that Vicente is already trying to kick him, but Aaron is faster and manages to dodge. And realizing this, Vicente Rama throws a punch aiming right for his head, but Aaron manages to block it again. And then he continues to block every single one of Vicente's attacks. And in the middle of this, the guy is completely surprised, realizing that Aaron was strong too. And our blondie here says that he expected nothing less from the slippery fox, who fought on equal terms with Isla. And then that guy asks if he isn't the real slippery one, since he pretended to be afraid of his aura flow back then. And since he dealt with the Black King, he's certainly very strong. But even so, if he thinks it'll be easy to kill him, he's dead wrong, because in this world, he still has things he needs to do. And Aaron just stares at him as he says this, and says that with the power of this Chamber of Commerce, he will reduce the disparities of the economy with the Empire and develop it. This really surprises Vicente. But Aaron says he's completely mistaken. He's not there to capture him, let alone kill him. What he wants is to buy him. The master of the Twilight Tower, Vicente. This leaves the guy completely stunned. Meanwhile, he thinks about how he didn't realize it at first. Even though he felt his name was quite common, from what Isla had reported to him, he has a tower tattoo on his shoulder. And it's said that about the Twilight Tower. Very little is known. But two things are certain. The first is that its members have a tower tattoo, and its talented members excel in various fields, and they call the one who leads them master. And the other thing is that, for the good of the world, they preach that you must walk the path of justice. And he had heard stories about them in his past life. And this, El gives him a little smirk, and says that first, he wants to strengthen the foundation of Leos, and control all the Empire's coastal cities. And through the Chamber of Commerce, he wants to win over the power of the merchants, the small and medium-sized ones. And by using their interests, he'll pressure the major merchants and nobles to disrupt their main sources of profit, and prevent them from becoming too powerful. Vincent is completely surprised by this explanation, and he wonders how on earth this guy knows about this. He's never told anyone the full nature of his plans. So how did this guy manage to guess? And meanwhile, Aaron thinks that with this, he planned to eliminate the government's economic power structures. He planned something truly grandiose. The Grey Twilight with Vincent, and his name was very well known in his previous life. And he is definitely one of the heroes. But still, he says he doesn't understand why someone of his caliber is working for a man like Segunda. And Vincent just gets flustered by him saying that. And then he says that man isn't incompetent, and he was willing to work with him, regardless of his social status, and used him skillfully to develop the economy of Leos. And because of that, the population was able to prosper. And then Aaron says that due to those gains, he planned to kill Ian and him, and probably Prince Simon as well. And then Vincent looks at him and asks, "So what?" But Aaron just stares back at him, and Vincent explains that the idiot nobles and the Imperial family have always fought for power and influence, and it doesn't matter who wins or dies. To him it means nothing. Because in this world, his goal is to bring health and safety to everyone. That's all he wants. Besides, all nobles are just like Segunda. And then Aaron gives him a little smile and asks if even he is like Segunda. And Vincent stares back at him and says he doesn't know yet. And so Aaron asks him to try coming to the Pendragon territory, and he will treat him as a guest. And after that, he can make his own judgment. If he thinks it's for the good of the people, he can try to cut into the Pentagon's profits or try to kill him. He can do as he wishes. This gets Vincent thinking hard about it. And so he says that if he has him as an ally, Segunda's schemes, and he asks if that's what he's counting on. And Eren says, of course. That's part of it too. So that guy says all right, and that he'll try to cooperate. And now it's our Eren's turn. He says he's looking forward to it. And then he takes some gold coins and throws them right onto that scale, saying that this is the payment for the special beer they shared. This greatly surprises Vincent with the amount of gold coins that he placed on his scale. And so he gives a little smile, thinking about Eren Pendragon and what kind of man he is. And just like that, night fell. And Eren asks Ian if his wounds have gotten better. Ian says they have, and it was all thanks to that healing shield model. And it's been quite an adventure this time. And Ingrid will be deeply hurt for the rest of her life. And he starts yelling at Eren, saying that he won't let someone like him have his sister. And then Eren asks if that's something he has decided on. But whatever, he's not going to bother him with that. Then he asks Eren if they're going to Sisuke now. And our protagonist says that they need to continue with their investigation. And this time he's going to take Ayla and Saul with him. He asks if it's going to be okay with just the three of them going. And they don't know what their enemies are planning. But Eren says he's sure that he saw his and Ayla's strength at the Century Mansion. And also Saul is much stronger than the two of them combined. And then Ian starts to smile and says, of course. After all, she's a dragon, a monster with a human appearance. But well, monster isn't the right word. But he wonders what the hell is she. And he starts to remember the scenes from the other day, from when the two of them were getting beaten up badly by the leader of the pirates. And he said that even fighting against the two of them, he didn't fall behind. And it's clear he's not a normal human. And so Eren says, of course, he's probably half ogre. And he's also a good user of southern fighting techniques, a southerner. And so Eren says that after Segwa, there's a much bigger enemy behind that incident. And so Eren just stares. And he says that, however, it's comforting to have him as an ally. This really surprises Ian. And then Eren told him that in battle against that monster, if he hadn't been there, he probably wouldn't have survived. This makes Ian tremble at Eren's sincerity. Feeling really embarrassed, he asks if Eren hit his head. But now he says that's enough joking around, and that they're leaving tomorrow morning. Because they also need to look for Golfloy at the Imperial Castle. And this makes our protagonist remember Golfloy, the man who became the Emperor in his past life. And so he tells him not to let his guard down, because their enemies are everywhere. And now the sun has risen. Eren's mother and his wife are saying goodbye to the prince and the princess. Luna is also there inside the carriage. And from up on the mountain, mounted on a horse, is Vincent just watching them leave. Now night has fallen again, and the second prince is home alone. And he wonders what to do. Ian left for the Imperial Castle this morning, and the assassination was a failure. He couldn't get his hands on the Duchess, and Vincent has disappeared. He starts to scream, asking what the hell he's supposed to do. Anyway, he has to make Golfloy the crown prince as soon as possible. But he thinks that if they come here, following leads on Prince Sion's assassination, and if they go to Sasuke to look for evidence of the incident, then what was promised to him, the future will definitely change. So he urgently needs to contact them. And now in the lands of Sisuke, the guys are racing on horseback, being chased by several griffins, and one of them says they're getting too close. But these monsters were waiting for them, and they shouldn't have gone to a place so cursed like that one. But just then, those three griffins are hit by arrows, and those two guys realize someone attacked them. And up there from the top of the mountain are our protagonist Wisla and Saul, and the one who killed the griffins was Wisla. But one more of those griffins still survived, and goes after them. And so at that moment, our boy draws his sword and cuts that griffin in half, which really surprises those guys. And after he cut the griffin, it's shown that our Eren simply dyed his hair black, to disguise himself, of course. And he just stares at those guys, while the two of them stare back at him in fear, thinking that if they provoke him, they will definitely die. But just then, our hero just turns his back on them, and those two guys ask if they came to steal their money. But Eren says that isn't necessary, and that they were just testing his blade. And with that, the two guys thank him for his help and ask what his name is. And so Eren says his name is Raven. That's his name. And so he calls to Elkin and Saul, and at that moment the two of them come down and head towards Eren's former homeland. And now the sun has already risen. And at Elma's bar, while several mercenaries are eating and drinking, the waitress asks if they've already decided what to order. It could be alcohol or food, or someone to warm your bed. As he wishes, he can get all of it. This guy Eren throws some coins on the table, which really surprises the girl. And he orders 2 beers, a grilled pork, a roasted chicken with herbs and their specialty, the rice. And after a few moments, a huge feast appears for them. After Ayla tries the rice, he says that he never thought he'd be able to eat this kind of rice after leaving the south. And this man comments that Sasuke is a region surrounded by mountains, so it's not suitable for planting grain. But since it rains a lot, they made fields to plant rice. Isla says that he certainly does possess a lot of knowledge about this place, while Saul is just casually eating her chicken. And Eren, looking very sad, just says that he thinks so. And while Isla stares at Saul, she keeps on casually eating her chicken leg. Then Isla doesn't even care and continues eating. And now, while the three of them are eating, the waitress is being harassed by one of those guys, and two other mercenaries are fighting. So Eren thinks that those mountains are full of mercenaries and demons, and it's called the Cursed Island of Sasuke. And that's what it was called. 10 years ago, the Lord of Sisuke, Count Brezia, paid large quantities of money to buy the right to be the lord of the territory. And because of that, the Imperial troops withdrew as soon as he bought the land. But since they had spent half of their fortune buying the place, he failed to maintain the territory's defense. And because of that, pirates and monsters soon became abundant on the island, and eventually the territory's security collapsed. And so the Lord needed to depend on the service to defend the territory. And with the little money he had left, he hired several mercenaries. And in the midst of all this, the Varte family trained the soldiers to ensure the safety of the lands and the people. But that happened, and his entire family was killed because of the Lord of the land, Count Brezia. And so he starts to grind his teeth with intense rage. But at that moment, a man is thrown onto their table, which really surprises the two of them. Island freezes seeing his bowl of rice on the floor. And this guy says that this is crap, and she's just an amateur. And why is she pushing her luck? But then that woman asks, who's the one pushing their luck there? Getting all handsy and acting like he knows her. If he tries to touch her again, he's going to have to pay for it. That guy then pulls out a dagger and calls her a psycho. But the moment he goes to attack her, he's simply out of pure rage because his bowl of rice fell on the floor, smashes that mercenary's face into the ground. And after that, everyone goes back to eating normally. And just like that, another guy shows up touching that woman's hair and apologizing for what happened. He says it seems his friend ended up being a bit rough, and this will be his apology, where he bought them another banquet. He then says that his name is Jonathan Burson, but they can call him Joe. And that guy over there is Gus, and this is Sela. And he asks them to tell him their names. But Eric asks if that's really necessary, and the guy says it's good to know people's names. He asks if they're also mercenaries. After all, connections are pretty important. But Eric says his name is Raven. And then the guy asks Raven, a crow. That doesn't sound like your real name, but it's fitting for a mercenary. And he tells his companions, he says the guy's name is Welkin, and the girl is Saul, and they're siblings, and Saul is his wife. And that guy says that a family of mercenaries is a rare sight, and so Eric says he thinks so. Then Gus asks if they came to hunt monsters. Because of the misgovernment, these lands are full of monsters. And not only is he having problems with the creatures and the people, but he's also having trouble with the lord of the territory. And because of that, there's a huge demand for highly qualified people, and he just keeps staring at the two of them. And at that moment, Sela asks if Welkin is single. He seems really cute, and his face is totally her type. So she asks why they don't come with them. It would be good for everyone. But then that Gus guy says she's going crazy again, and is getting more and more perverted with each passing day. And then she excitedly says to Welkin that they'll trade him for Gus, and asks him to come with them. But Gus says they're always like this, and asks him to please not mind it. And Raven just said that he couldn't care less. And so, he asks, what he said about the lord of the territory, and if he's really hiring mercenaries. And then he asks if the lord of this entire region is called Kiev Tylan. This really surprises Joe, as he observes Eren. He can't understand what kind of killing intent he just felt. And so very nervously he says that's right, and they were planning on meeting with him. And the pay seems good. And then our protag says that's just how it is, and that he's already decided. And he calls Elking and Saul to go meet with Tylan, along with these guys. He surprises everyone and says that it seems they've found some good companions, so everything should be fine. And he asks Elking what he thinks about it. But our Weasley gets very worried, seeing that girl behind him, so excited about this. And so she takes his hand and says he must have understood her feelings. She's going to try her very best to help him. And then our boy says that it seems they were destined to meet, and asks if he hadn't said that connections are important. And that Joe guy looks pretty surprised, and says that's right. Meanwhile, that other girl is really excited about Isla, and starts drooling, while casually enjoying her beer. And now night has fallen. And in their room, Elking asks what he meant by that. And that's because they have to go with those three. But Eren says it's to get information. They've traveled all over the Empire. And besides, if they go with them, it will be much easier to disguise themselves. And mainly because Saul ends up standing out too much. So he looks at Saul and realizes that's exactly right. And our boy, looking out the window, says that the more they stand out, the harder it will be for them to move freely. And so for the sake of their true objective, they need to go unnoticed. And after a few hours, Saul asks Aaron who that human lord of the territory is. And Aaron just stares at her, and she asks if he was the one who framed Raven and ruined House Varte. And then our protagonist says that she saw his memories too. And that Lord Tylence, it was him. He was the one who deceived him from the very beginning, saying he was going to teach them swordsmanship and that he would shine brightly. And he was the one who recommended that he become a knight. And what he asked for in return was for him to deliver this letter to the guest who was visiting this country. When Raven got home, he celebrated a lot with his father and brother, saying that Lord Tylon had recommended him and Jeff to become knights, and he only had to do one thing. And so, his father and brother were very happy for Raven. And then, his father says that Tylon is the most trusted subordinate in the county, and so if the recommendations came from him, they must be legitimate. But then, he recalls that the very next day, everything suddenly changed. The Imperial Knights were calling the entire Varte family traitors and moved in to capture every last one of them. This completely shocked Raven, who thought it had to be a mistake, that they were being framed. And now back in the present, he says that he heard from Ian. The letter was supposed to be delivered to Prince Sion, and it was the prince who had been secretly visiting Sasuke. And upon opening the letter, he was attacked by the poison that was laced into the ink, and the letter itself evaporated. Some kind of magic must have been used at that moment, and he realizes they were already the prime suspects behind the incident. They were captured and subjected to brutal torture. And then, that Tylon showed up saying his father, Greywart, had confessed that he'd been bought off with 5 gold bars to make his son switch the letter for an assassination device, which completely stunned Raven at the time because he knew it was all a lie. And that bastard Tylon claimed that in order to allow his firstborn son and the family to get away safely, he had his useless youngest son commit the act. He was truly shameless. And even though he was a respected knight, proud and a good friend of his, he was an idiot. It made Raven absolutely furious, screaming that his father would never do such a thing and that it was Tylon who did it. But that Tylon was so arrogant. He said that between the words of the best vassal in the county, Brescia, and the words of the second son of a lesser family, he asks which one is more likely to be believed, even a brat's. How is he supposed to understand that? Which made Raven even more pissed off. And that guy says it's already been decided for him to be released from there. He will be sent to the demonic core, and if he manages to survive, for 10 years, he will be pardoned for his crimes. And for something like that, to end up as the sentence for a brat who was just following orders, it deeply hurt his heart. And before leaving, he smiled at Raven and told him to be grateful for his father's testimony. And so Raven got furious and started cursing at him, saying that he's going to kill him, that he will survive for 10 years, and after that he will cut him to pieces. And after having that memory, he tells Saul that his father lied. He only managed to save his own life and no one else's. And all of it because he switched the letters. And as he trembles while saying this, Saul just stares at him. And so, Raven says that the members of House Varte were branded as traitors, but this time, they're going to disguise themselves and get close to Hove Tylon, and look for an opportunity to capture him, and make him confess to everything he's done. And seeing that aura coming from him, Saul is very surprised, and he unleashes a terrifying aura, saying that no matter how many people orchestrated all of this, he will find all of them, and he will definitely kill every single one of them, unleashing a much stronger dark dragon aura. And now dawn has broken. And that, Gas asks if they're really going to go with those guys, but Sela asks if he hates it that much. He can just go alone, but he says no. What a stupid woman. And he says that woman? It was like she wasn't even listening or talking to them. He wonders if she's really a mercenary. But that Jude guy says that according to what they said, she's the strongest among them. And that guy asks how he could possibly believe that. And then Sela says that it's actually true. And Jude thinks that for sure. There's something strange about them. The killing intent he felt at that moment made him sure that they are more than they appear. And so he tells them not to worry about it, because his intuition is never wrong. But as they're going down the stairs, our protagonist asks if they're going to Hoven Tylon's house now. And so as they're walking, he asks how long it will take to reach their destination. And Jude says that after they leave Elma, it'll probably be half a day. Then that Gas guy says there seems to be some kind of commotion at the castle gates. And just then a carriage approaches, ordering the peasants to bow down, because here comes the young lady of the Brescia family, the beauty of Sasuke, Sophia Brescia. And this girl tells the man driving the carriage, not just of Sasuke, but of the entire empire. Someday she'll win the heart of the Imperial prince, and leave this filth behind and become the queen herself. And that Gas guy says, I heard the count's daughter was a piece of shit. And that seems to be true. And so she asks if she's prettier than that princess, but the guy says definitely not. And this one dude says that they need to avoid these troublesome people. Then he calls Raven over, but when he realizes it, Raven has simply taken the lead of that carriage, which surprises them a lot. But our boy starts to get really pissed off, staring directly at that house's crest. The Brescia family. They were the ones who finished off his family. And just like that, he starts exuding that shadowy aura in front of everyone. But in that moment, Saul takes his hand, which makes him calm down, and he says he knows. They don't have time for this today. And so he basically turns around and walks away. But at that moment, that girl tells him to wait. And she said they were staring at them, calling them shitty mercenaries. I'm ordering them to kneel now. And these extras say that it seems they weren't fast enough. And then the knight beside her calls her Miss Sophia and says that acting so recklessly could end up being bad. But she yells at him, asking how he dares interrupt her. And so she says she's ordering them to be captured and made to kneel before her. Immediately. So basically, those three knights charge at Raven. But in that instant, Isla simply defeats all three of them in front of everyone, using that southern technique and taking the three of them down. This greatly surprises the commander, Sophia, and also the three extras. And after taking them down, Isla says that if they lay a hand on him, they'll have to go through him first. Basically, he starts glaring furiously at that girl Sophia. She asks what he's talking about. She is the Count's daughter, but he says he couldn't care less about her lineage. This leaves her furious and in tears. Then Eric tells Elkin to stop, but just as he was about to attack the girl, the commander stops him. He then asks for the forgiveness of the Knight of Valvvis, which surprises everyone. The girl asks, "What do you mean, Valvvis? What's that?" And so the man says they're from the distant south, and are knights from the land of chaos, known as the Valvvis. He explains they are knights of incredible strength, who will kill anyone who raises their sword against their master. He says it doesn't matter if they're nobles or royalty. None of them care about that. They kill them all without a second thought. This completely shocks the girl, and the commander tells her she has a lot to learn about the world, so she shouldn't be so dependent on her lineage. The commander then says the man has great skill and asks if he would care to share his name. But the knight says he has no intention of giving his name. Yes, that's basically the knight. The girl gets back into her carriage, and as she's leaving, she says she's going to tell her father about this. As Aaron watches them leave, he recognizes the man as Knight Commander Fillmore. He remembers him being a fierce warrior, and that when he was a child he wanted to be just like him, and to be able to stop Isla's attack. Yes, he's truly strong, but it's a shame he has to serve under House Brescia. And basically those three guys say that Wisla really surprised them, and they ask if he's really a Valvvis knight, and she asks him to teach her the technique he used. But in the background, that guy just observes them, thinking that since he's a Valvvis knight, he wouldn't follow someone weaker than him. So that must mean that man is very strong. And so he says to Judge that he will never doubt his intuition again. And that guy just smiles at him, saying that now they can go to Hove Tyland's place. And now at Hove Tyland's house, the man sitting on the throne speaks, "So, you're looking to work as mercenaries for me?" He stares at the six people, and Jude says yes. However, they are skilled in the art of battle. And she says that as long as they make money by defeating his enemies, that will be their deal. And Gas says they won't be anyone's pets. And that guy, Rubitalia, says that it seems, since they're talking that way, they must have some skills. And he says that also goes for those three. But our boy doesn't even pay him any mind, trying to hold back the hatred he feels for this guy. And then Hove Tyland says he's going to test them now, and asks them to hunt some monsters for him, saying that on the outskirts of the territory, in the village of Monza, which really surprises Aaron, who thinks that if it's Monza, that's his hometown, the village that the Varte family once ruled. And now they're already fighting those monsters. And Jude cuts off a demon's head, and that woman, Scylla, also takes the opportunity to cut off the head of a large bird, and the goose also slashed at a snake's head. And as for those knights from Harvey, Tyler realizes they're actually quite strong, but they're completely stunned watching Isla fight, taking on a gigantic boar, and killing it in a single blow. This really surprises those knights. But right behind her there's a big wolf. But to their surprise, our boy appears, driving his sword right through its eye. He then lands on the ground, and immediately rushes at that bear, cutting its head off. This leaves those knights even more surprised. They're even more shocked the moment they see Saul defeating the monster, one even more gigantic than the one they defeated. And not just one, but several of them. They tremble in fear watching the scene, and now they're sitting down and talking. And that girl Scylla asks if they noticed the look on those soldiers' faces while watching them fight. They were so impressed by their strength that they were left speechless. Then Jude says that those three did most of the work, and who could have guessed that Saul could do something like that? Then Gus says that either way, they'll definitely hire them. And Jude says he's happy that they've joined them, calling out to Raven. But when the two of them notice, Raven is looking really downcast. But he says it's nothing. It's just that he noticed something about the villagers. And he asks these farmers from the village if they're really so poor. But Jude says that those aren't farmers, which really surprises Raven. And he explains that they have no wealth or freedom and are just serfs, basically slaves. This shocks Raven and even Weasley, and Saul too. And this commoner explains that almost all of Sisuke is like this. And when those idiots from House Brescia bought the territory, they spent half of their fortune to recover it, and they imposed heavy taxes. And since that didn't work, they at least adopted a system of serfdom, and everything was taken from them, except for food. They're basically slaves who do nothing but get exploited. And those pigs were blinded by greed and did this. Then the lady asks why he's talking so loudly. What if the soldiers hear them? But the old man says they won't hear them, not in this shitty place. But hearing this, Raven gets really pissed off. And then Isla says that they are rotten souls, and Raven thinks that it wasn't like this before, at least not when his father ruled this place. And when House Varte was there helping all the villagers, and he was so happy with his family back then. And at that moment it starts to rain. So Raven gets up from the table and walks off alone, and Jude asks what he's doing, and why he's walking in the rain. And in this moment of sadness, Raven says he just wants to be alone for a bit, which leaves Saul and Isla very worried. He walks alone in the rain, and he heads towards his home, which has been completely destroyed, and he just stares at the crest of his forgotten family. And then Saul appears behind him, saying, so this is House Varte, the place where you were raised. Model, and if. He tells Saul that he said he wanted to come alone, and she told him she was worried about him, and he just stares at her. She says that ever since they arrived in Sisuke, he's been acting strangely, and that their souls are connected. He asks if she's wrong, and he just remains silent. Then he walks towards his parents' graves, and she asks if, then these are his family's graves. He just stares at them, and he says that this is his father, Grey Varte, his brother Red Varte, and his mother China. But since the members of the Varte family were branded as traitors, there's no reason why the Tyrant or the Brescia would have made these tombs. He wonders who could have possibly made them. But then from behind them, a man asks who they are, and she wonders who this villager is. But then he recognizes this person as the Varte family's butler, Mr. Ramelda. And then the man asks if they came to see the tombs of the traitors. He had served him for a long time. Even now, his master hadn't changed, and Aaron stares at him. And then he says that he'd heard the head of House Varte. Grey Varte was an honorable warrior who protected his people, and he doesn't believe they were traitors. That something must have gone wrong. This greatly surprises the old man, and he asks if he really thinks so. He says he's grateful as he cries in front of Aaron. And then he asks if he was the one who made these graves. And he says that he wanted to give a dignified funeral, and a proper one for his masters. And they were all wonderful people. And Chief Grey always used to say that there shouldn't be any difference between a lord and his people, except for their roles. His son Red followed in his father's footsteps, and he was a brave warrior. And he saw him risk his life several times to protect the villagers from monsters. And his wife, Chino, would give food to the people whenever the harvest was bad, and she even helped plow the fields. And those three were wonderful people. But something changed when his son Red went to the Brescia house and delivered a letter, and so Raven was completely surprised by this statement, and he asks that guy if the one who delivered the letter wasn't Raven Varte. But then the old man asks, what do you mean, Raven Varte? And who is that? Because this left him completely shocked, and he starts grabbing the old man, saying that the second son of House Varte, Raven Varte, there's no way he wouldn't know him. But the old man starts shouting at him, asking what he's saying, and telling him that House Varte never had a second son. It was just Grey, Red, and Chino. They were the three members of the Varte family. And then he asks why he's saying something like that, which leaves Raven completely shocked, thinking that in that case Raven Varte doesn't exist in this world. And so he starts to tremble and thinks that in the end, the return of House Varte. If no one survived his battle, his objectives, after everything he's done, none of it makes sense. So he's left wondering who the hell he is. And just like that, his head starts to ache. And Saul calls out to him. But there's Raven on the ground completely distraught. And she starts trying to calm him down. Then that lord just walks away from them. But in a corner hidden and watching was Welkin. He just watches Raven crying his eyes out in Saul's arms, while he screams asking who he is. But meanwhile, the girl still in this carriage says that she definitely will not forgive those vulgar mercenaries, and that she's going to gouge out their eyes and make them crawl on the ground like dogs to work as slaves until they die. But then, that commander calls her Miss Sophia and tells her that she's being too loud, but she starts to scream at him saying that she's royalty, that she is the daughter of a count. And she asks if they think she could possibly forgive what they've done, and her father will do anything she asks. But in the meantime, that damn Baltai appears, just watching that young lady, wondering which of them he can use. And so back at Reuven Tylan's house, some knights say that the demons have returned. And that commander from before is taking down the demons. And after defeating several of them, the butlers and the servants thank him for saving their lives. And so this guy wonders what the hell just happened. Even though he cut off its head, it continued to move. That's when he realizes it's still moving, even though it's dead, and he doesn't understand what that is. At that moment, the mark on his forehead starts to glow, and as he realizes this, he crushes the monster's head. And so the butler says it's an honor to have him, the captain of the knights and the young lady. And so he enters the house and calls for Lady Sophia, saying that he dealt with a problem. But when he looks, his eyes widen, seeing that Baltai is holding that girl and asking how he is. The brave warrior of Sasuke, the captain of the knights, Fillmore. He asks if he could stand still for a moment while he holds Sophia and threatens him with her, saying that if he doesn't, he will kill her right now. And Fillmore, seeing this scene, thinks that the escort, handpicked, was silently killed, and Lady Sophia was captured. And he doesn't understand who this man is. So he asks what he wants, and if he wants money. But Baltai says it's for a grand plan, and he won't reveal anything beyond that. And since he's just a small fry, he doesn't need to know anything. And anyway, whether he uses him or Bress, he can handle people without any problems. And then that Fillmore says he doesn't care what happens to him. He just has to release his lady. And then Balthazar says he's quick with his words, and so he must gouge out both of his eyes. This greatly surprises Fillmore. And so he says that if he doesn't do it quickly, he'll take both of this girl's eyes. And at that moment, to Baltai's surprise, that knight gouged out both of his eyes right in front of him, and asks if that's enough. And with that, Baltai starts to laugh, and says that he's very loyal then, and that is the pride of a knight. And it truly is. However, he's a complete idiot, simply cutting off his lady's head right in front of Fillmore. And as he reaches out his hand, he manages to grab her head. And feeling this, he charges forward with his sword. And then Baltai simply cuts his head off too. And this damn guy said it's impossible to beat him without his eyes. He says that he's a complete and utter mule for serving this incompetent girl. And now in her place, you will have an excellent master. And this liquid with his staff creates a magic circle around their bodies. And basically, the girl's head starts to return to her body. And just like that, they are both regenerated. And so they rise as two of the living dead. And then Baltai said that from now on, they are his puppets. And so these two demons say, as you wish, Lord Tovan Baltai. Now we return to our boy. And Jude asks what happened to Raven. And after that rainy day, he hasn't left his room. But Isla says he doesn't know either. And inside the room, the two of them are very sad. And now the scene returns to Huff Tylan's mansion. And he asks how those 6 mercenaries were. And his soldier says that they are all first class. However, there is a small problem. And Tylan asks what it is. And now the scene returns to our boy, still locked in his room. And just seeing him so sad, she says that he needs to eat, even if it's just a little bit. He said that Varte doesn't exist there, and that House Varte is already dead. So who the hell is he, and what is he living for? He asks her to tell him, but she just stays silent, thinking that she has nothing to say to him. And now, the scene cuts directly to the castle of Lord Sisuke. He says that lately Sophia's gaze has been very cold. And this is the so-called Count of Brescia. One of the soldiers says that can't be true. And this guy is very excited, saying he's going to give his daughter another precious gem, and so expensive it could be part of the royal treasury, a mithril one. But he said that to do this, they need to raise taxes even more, which makes the soldier very uncomfortable. But then the count yells, saying that those who don't pay will become servants, and that Louv Tylan, the most important vassal of his family, will also promote this new policy, which leaves the soldier very discouraged. And so, one of the soldiers opens the door and says that Miss Sophia and Sir Fiamore have just returned. This comes as a huge surprise. The Count starts running towards her, but when he sees her, she's completely different, in a way he's never seen before. And so she calls him father. The commander says that they have returned, and just in a very strange way, that father. The girl's father blushes for a moment, not understanding what just happened, with their behavior and the way they're dressed. Then that knight says a problem has come up. And the matter is important. So he asks him to dismiss everyone. And now with all the soldiers gone, the Count asks what happened. And he says that to put it simply, Louv Tylan is planning a rebellion. This greatly surprises the Count. And the knight says that they are trying to take Lady Sophia hostage. They were also attacked in the mountains. And recently, they have been recruiting large numbers of mercenaries. It would be better if they attacked first. Otherwise, things could get problematic. So the Count gets very worried about this, thinking that he's just a vassal, and the vassal he is most familiar with. However, he's one of Sisuke's strongest warriors, and he is his most loyal follower. And he thinks that it's impossible that the information delivered by him is wrong. And so, basically, that guy opens a sack in front of the Count, showing the heads of his soldiers, which leaves the Count completely surprised. And then, the captain of the knights says that these 3 were killed by Louv Tylan's assassins. And despite the fact that he managed to save the young lady, she was still tied up by them, and was also deflowered. And so, she shows the bruises on her arms, which leaves the old man completely shocked, and she starts to hug him, telling her father that he must somehow please protect her. And he gets strangely flushed, looking at his own daughter, and says that his daughter is certainly different, so he must definitely protect her. And now at another moment, he has already put on his battle armor, and he tells his soldiers that their enemies are inside House Tylan, and for the sake of his honor and also for Sophia's protection, they must march on House Tylan. And so his soldiers are overjoyed, and his daughter, the demon, tells him that he's truly the best father in the world, and that she loves him. This makes the old man blush strangely again. But over in the corner of the crowd, that Bale guy is there and says, "My bad." And thanks to him, the evidence will be destroyed. And he apologizes once more to House Tylan. And now the scene cuts back to the crisis mercenaries. The two guys say that this sucks. And what the hell is that? And just then, Celia is trapped by a demon with a tongue, a gigantic one. And the two of them try to fight it. But other tongues manage to block them, and even trap them. And basically all three of them are trapped. That monster basically tries to gobble up all three of them at once. But just then Isla arrives and saves the three of them. He gets really pissed off and goes after that monster, slicing off its tongues as well as its head. Afterwards, the four of them start talking again, and they say that he definitely saved them back there. And Jude says that's what you'd expect from a knight of Valvvis. He's on a whole other level. And Celia says that someday she wants to go to Valvvis with him, but Elle just keeps eating quietly, not saying much. And while staring at his food, he thinks a bit about the past, about the beautiful fields of his home, and then about that hellish sea of war, and about when he was completely defeated, with even his griffin dead, and seeing the scene of all those bodies on the ground, and he said it's just like that time at Valva Azul. And this, Gans says he's truly surprised that they found that monster, and Jude says that if they had been a little late, they would have been doomed, and if they could just become officials for some house, their lives would be easier. Like the talk of the town right now, House Pendragon, which makes even Isla swallow hard. And then, the girl asks if he's talking about the hero of Leo's, the one who defeated all the ogre pirates that attacked the governor's mansion on Monday. And Jude says that he heard that they treat their soldiers very well. And the girl says she heard that too, and that the Duke is a hottie. And then Gus says, there she goes again. And then Judy asks what Elkin thinks. But then Gans says that he has no plans of becoming someone's dog. He asks if he doesn't see how terrible Sisuke is, and the nobles and lords of the territory have no skills other than exploiting people, and that they're a bunch of scoundrels. He'd rather go back to being a thief than serve anyone. He used to be a thief before. Then Jude tells them that those who ruled that territory were from House Varte, and it doesn't seem like they were like that before. And Jude says no. He heard that they challenged Luvi, Tylan, and the Bressas regarding the system of servitude, and they also said that the Lord, he led the soldiers to deal with the monsters, to protect the people, and that the head of the Varte family was truly an honorable warrior. But then Cecilia asks if the people of Tylan don't say that the Ward House was just a bunch of traitors. He says he doesn't know the details. He says he doesn't know the details of why they were labeled traitors. He only knows that their reputation fell after that. But in the village of Monza, there are still many people who say they were wise and benevolent lords. This really surprises Welkin, thinking that he was then an honorable warrior. And he keeps remembering the errand from before. And then at that moment, one of those Tylan soldiers tells the mercenaries that they must join House Leuven Tylan, because that idiot from the Bressas is marching with his soldiers over there. This greatly surprises the four of them. And now, the scene cuts back to the Bressas going to attack the Tylan house. And meanwhile, Isla ran back to Aaron's room and threw the door open. He tells Pendragon that it's time to leave. And then Aaron asks, and are these Hulk Tylan's orders? And he says the soldiers have already passed by, saying that if they don't do anything, they will be killed. And their leads on the assassination attempt of Prince Cyan will become useless. And then Isley starts saying that they have to go there. But then he asks why. This really surprises Isla. And then Aaron says that he is not a Pendragon or a Raven. So why does this matter to him model? And then he asks if there's any reason behind this fight. And so he starts to fall into despair again, saying he has no more reason to fight. Then to everyone's surprise, Isla just punches him right in the face, which really surprises Saul. He throws Aaron to the ground and grabs him by the collar, and says that the man he decided to serve Aaron Pendragon. He asks if he is really that weak. Aaron just stares at him, asking why Isla did that. And after Aaron's immense surprise, Isla says that he's acting very differently than usual, and he's felt it ever since they arrived in Sasuke. Something has been on his mind since they got here, and he's been thinking a lot about it too. In this miserable city and his homeland, this place and Valvvis are actually quite similar. His homeland is a territory that consists of several lands joined together, and because of that it's a place full of internal wars. And due to the insatiable greed of the lords of the territories, countless people and soldiers were sacrificed, just like in the current Sisuke. Eren is very surprised to hear him say this. And so, he says that the more he killed his enemies, one after another, the more he lost his will to fight. And that's how he finally left. He had lost his will to live as a knight of Valvvis until he met Pendragon. And just as he said in that fight, he is his sword and he is his lord. But that doesn't mean they're equals. They just have different roles. And by defeating him in that way, and saying something like that, he was the first person to do that for him. And that is why King Ayla swore to become his sword, no matter who he has to face, because it left him completely surprised by him saying that right to his face. And so our girl says that it's okay anyway, thinking that House Varte and Varte don't exist anymore. And then Ayla puts a hand on his shoulder again, and shouts his name, calling him Pendragon. And then to Eren's surprise, Ayla shouts calling him Raven. And then Eren looks at him, and Ayla just stares back at him dead serious. And he says that on that rainy day, something must have happened. And he doesn't know what kind of relationship he had with House Varte, but they were the only ones in this rotten place who protected their people. And he'd heard that they were proud warriors. And in that moment when he chose to fight alone, against an army of centaurs, he felt the same way. And so Eren's eyes go wide just staring at him. And then Ayla looks at Saul and asks Eren to let him ride the griffin that she gave him one more time. And that he, Eren, has the power to change the world, even this rotten Sasuke. And so hearing these words, our protagonist thinks that that's right. House Varte might not exist anymore, but they still exist and will continue to exist within them. And Ayla asks for how much longer he's going to let his sword rot. And he winds up to punch him right in the face, saying that he won't forgive him. But then Eren grabs his own fist. He starts to laugh and says that he's really not talking like he usually does, Ayla. And with that, Isla cracks a small smile, saying that he isn't acting like himself either. And your face looks really down today. And so Eren said he doesn't want to hear that from you. And the two of them start laughing. And Saul doesn't understand what's happening there. And after that, Eren basically just sits down, eats a bread roll, and calls for Saul. And he asks her for his armor. And so she is very happy. She gives him a little smile. And now in the afternoon, those other three mercenaries were waiting for them. This one guy, Gas, says he's going to quit, because Raven probably did the same. After all, they have nothing to gain by staying on Tylan's side. And then Jude says that he's making an enemy of the Lord of the Territory. He also agrees with Hawkeye there, but just as they realize it, someone starts walking out of the inn. And then Raven asks if he kept them waiting long, which leaves Jude very surprised, seeing a completely changed Raven, and with his new armor, completely black. And this Raven says they're going to Tylan's residence, and he asks them to bring their horses, and so they keep staring at Eren, fully equipped in his new black armor. And so, Jude doesn't understand what kind of aura this is around him. It's much more noble than before, which even made Celia blush a lot. And Gas says he's met some high-class people back when he was a bandit. However, he's never seen armor like this, and he asks if he's really a mercenary. And then, our protagonist says they are heading towards the Tylan residence, which really surprises the three of them. And he asks if he's planning to ally with Styling, right then and there. Celia asks if he isn't aware that Styling is the enemy of the territory's lord. And Gus says that even if they join them, they won't gain a single thing. On the contrary, that rotten house won't pay them anything. But then Ravi asks if they really think that. But he says that it'll be a problem if he dies now, and this battle is his to fight. He has no intention of dragging them into it. He tells them to take care of themselves, Jude, Gus, and Celia. And with that, he gets on his horse and rides off towards the Styling estate. And seeing him, Tanta Sol and Welkin get on their horses too. The three of them ask if they're really serious. Welkin just looks at them and says he is his sword. And watching the two of them leave, they really don't understand what's happening. And then Celia says that, this is what one should expect from a raven, blushing completely. This girl is a total pervert. And Gus in the back gets super pissed at her, saying that the damn redhead has completely lost it. And then Jude says that they owe them after the trouble with the monsters. And he gets on his horse too, which really surprises Gus. And Jude says he has a feeling that if they part ways now, they'll definitely regret it. And so he gets on his horse and rides off to help them. And Gus gets really worried about that damn intuition of his and says this whole thing sucks, getting on his horse as well and calling them idiots. And now up ahead, our three boys are heading for the Styling residence. And all around them, they see several houses on fire and people running to save themselves and several families buried under the rubble, which makes Raven really pissed off. And then Eren asks what he thinks of this battle. And so Eren stares at him. He says that it's not normal for Brescia to declare war so suddenly, and the soldiers of Thailand seem very confused. And there's a high probability that someone is instigating this war, and that someone wants us to destroy Thailand. and he thinks that maybe it's the same person who's behind the assassination attempt on Prince Cyan. It could be his second-in-command or someone of a higher rank. So Welkin starts to unsheath his swords, but Pedro says no. He shouldn't kill the soldiers recklessly. They're just following their lord's orders. This really surprises Isla, and she gives him a little smile, saying that she understands. And now they set off. And now they head for Styling's burning mansion. Arriving there, they are very surprised, seeing the mansion completely destroyed and on fire. So Aaron says they were too late, and Aaron wonders if they're still attacking. And he thinks that besides the Tyler he knows, he isn't a man who would let himself be harmed because of pride. And maybe he's still alive somewhere. They'll split up now and look for him. And then from behind, those other 3 mercenaries call out to Welkin. And just like that, Aaron said their numbers had just increased. And as expected of a knight of Valvvis, he earned their trust very quickly. And our Isla gives a little smile to Aaron. And they keep marching forward. And now they finally arrive at the Styling estate. And Aaron on his horse immediately leaps over the fence amidst the flames. And now already inside the Styling mansion, that Count of Brescia shouts Sophia's name, saying that this is the end for the one who messed with her, that despicable Hove Styling. And then his demon daughter says that her clever and brave father is truly very lovable. And now inside the mansion, with several dead bodies around, the Count of Brescia's warriors team up to crush our boy, but he manages to defeat all 3 of them. And walking around, he thinks that he has no time to waste on these lackeys, so he needs to find him quickly. And now the scene cuts to Guizla, who is defeating one of the soldiers, quickly snapping his neck. And after defeating several of them, without even drawing his swords, he hears someone speaking, asking why he isn't killing them. And it's that demon knight from before. And this knight says that he is too kind for a knight of Valvvis. And then Guizla asks if he's really the man from that time. He thinks he's the knight commander, but he doesn't seem to be him. And as he draws his swords, he says, "Who is this guy?" And then this knight begins to emanate his demonic aura. And now in another part of the mansion, Assalta is defeating some demons. And she realizes that while she defeats these demons, they still don't die completely. And down below, those 3 mercenaries, defeating several demons as well. And they don't understand why they aren't dying, even after their heads have been cut off. Then Jude tells them to forget about these demons and to look for Tylan. And that's when Ravi sees it, that trembling demon head. He stares at the mark on their heads and thinks monsters that can move, even with their heads cut off. And the repeated attacks from Abrisha are just as I expected. There's someone behind all of this. And as he walks up the main staircase, but at the top of the stairs, someone says he's pretty strong for a mercenary. Hearing that voice, our boy freezes in shock. And then Baltai says that for the attack of those zombies to have not hurt him, he must be really strong. And just like that, Wendy realizes whose voice it is. He remembers again when Baltai told him he was pitiful, and that dying there without ever regaining his freedom was all just part of someone's plan. And then he cut his head off. And now, Baltai staring him down, says that he'll have to deal with himself, for the sake of his grand plan. At that moment, Ravi explodes in a complete rage, screaming Baltai's name. Now the 2 of them are facing off, preparing for battle. And while Baltai is smiling, our guy is just staring at him absolutely furious. And now we cut back to Isla fighting against that demon captain. And that demon starts laughing in Isla's face, attacking him with his sword. But before he knows it, Isla manages to block and knock his sword to the ground. But this demon calls him a brat and tries to attack him from another angle, saying that he's really shallow and tells him to take this and die. But Isla manages to dodge, which leaves the demon knight quite surprised. And then Isla grabs his other sword and tries to slash his neck, but the guy manages to defend. And even while defending on one side, with his other blade, he slashes right across the guy's stomach. And then with his other sword, he slashes right at his neck, cutting the guy's head off. But just as he thinks the guy is going to fall to the ground dead, that guy simply stabs his sword into Isla's arm, which leaves him very surprised. He then takes a few steps back, and in great pain he watches the guy, even with his head cut off, put it back in place, which leaves Isla completely shocked. And so the demon says that this is as expected of a knight of Valvvis, who has experience in hundreds of battles. It seems this body is not suitable for fighting against someone like you. And so Isla says that he's given up on being human. But the knight says that he has surpassed being human for the sake of his great plan, and for the sake of his great lord, and that he obtained this immortal body so he could cut down his enemies. So Isla asks what kind of great plan that is. But in response, the knight says that insignificant beings don't need to know about that, no matter who they are. Then Isla says he understands. He's certainly not human anymore. This leaves the demon confused, not quite understanding what he's talking about. Model, so Isla says he's just a puppet, which pisses the demon off big time. He immediately powers up and charges at him again, And after that, the scene cuts to our boy Eren, who's already facing Baltai, who's giving him a shameless little smirk. And even with Eren on the attack, Baltai defends himself easily and asks what his name is, and if they know each other, and how he knows his name. Then Eren says there's no need to answer, someone who's about to die. He's charging at Baltai to kill him, but Baltai manages to dodge and says that he's left himself wide open, calling him a brat, and he tries to finish him off with all his strength. But then Eren manages to defend himself, while Baltai thinks that he stopped his axe with just one arm, and that he's definitely not an easy opponent. And then Eren activates that aura of his evil demon god aura, and he starts to get enraged and charges at Baltai. As Baltai sees Eren in that red aura, he doesn't understand what it is, seeing this gigantic red dragon aura behind him. And so he wonders if that's a dragon's aura, and then he gives him a little smirk, saying that this is interesting, and that now it'll be worthwhile to hunt him. The monster hunter blood running through his veins is absolutely boiling, and so our boy, still exuding that evil dragon aura of his, continues to smile at him. And so Eren unleashes that dragon aura of his. Baltai just licks his lips, and Eren quickly charges at him. And then Baltai whistles, and at that moment Eren realizes that two demons have come up from behind him, but he just tells him to get out of his way by cutting off both their heads. And just like that, he realizes that Baltai is getting away, being carried by one of them. But still exuding his dragon power, he swings his sword up at Baltai. But Baltai manages to dodge, and so Eren, completely pissed off, says that he can't escape from there, because he's definitely going to kill him right there. And now, with several demon wolves kind of helping Baltai out, Baltai gives a brazen little smirk, and asks if he really thinks he's going to succeed. And now, switching to another location, those three mercenaries are running to find House Varte, and Cecilia says that it seems like they managed to avoid those monsters. Then Gus says that he doesn't think they avoided them, but that it seems like they just disappeared. And then Judy says that's pretty convenient for them, and that they need to find Tylan. And at that moment they find Tylan, who's being surrounded by knights. And these soldiers say that he's the traitor, and following the orders of Count Brisha, they're going to kill him right there. But then Tylan says that this is completely baseless, and asks if that imbecile has gone crazy. Do they really believe anything that damn pig said? But then, the soldier says, that this matter was reported by one of Sasuke's best warriors, Knight Commander Fillmore, and that person would never make a mistake like this. But to House Tylan's surprise, Judy defends him from that knight, and asks Tylan if he is all right. And then Tylan calls him a mercenary. Him and the other two are already fighting the other soldiers, slashing them right in the stomach. And then Judy defeats the other one, and with the three of them down, Gonzo says that at least they found him, while he was still alive. And then the daughter asks if that's really a big deal for someone who claims to be a great knight. And while they are talking, that Tylan guy says they're way too late, and if they're so strong, they should have come sooner. And he asks where the other three are, but then Ganso grabs him by the neck and tells him to shut up, saying it's not like he came because he wanted to. If he talks like that again, his head is going to fly off. And then Cilia points her weapon at him and says they will hunt down his relatives to the ends of the earth and extort every last bit of money they have. And at that moment, Jude says this is no time for games because more soldiers are already on their way to attack them. And now they say they have to run. The scene then cuts back to our boy, still easily defeating those demons. But then he gets bitten by one of them, and then hit by Baltai's crossbow. And Baltai, laughing in his face, says that if he just keeps fighting the monsters over there, he's going to get very lonely. And he asks if he's still there to kill him. So Ravi is pissed off, and just grabs that monster's head and smashes it on the ground. And then two wolves charge at him, and he immediately cuts them in half. And then exhaling that furious dragon aura of his, Baltai says that he has terrifying strength, and he really doesn't stop, even after being slashed or impaled. And he couldn't expect anything less from someone who possesses the dragon's aura. He can't even tell it apart from a monster's. He thinks it's only right. This isn't a simple battle, but actually a hunt. And he says that he can just kill and keep on raging until he's exhausted. He just asks him to rage more and more, while Ravi goes completely insane, enraged, killing those demons, and he keeps smiling, saying that hunting a dragon is so much fun. And now, in the middle of Weasley's battle against that demon knight, Weasley is still feeling a lot of discomfort, fighting this guy with his injured arm. But that demon, on the other hand, just keeps attacking him furiously. The guy manages to block, and this demon commander says that he's done a good job, holding out for this long with just one arm. But unfortunately, this is the end for you. Down below, those other knights realize that Captain Fillmore is up there, and that now they must support him. And so, he says that if those soldiers join the battle, he won't have a chance to win. He tells him to either run away now and be hunted like a deserter, or stay and have his head cut off by him. And he tells him to choose. And so in that very difficult situation, Isla just looks down and drops his sword, which greatly surprises the demon, and, quickly, he uses that same move he always uses, and drives it in. That demon's body is simply on those wooden stakes, impaled, and it starts screaming in immense pain, which surprises many of the knights around him. They say that they must help Captain Fillmore now, and kill that other man. But seeing this, Isla remarks that he really seems to be respected. And the captain says that's right, he can't go up against so many soldiers. And as for him, something like this won't kill him. But Isla just stares at him, and says this fight is already over, as he slits his throat. And now the scene cuts back to Eren still filled with rage, slaughtering countless demons that seem to be endless. While he's enraged, he gets hit by Baltai's arrows, but he continues to kill more and more demons, getting more and more furious. And meanwhile, Baltai says that he should keep going just like that. Rage creates strength, and strength makes his blade slow. In the end, he'll just become exhausted, and the slashes he makes using the dragon's aura are certainly powerful. However, they lack precision, and this army of zombies is the worst possible enemy for him. It will drain all his energy, and then his axe will kill him with a single blow. Still smiling, he tells that brat to do his best, but whatever he does will be useless anyway. He says that everything in this world has already been decided since the beginning of time and all that, even this fight. His foolishness and stubbornness won't make him live any longer, and he says with a smile that the end of Hove Thailand is already guaranteed, along with all of Sisuke. And our protagonist hearing this while fighting is completely shocked. And then Baltai says that destiny is inevitable. They will rule the empire, and in the end everyone will be his slaves, and just like that. Hearing this, he remembers those people, who now serve only as slaves and servants, who were running to escape that life. And he thinks that this is really it. He doesn't even remember what he was doing anymore. And so basically that Baltai guy orders him to die, shooting his arrow right at him. But then, Eren's aura changes, and Baltai's arrow is simply sliced in half. His aura had just changed. And from that raging dragon aura, Baltai is completely stunned, seeing the aura of this white dragon right on Eren's back. And the white dragon's blue fire is actually burning the demons for good. And so Baltai thinks that he precisely managed to deal only with his zombies' mobility. He thinks he did this so that they can't move anymore. And so he faces Eren, who is exuding that white dragon aura. And now with Eren and Baltai facing off, Baltai thinks that Eren has made them completely immobile. And this aura is much stronger than the one before. And Eren thinks that's right. He's not in a position where he can be consumed by rage because of him. And as someone who inherited the will of House Varte, he will carry out his duty as a Varte and get his revenge. The scene then cuts back to the entrance of the styling house. And those mercenaries are already being cornered by the Bress's knights. And the soldiers say that this is the end. They have nowhere left to run. And now the 3 mercenaries are truly cornered, along with Talim. And so this idiot asks why they even came there, since they were just going to get trapped. But Cilia says they had nowhere else to run, and this was the only place where they could avoid the flames. Dugas says that if he keeps talking nonsense, he'll beat him to death. And Jude says this must be the only way for them to survive. And with that, those soldiers charge right at them. But just as they were about to engage in combat, a blue flame appears right at their feet, completely destroying the platform. This greatly surprises the 3 of them. But when they look up at the sky, something comes flying over them. They see a bright flash and are completely shocked. Even the knights don't understand what it is, and she just shows them her steel blade in her hand, which had easily sliced that platform in half. And so the 3 mercenaries call her Soul. Sylvia wonders if those are wings, while Luvatel says that she's very beautiful, but then she starts flying towards them. And when she gets close, she grabs the 4 of them by their shirts and starts flying away with them. Seeing this scene, the soldiers realize they've escaped. They wonder who the hell that woman is. And now up in the sky, Pulo points out that for her to be able to carry so many people with just her fingertips, she must have terrifying strength. And then Cilia asks if that's what he's surprised about, while the other 2 have no idea what's going on anymore. And now back inside of the mansion, the other soldiers just stare at the island, where he holds up a bloody sword, and their commander's head severed from his body, telling them they did a good job. He was talking to them, his beloved soldiers, whom he had trained so well so that they would become proud warriors of Sasuke, his loyal subordinates. And now he's asking them to attack this man, while his arms and neck are slashed. And the guys don't understand what kind of situation this is, and the demon is completely baffled by the situation. And that soldier says that he isn't the captain, that this monster is an imposter. He is not their captain, which leaves the demon quite surprised. And so those soldiers wonder why the captain is saying that to Count Brescia. And then they realize Thailand's betrayal was all a lie, and that maybe they've been tricked from the very start. Then they realize that from the very beginning, they were deceived, and they immediately move to kill that demon captain as he shouts that he is the real one, and only stopped being a mere human for the sake of his grand plan. But he is finished off by his own comrades. He asks if this is the puppet that stopped being human, and that even its blood is different. And seeing this, he remembers the past. He sheathes his sword and says that he was truly naive, and now still up in the sky. Sal continues to carry those guys, and so Jude says that there's something strange down below. The soldiers of Brees have stopped. She just keeps watching the mansion, wondering where Ray is. And back inside the mansion, those soldiers are communicating with the others, that they've been deceived since the very beginning. They don't know what they're fighting for. And now, with our boy and Baltai staring each other down, again, Baltai says that this really sucks, and that puppet is completely useless. And so Aaron said that it looks like he won't be getting any more reinforcements. So things are going to end right there. Baltai just stares at him, thinking that the wounds he received have already completely healed. He really has the immortal body of the undead. No, it can't be. It's as if he has the body of that troll king. And so he asks what his name is and who he is. And so our protagonist says that he is thinking that he was Ravenvault. At that moment, he activates his Dragon's Hour, and everything around him starts to change, which greatly surprises Baltai, who thinks that in the end his black armor, his black sword, his black hair, everything changed color from black to white. And just like that, he recognizes him as the contractor of the White Dragon, Aaron Pendragon. And so Baltai looks at this, looking very surprised, wondering if he really is Aaron Pendragon. He then gets very serious, realizing that it's true after all. And this dragon contractor is apparently very strong. He gets really pissed off looking at Aaron, and immediately charges at him to kill him. Aaron also charges forward to attack him. And while Baltai rushes him with his axe, Aaron uses his sword, and his Dragon's Hour activates once more. Those eyes of the Dragon King, and Baltai screams that he must die now, and just like that his dragon aura breaks through. Baltai's power and that bastard's body is sliced in half. And after that, well, you'll have to see in the next part of this video. And if you want it, comment part 6 down below and leave a like on this video. Let's try to hit a goal of 4,000 likes, and I'll get the next part out as soon as possible. And of course, subscribe to the channel so we can reach 80,000 subscribers. And if you want to support the channel financially, you can join our community of members by clicking the join button below. By doing so, you'll get access to exclusive videos every week and various perks on our Discord server. The link is down below in the description. But anyway, that's all for now, everyone. I'll wrap it up here and see you in the next video. Bye.